Hello, everybody. Welcome to our live webinar. So this one, we're going to be talking all about how to create websites with AI in maybe 60 seconds to a couple of minutes or so. Okay. And it's on top of that, when we talk about AI websites, we're going to be going in depth today. We're going to talk about ClickSites AI. And if you haven't already, we're going to be talking about this in a nutshell. There's that link, clicksites.ai/go as well. So I have, if you will, here, our project manager Ali as well, who'll be joining in. I know there was some echo, so we got rid of that right now. So the main thing that I wanted to mention here real quick is for those who are joining in here, is make sure that you have any questions you have, post them in the chat box because there's going to be an interactive webinar here today, okay? And secondly, we're going to be talking about the power of AI when it comes to website creation. So we've looked at AI for text generation, that's your chat GPT, whatever, article writing and all that. We've looked at AI for text to image generation, right? That could be Artistly, Midjourney, that kind of thing. And we looked at AI for video creation, and that's a trend that's going to only go more popular. That was Video Express or Runway ML, that sort of thing. Now we're talking about AI for website generation. Now, when we talk about AI, AI has benefits. AI also does not have that many benefits in certain cases, right? There's pros and cons. So one of the big pros for AI is speed and actually getting things done quickly, right? So you don't have to sit at a blank screen and stare, not knowing what to do. The other actual, if you will, the con, so to speak, or basically not the benefit, if you will, is sometimes it hallucinates, and also sometimes what happens with AI is that it doesn't do a good job in terms of flexibility and customization, right? So then reality becomes then, yeah, you have an AI website builder, sounds cool. Oh, wow, I can build a website in just 60 seconds or something. But the problem becomes then, well, how do I actually make it usable, professional, right? If I want to make edits, how do I do that? So today I'm going to be showing you that idea where we have the benefit of AI, which is speed, but we also have the benefit of customization and flexibility. Okay, that's the two things we're going to be focusing on today in great detail. We're going to be talking about how you can, really take advantage of the latest trends in AI and all that sort of good stuff. And we're going to go a step further than that. And actually, I'll show you today specifically how you can leverage some of the latest trends in AI and all that kind of stuff. And of course, we'll be answering all your questions you have and that sort of thing as well. Okay, so basically, the key thing that I want to focus on today is how do we build a website very quickly with AI? Yes, but also how do we customize things? Okay, so if you look at the application we're going to be talking about right now, which is ClickSites.ai application, the greatest thing here that we've focused on, I'll go one by one here real quick, is that you can now chat with AI effectively, right? You can basically have AI, you can talk to AI to get beautiful results to your heart's desire, right? And this was actually something that was cool to sound, but to make it work in real time was not that easy. But to implement it took a long time, right? So I'm going to showing you that right now as well in a nutshell, how you can implement this into your business and all that kind of good stuff. But let me share my screen here real quick so that you can play around with it. So if you see, right, like one of the things with, if you will, when you want to build a website, first you want to decide which niche to create. We're going to be giving you a bonus today. I'm going to show you what are the hottest niches that you can do as an application I'm going to give you access to. And then the second thing is basically, once we decide, okay, I want to create a website for a bakery, I want to create a website for an accountant or whoever it might be, right? Or create a website where I sell my digital products or my physical products or whatever. You chat with AI and you make that whole thing come true, right? So in a nutshell, that will allow you to get more flexibility, right? So let's do that. So step number one, like, okay, let me open up the application here, right? So you can go click create site with AI, right? And then you go in, right? You can look, create from scratch is also another option for flexibility. Remember, I was trying to tell you, this is where you can actually create from scratch, where you can do the building blocks, where you can say, look, AI, do this little section in the website, do this section, that sort of thing, right? Like if you go to create, you can just pick any workspace. Now, this is the other part, right? When it comes to workspaces, what does that mean really? A workspace is, imagine like an organization, right? With ClickSites.ai, which you can try out, right? On that link that you see below, you can create 500, that's 5, and then a 0 and a 0, 500. Like imagine you count to 1 to 500. It's gonna take you a long time, right? So you can be able to create 500 organizations and manage them basically. And in that, each organization, you can put unlimited pages, contact us page, about us page, terms of service page. lead generation page. Let's say you want to create a landing page that is different for different users. You can do as many as you wish, right? So let's say hypothetically, you have a dentist workspace, right? You click submit, and here you can chat with the AI, right? And you can say, what type of business do you want to do? And there's some categories here. We put the most popular niche markets. This is just the start. I mean, you can, like, for example, you can start off as a dentist, but then you can shift that whole thing separately, right? You get my point. What is the name of the dentist, right? So, okay, let's say the dentist name is Dr. Michael, right? And then that's Dr. Michael's is the page, right? So then what do you want to, like you can pick the website languages. And by the way, so one of the key questions was, I see the languages here. Can you add my language, right? So tomorrow, so in about, like, depending on which part of the world you're in, for sure tomorrow, we're going to be adding in another set of about 30 languages here, okay, that it supports natively, okay? So you can pick, okay? For now, I'll keep it English. And what is the topic, okay? So I'm gonna do cosmetic dentistry, right? That's what Dr. Michael is famous for. Is like, that's what I want to do, right? All right, so cosmetic dentistry, I'm gonna write that down here, and then I'm gonna click that in, okay? Cosmetic dentistry, let me think of some outline. This is the headline, and of course, all of these are editable, by the way, later on. And then basically this is the call to action, testimonials, transform your smile, blah, 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 right? And you can change stuff too here, by the way, okay? So for example, if I wanted to make some changes here, I can do that, or once that is created, I can do that too. So click next, okay? And now it starts building the website. That's all it really is. I just have a question, right? Do you see yourself, like in the chat box, let me know, do you see yourself that you can do just this much, okay? Can you just do this much from your end? Let me know yes in chat box. If this is something you can achieve, let's say for any market, you just tell AI, look, I want this. Can I do it, right? And yes, you have I'm seeing some questions on this right here. Do you have an affiliate marketing program? Yes, right? And so what that means is basically you can create an affiliate website as well to sell ClickSites, okay? Just as an example, we're going to be training on that next week, okay? Right now, it's not available right at the gate, okay? And yes, thank you so much, Marketing Dan. So it's going to take some time. And by the way, even so it's 28%, it's going to become 90% in a few seconds, okay? I'm just showing you real time right now, live, you and I, how long it takes. It takes literally no time, right? And I see Rose saying yes, of course, right? I'm seeing here all of you saying yes, right? Yes, yes. The problem is, right? People stare at a blank screen when it comes to website design, and then they don't know where to start, okay? I'll give you a perfect example, right? I have Adobe Dreamweaver, right? Like I've been using it since the early days, right? And I'll open it up for you guys for right now, okay? So just so you know, okay? So, and this is where the problem comes, right? Okay, watch. So in Adobe Dreamweaver, let's see here. This is the Dreamweaver, right? This is my website with Dreamweaver. This is like Adobe's web designer. People stare at a blank screen. Like this is your blank screen, right? What do I type here? What do I do? You know what I mean? This is where people get stuck. Like I was trying to build a page, I gave up, okay? Like I would try to create like a website here. You see this? Just a simple page, and I gave up halfway through because it was too difficult for me, right? You see this one right here? I wanted to create some page here. Like I type in, look at how ugly this looks. So I'm not a coder, right? Like I don't know. I just it's just so difficult to go in and edit and all these other stuff, right? So instead, I come back here. Now I just click this one button, select theme. What do you want? What kind of style do you want? And this is all like editable, right? I can change the color theme. I can change anything I want from here, right? Basically, it's just the layout to start off with. You know what I'm saying? So you can pick whatever you want layout wise, and every layout is editable, by the way, okay? Later on, I'll show you that as well in just a second. But like so straightforward, right? Like, I mean, so simple. All right, so let's say hypothetically I like, let's see here. Which one? This one? Okay, let's say this one, right? And then you click continue. Then this is the layout that's created with the dentist. See right here, it's creating it on the fly for me. Let's just scroll down. Oh, Dr. Michael is dedicated, right? And then you look at this one. Enhance beautiful smile, right? Tailored solutions. Building it right now, okay? You see this? And it took me what, 60 seconds, right, to do this? And then now, of course, everything is editable. That's even more important, right? Because yeah, it's cool, but what if I want to make some changes? I'll show you that right now, how easy it is to make changes. But look at this, right? It's writing it right now on the fly, right? Check this out. It's like magic, right? Literally. It's crazy. All right, go down here. It's building the whole website for me, right? It's talking about cosmetic dentistry, teeth whitening, right? Porcelain veneers. I didn't even write that. What are the services offered? It actually added dental bonding and stuff, right? And check this out. It's doing all this stuff, right? Look at this, right? And then let's scroll down here real quick. There we go. There we go. Look at that, right? Pretty powerful, right? You can imagine, right? And I mean, I'm blown away when I see it every single time. It's like magic, right? So and then let's say, for example, you want to change any element, right? So let's say you want to change anything, like click edit, and then it'll make a fully editable version of this page, right? Every element is editable, right? Here, if this is not Dr. Michael, you want to change him, well, you can just select this change image here, or you can find another doctor, right? And then you can create AI images to generate a doctor if you want, right? So for example, if I say dentist with special dentist male who is good with cosmetic dentistry or something like that, right? Or we can even say male holding teeth veneers in his hands or something like that, right? And then you can choose the square, whatever, and then generate. Then it takes about 3 seconds or so, and then it'll generate. There we go. So I could use this. He's holding veneers in his hand, right? And if you don't like it, you can change like brand new, and then generate something else, like whatever, right? You get my point. You can use it. It'll automatically get readjusted right out of the gate. There we go. Click stress. Use it, and now I have this image, right? And it's automatically resized to that element. Similarly, if you noticed, like if I scroll down, like I'll show you, right? Actually, my keyboard was typing all this stuff. So if you make mistakes like this, right? Then you can just undo. You see this undo button there? Boom, I undo, and then yeah, that's gone, right? So anyway, so let's see here real quick. As you can see here. Now, does that make sense? Let me know, like while I adjust this camera area a little bit real quick. Pretty cool, right? So far, so good? All right, excellent. All right, so you see this, right? And if I want to change any element, like this one right here, right? This person right here, she's having a beautiful smile, but I don't like her because she's slanted here. Same thing, I can change here, and then I can say 60-year-old female with a beautiful smile with white teeth veneers, right? And then click create. And then it's going to create, and you can change the dimensions obviously, but the point is that if you want to do this, click use now. There we go. You see that? Pretty cool, right? Let me zoom in actually so you can see it. Pretty cool, right? So let me move this out of the way. So pretty awesome, right? If you think about it, like you have her now in this thing. So this is what I mean. Like you have the flexibility of changing elements. And the other thing is, let's say, for example, let's say we created an entire area, right? So this is the section. So like if I highlight this thing, I want to show you this. So this area, you see this little green area, it's selected the whole section, correct? You see this? I can edit the whole thing with AI. That's the game changer here, right? Because what you can do here, right? You can go to the box settings here, and then you can change the gradients, you can change the background color, you can even put a background image that you can generate with AI here, as you can see. You can change the text color to light, dark, you can change all this stuff, right? And not just that, here's the thing, right? I'm gonna unzoom this thing again, right? You can even go ahead and then here, like the whole element, with AI, you can make changes. You see this AI rewrite? You can rewrite the whole thing, AI redesign. So you can click on that AI redesign, and then it's going to redesign the whole thing for me just with that one button. And of course, I can customize it. I'll show you that in just a second. But you can have that whole thing redesigned. You see this right here, right? So this is what I mean. So it can redesign the whole thing, change elements and stuff like that, and gives you, if you will, different elements. So now let's say it did this, and I want to make some specific changes, right? Check this out. I just click on AI rewrite here, and just that text will be changed, for example, right? If I want to change just the image, I already showed you. If I want to change the whole layout, I can show you that. I'll show you that as we go along. But see the power of it, right? Every element, right? It's changing. You see this, transform your smile cosmetic dentistry solution. Before it was what? Cosmetic dentistry, enhance your appearance and confidence, right? So same concept, change the images, this, or even the layout itself. To change the layout, all you gotta do, right? You select the whole layout wherever you desire, like whatever area you desire, and then you can go to this section right here, folks. And then let's see here. This is the AI assistant, this little box right here. and then you can make changes to that by asking AI to assist you. So you see this right here, AI assistant, ask questions, edit, and then there's also command examples here. You can say, so for example, you can say like something like turn background color, right? Change background color or something like that. You can say, right, to blue or something, right? And then you can send it, and then it will listen to you and make changes across the fly. There we go. You see this? This is the beauty here, right? And then here's the other cool thing, right? What you can do here is, you see here, add a section that highlights our AI-powered web solutions, include compelling headline, create a section containing an article. You can click this, and then you can basically, for instead of outdoor activities, just say for the dentist website, the cosmetic dentistry site, right? And then words, whatever, and then you can click send, and then now it's going to create a new category. Isn't that amazing? Because you can do it like straight out of the gate. Now think of it this way, right? This was my Dreamweaver or like other page builders, and then I'm stuck with this code which I have no clue about, right? And now you look at this, there's so many features I don't even know where to start, right? And you have all this stuff, like it's so difficult like to understand, like there's like like insert HTML, I don't know, man, it's too confusing, right? So here you don't have to worry about that. Does that make sense? So that's the true power of it, right? And the question was, can I download the HTML here? Yes, you can download the HTML for every page. Not WordPress, because this is not built on WordPress. It's more secure. It's a more custom solution, right? And there we go. See this? I said containing an article. It wrote an entire article, right? Unlock your perfect smile, and it created a whole category here, right? You see this? Perfect, right? Amazing. And at any point in time, any layout changes you can make, you can do it accordingly, right? You can make changes across the fly by clicking on this stuff right here and redesign saved style. Like I can go redesign the saved style, and it'll redesign different elements of this exact style at any point in time. I can save this style as well to reuse for future. Okay. You see this? It redesigned it in a different style. Like I want to delete some element, like I want to delete her, only want 2 of them, you can do that. And if I want to delete this, it makes 2 now, right? Pretty straightforward. Then the other thing as well is like you can save this, right? So you see this? Save section style. If I like it, I can reuse this for future. So what will happen is in the future, you want to come back and reuse it, right? You see this content blocks here, right? You can use it from here, or I'll show you this right here. So at any point in time, you can go, let's say, for example, 1 second here. All right, so any point in time, you can go here, and then you can add elements, right? So in that page builder. So let's see here. You can go back, and let me zoom in here a little bit so you guys can see it. At any point in time, you can go in and add elements by clicking on the add elements area, right? Throughout the process, right? So you see this little plus icon that shows up at any point in time. You can there add things as well there, right? Like pretty powerful, right? Like if you can increase it, you can change things, you can add elements. You see this add video and stuff like that. You can add elements like these, right? Throughout the process. Pretty powerful, right? As you can imagine, right? And the other thing as well is, think of it like as easy as like building, you know, a PowerPoint slide, right? But with AI completely. That's how easy web design is right now, if you think about it. Now, one thing we did, right? Like go back here, multilingual support, as I mentioned, a lot of people are asking, can it work in my language or whatever? Well, right now it works with all the popular languages, but we did get requests that can you make it work with, say, some of the European languages and some Asian languages. So we're working on it. So the next update comes in tomorrow. We'll have about close to 40 plus languages, right? Which should cover most of the ones you folks were requesting, and we'll keep adding more of them as we get more requests, right? And so the other point was about the downloading. So that was what I was trying to do, right? Yeah, being able to download is a powerful option, 100%. So every website you build, you see this little download icon here that I'll show you here real quick. So let me see here. All right. So you see this little icon which says download there. You can download the pages that you built, right? Any area, like you see this right here. Any area, like you're happy with it, you download it, and then you can host it yourself. You can make modifications elsewhere. You get the point, right? So much more easier to deal with, right? Like if you were to do, like, this is the benefit of it compared to like these Dreamweavers and these other page builders and HTML editors. So much more difficult. The other thing we did is we did it from the ground up, right? So you can design complete elements, right? By changing the font size, changing the animation elements, and doing all this other good stuff. which we'll cover as well as we go along in just a second. And you can do images as well, any amount of images. You can modify the content as you desire. And of course, you have the drag and drop ability where you can, like, say, for example, you go back here, you can drag and drop any element. So let's say, for example, I go in here, sections, right? Let's say I like, let's see here, these sections, like meet our team. Let's say we want to do that, right? You can just drag and drop it and it'll show up here. And then now you can make changes to this as you desire, right? So that's the drag and drop capability on top of basically what you already seen right now. Pretty powerful, right? That gives you the flexibility of making changes in fonts, layouts, elements, animations. Animations means that when you're scrolling down, it animates different elements and stuff like that. And we have like ready-made templates, layouts, and elements, but with a twist. Okay, normally what happens, right? Like if you say, for example, this element, right? So let's say, for example, I don't like these 3 images, right? I'll just delete it, right? I only like 2. I like this right here, right? So what you can do is you can basically go to this section right here, and let's say you added some animation, slide in, zoom in, or whatever, you added some animations like that, right? Or whatever it might be. You added some spacing elements and all that. What you can do is you can go back, you can select this element, and remember I showed you how you can go in and you can save this exact settings, so you can save this section. Does that make sense? So you can reuse this section in the future. Like you see this duplicate, and it will duplicate that section again. See, that's what I mean. So later on in the future, this section can be reused because now you saved it. Pretty powerful, right? Are you following along? Let me know in the chat box. Are you following? Because it's really a game changer, right? So that is the basic idea. That's how it's so powerful, right? And the idea is that every business needs a website, right? Every business needs a website, so therefore because of that, just like how everybody needs a mobile phone these days, every business needs a website. So the market is so huge for this that, I mean, you can literally keep doing it. So here's headers, right? Like you want to add an extra header and you want to save it. Like say you liked a header style that you built yourself, you can save it for future use, right? That's the other crazy benefit here, right? But we don't end there. We have custom workspaces and folders. So what I'm going to show you right now is this is probably this one and a couple other things I'll show you right now, probably the most important things because they're being built from the ground up. So let's say I save this right now, right? And then I go back to the home, right? Let's go back here, home, right? You see this workspace here, and I click add workspace here, task, like what do you want, right? So I can put ABC dental or whatever, right? And whatever, let's say this is an organization. So underneath this, right, you can have its own domain name, custom domain name. You could have custom SSL certificate, that's included. You could have basically integrations, meaning you can integrate and attach it with different systems, like say, for example, a CRM system you want to integrate with or whatever. Let's say it's a dentist, they maybe have their own system that they use, right? Like their own email system, SMS system, or whatever you want to integrate. We have integration with Zapier, Pabbly, and stuff like that you can connect. And it's its own ecosystem, right? So you can build, okay? Imagine this, with ClickSites, you can do 500 of these workspaces. Imagine that, right? That's 500 workspaces with their own custom domains. And here's the thing, 500 different companies, right? That's 500 different organizations that you're gonna work with. That comes out of the box, right? And that's more than enough for you for years to work with. If you want more, obviously, let us know. I'll give it to our break-even cost. We're not looking to make a profit, but that's more than enough for you to kind of work with 500 different companies if you want to do, right? 500 different organizations if you want to do. Super powerful, right? And I'll answer some questions as well in just a second that we are seeing as well. But isn't that crazy? So that means, in other words, if you want to sell these websites you build for businesses, we provide the hosting, or you can download it as well and host it wherever you want. Doesn't matter. In cases like not-for-profits, government, or healthcare, or some of these industries, they will say you have to host it in our web hosting. Well, download it. The HTML code is clean and all that. What that means is you can modify it anywhere else, right? Not a big deal. You can put it in Dreamviewer or whatever page builder, and you can modify that code later on, right? But anyway, this means this is a particular workspace. So let's say I want to do a plastic surgeon, right? I'm just working with them. So then let's say it's called the Miami Plastic Surgery or something, right? And then you can just say PS is a subdomain, surgery, right? and then you want to use a custom domain, you can add it in later as well, no problems. It will create that workspace now. So if I'm working with a plastic surgeon, right, I can add unlimited pages, unlimited things underneath this. I can even add a home page, and then I can add subdomains under it. I can add, let's say, contact us pages, terms of service pages, privacy policy pages, everything under this organization now. And I can work with 500 such organizations that's built in basically within it automatically. Isn't that crazy? Think of it, right? And on top of that, you have team accounts for freelancers and members. So let's say you have, let's say, some employees, or let's say you have a spouse, or you want to work with your family or whatever, it doesn't really matter. We are including team accounts so that you can manage and collaborate with each other. So I have Ali here. Let's say we both of us are building a website together. Like, he can log in from his end, make changes. I can log in from my end, make changes. So you can collaborate with each other, and you can even get on a call just like this on, let's say, Zoom, or like this or whatever. And you can say, hey, can you change something? And on the fly, they'll change from their account. It also keeps things secure, right? In case that employee is no longer working for you, or that freelancer, or let's say whatever, you can just delete that account, keeps it here. So that's located right here. You see this Teams account? You just add a team, add a member, and boom, you're done, right? And you can add a team member right here, okay? And super powerful, right? If you think about it, because it gives you the ability to actually do collaboration and stuff like that, right? And hosting is included. Download the HTML. Remember I told you this? So either you can host with us, point it to us with your own domain name, 500 domain names or 500 organizations you can point right out of the gate, or what you can do is download the HTML, which you can do as many as you want, right? It gives you flexibility. Let's say, for example, you have 1,000 websites you have built and you want to download it and host elsewhere, fine. Do you have 2,000? Fine, that's not a problem, right? No issue at all. And every site natively is mobile responsive as well. So what that means is, like if you go into any website, any page or whatever, so they go into pages here, as you can see, right? And the cosmetic dentistry page or whatever, right? You click at it. Natively, they work on mobile. So I'll show you, right? You can see the previews here. You see this? Automatically, it's natively mobile compatible, right? All the animations, all that kind of stuff as well that I've added works across all devices basically, right? See this? See this? Right? Automatically resizes itself. It's responsive out of the gate. I mean, this is like a standard thing, but with AI sometimes, right? Some of these things are so brand new that this basic thing is also not there in a lot of AI website builders these days. Custom domain names, right? I mentioned this, where you can point your own domain name or clients' domain names to our web hosting, and then pretty straightforward setup, right? We give you instructions on this, so easy to set up and be ready to go. And you got analytics for every page. It's page level, actually, not even website level. So for example, if I have only one page, like contact us page, I want to know how many visitors are coming to that one contact us page. Well, it allows you to do that, right? So you see here, every page, like this one, fish and chips takeaway, one page, 46 visitors, tracking that, right? You can check analytics here, and then it checks based upon date, it checks based upon location people are coming from, how many actions they took, all this information here. As you can see, referral and all that. It's almost like Google Analytics. The beauty is you can add Google Analytics as well here if you want to, right? Or any analytics system, because you have the ability to customize the code, right? So if I go here and I go here, right? You can add, see here where it says sections, and then if I scroll down, basic, and you see how here you can add the sections, or alternatively, you see, you can add the content blocks here, remember, right? Or, right? You see this right here where you can do headers, sliders, and all that kind of stuff, right? As you can see here, right? Or you can at any point in time go to the HTML code of that page and add the code here. Or you can even go in on a granular level, right? So let's say, for example, a granular level of a specific section here, and you can do that too. So you can add elements here, and you can add code at any point in time, which is pretty crazy if you think about it, right? Like sections, and then add elements and stuff like that. Pretty cool. So that's how you could add your own code and stuff like that. It's pretty straightforward. Not very difficult. Anybody can do. And we have webhooks and app integrations with Pabbly, Zapier, and stuff like that, which is already done, because you don't have to wait for it to be done. And then white labels. So this is something that was asked quite a bit. So I want to kind of explain this in more detail, right? Because sometimes people ask this question and then like, what's the difference between a white label and then what's the difference between workspaces? Okay, so let's talk about that. So we are giving the white label access, meaning you can fully customize the application and sell as your own to users with your own branding. So let's talk about that. So here, let's say I'm building, let's go back here for a sec. So we have workspaces here, right? This is basically where you can manage 500 of these workspaces and stuff like that. So what happens is, well, let's say this website, right? This plastic surgeon website, I sell it as a service, like web design as a service, right? The plastic surgeon will say, look, I'll pay you whatever, $800 per website page, which is the going rate right now. Contact us page will be $800. Let's say, whatever, right? Appointments page will be $800 and that sort of thing. So let's say you charge them $800 for one page. Let's say it's 5 pages, you can charge more, right? Obviously. So let's say you've done that. You can, since we manage the web hosting and everything else, or if, let's say, even you want to download all of them and host it elsewhere, it's irrelevant. Either way, it's fine. You can then manage those websites as a service and charge them a monthly fee or a one-time fee or whatever you want as a service, correct? So that means this is selling the websites, right? Selling the websites or web design services. That's what we mean by workspaces. What we mean by white label is basically where you can rebrand the application itself. So you see this right here, this ClickSites logo will be changed to your logo, right? This, say you go into the white label tab right here, okay? You see this right here. So all these elements like the branding and stuff, you can upload your own logo. You can upload your own website so that people log in. They have no clue that was built with ClickSites, for example. Everything will be branded. So you can sell the application itself, right? The application itself as your own. Both have their own benefits. Both have different target markets, right? So one is basically where you don't have to build the application yourself. You don't have to do the updates and infrastructure and all that stuff yourself. You don't have to fix bugs yourself, right? And you're selling it to a type of clientele who are like, look, I don't want you to build me websites or website services. Just give me an AI website builder instead. You can sell that as the as your own, right, with your own logo and everything else. So every time people log in, it's not going to have ClickSites logo. Sell the application itself, while workspaces sell the web design services itself. That's the difference, okay? So you're getting that included as well, right? And I'll walk you through how many workspaces and white label and stuff in just a second. But this basically means that it sets it apart from everything else out there, right? Because right now, I mean, if you see the comparison, nobody offers white labeling for an AI site builder like this, where you can sell the application as its as your own and make a profit out of it, right? So that's the basic idea here, right? That's the main idea of this, on how you can literally take it to the next level, right? So yeah, exactly. And that's basically, I'm seeing some questions. Now, is that clear now, the difference between both? Because now when I upload my own brand logo and everything, this is how it's going to get added in, right? And the idea is, right, the main advantage of this is that it will allow you to basically put your own logos and other elements here. So for example, I'll show you. This was my branding here, like this part right here. I put app@salesletterpro.com, right? This is the URL. So every time people are logging in, they will log in from this domain. So it has no link to ClickSites.ai, right? And every time they log in, it will have Sales Letter Pro logo here, right? Instead of ClickSites logo. And on top of that, you see the users and stuff. You can add them and stuff and manage them. And there's SMTP settings. This is basically password resets, login emails, and other stuff. It'll be sent from you with your branding and all that kind of stuff. There's tutorial on it. And also, if you see here, you see this ClickSites AI logo, you can change it to any logo you want here, basically, right? So that's what white labeling is. That's the difference between workspace and white label. Generally, the target audience for both is different, right? The person who wants to buy the application is different from the person who wants just the services, right? A plastic surgeon or a dentist, or let's say an accountant, they don't have the skills nor the interest to go and use a software to build a website, right? But maybe some websites and some, if you will, businesses will say, look, I already have a web designer in my team. Okay, I already have a staff member who does my web design. Can you just provide me the platform after you build the initial website, so then we can manage it and edit it further, right? So that's the other difference, right? So then in that case, this would be more relevant for them. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so that is the other difference between both. Okay, and right, obviously you got to throw it in, no question money back guarantee. And there's also the fact that we have a server infrastructure that is infinitely scalable, that can handle any amount of traffic you send it. There's a bonus that we are giving right now, which is basically where we will give you unlimited traffic for every single one of your pages, right? You've seen other platforms out there, they'll say first 50,000 visitors, then upgrade the plan. First 100,000 visitors, then upgrade the plan. No, we're not putting anything. We'll do that for later, other customers, not you, as you're an early bird customer, right? So we're not gonna do that for you. And there's no upsells or downsells or anything. So normally you'll be like, oh, tier one, blah, 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 right? None of this stuff, okay? No need for you to do any of that mumbo jumbo stuff. You can literally right now get it with no upsells, no downsells, any of that mumbo jumbo stuff for just $167 as we stand, because the price will be increasing in a few hours. One-time payment for lifetime access, or you can try out the 7-day free trial, right? Which is slightly more expensive in the end, where 7 days from now, you're going to bill one payment of $89 and the second payment comes 30 days later. So 37 days from now with a second payment for $178 in total, you'll never be billed again after that, okay? It's one time. This is there so that you can try it out, use the white label accounts you're getting, use the workspaces you're getting, and actually generate some revenue out of it and pay for it using that revenue you generate, right? Effectively. That's there for your benefit. Slightly, it's about $11 more expensive, but I mean, it's up to you. You can try it out. The thing I wanted to mention here is like if you go into ClickSites.ai, right? Right now, I'll walk you through the process, right? So think of it this way, right? We can go here and then you'll see, oh, it's the next price increase is about 2 hours from now. So I mean, you don't want to miss that because it's going to raise the prices up, right? We have to do it because at this price, really, just so you understand, right? I mean, we are doing the hosting, right? We're doing all the AI systems behind the scenes. The AI image generation is unlimited. And on top of that, we are also allowing you to manage 500 workspaces, right? 500 custom domains, right? 500 businesses you can handle. You can create unlimited websites within those workspaces. And you have 10 team accounts, meaning you can literally have team members work with you. And you have 50 white label accounts. What that means is 50 users you can resell this application with your own branding. And of course, will allow you with the break-even cost to go again if you want to increase it further, if you're making enough profit out of it, right? Just to put this in perspective, right? Just you can go into any platform out there, which maybe does somewhat similar to the outsource is better. The closest is this company called Durable. I'm just giving you an example to show you what's out there, right? So this is a company which does basically AI website builders, right? You can go get it if you want. I mean, there, you see this, right? They say one custom domain and unlimited pages, unlimited traffic, but only one custom domain, okay? For $15 a month, okay? Let me actually go up a little bit here, right? So that means if you have one business, let's say a dentist you're doing, that's $15. If you wanted a plastic surgeon, you got to pay $15 more or upgrade, right? And the upgraded plan, again, as you can see here, still has one website at $25. At $95 a month is when you get 5 websites and businesses, right? That's 5 workspaces, in other words, right? And then unlimited users, what that effectively means is team members, right? It means nothing though, right? If you can only do 5 businesses. We were saying 100 times more without any monthly fees, without any yearly fees and stuff like that, okay? So does that make sense? Like it's a game changer, right? If you think about the pricing here, it's like literally we're giving it to you for nothing here. Because my idea here is that not to make a profit off of you. The goal is to give you the best value so that you can be a lifetime customer, but also you'll give us feedback to improve things further, to make it the best possible application so that when we go and sell to a big business, an enterprise company, they don't care about workspaces. They care about this, team accounts, right? And they will pay more money if we say 500 team accounts for 500 of your employees. And also they will say, okay, can you also give us the ability to download all our websites so you can host it securely elsewhere, what they have in their own hosting. They have their own requirements, right? But when we add those features in, we can sell it for a higher price. We've done that with other applications of ours, right? And we'll constantly keep updating this long term, right? Because of that reason. Now, I just wanted to kind of show you this, right? So 500 workspaces, not 5, not 1, not 6, 500, okay? 50 white label accounts, not 1, not 5, not 10, 50. That means, in other words, right? If you sold each of this for $49 a month or even $29 a month, let's even go $15 a month, right? Which is what's out there, the durable company. Like let's say, for example, you sold each for just $15 a month, right? Right, you get 50 of them. Right there, right, you can do about $600 to $700 a month, right? Just with this, right? And of course, after that, you can, if you want more and you're making enough money, and we'll give you the ability to buy more if you want, right? There's always that flexibility to scale up, which is ridiculous because a one-time payment, by the way, again, no upsells, no downsells, nothing for you to go inside and buy. You buy this and you can log in right at the gate, right? And you can generate as much content as you want. You have the web hosting included, and also all of them will have their own SSL certificate included for every single domain. This is more important because if you see SSL certificates, right now, you can go buy them, right? Like right now from different platforms out there. Like this is one. Namecheap provides SSL certificates. If I do 1 year, check this out, $11 and then renews at $13. 1 year, one SSL certificate. Since we're providing you 500 custom domains, right? 500 workspaces, how much would that be here? Just say, even if I round it off at $10, that's right here, you're going to be paying $5,000 a year, or maybe more, right? More like 6,000 just for SSL certificates. Does that make sense? So that's why I'm trying to tell you that's also included. We'll deal with all that stuff. We have a system behind the scenes. It's all free for you, right? And then obviously you can rebrand and sell with your own logo, and you also have the commercial rights for everything. So that means you're not doing the website design for fun, but you're actually generating it to sell to clients, or you can sell your own products or services. It's not like, oh, it's only for my fun to dabble with and just have some fun. No, it's actually there built from the ground up. For you to grow your business long term, right? So you can do this $167, which is going to go up in price, and the $178 in the end with the 7-day free trial. Up to you, whatever works for you. You can click on the button here, and then here you can do credit card, PayPal. You can do crypto with Coinbase, and then you can also do Google Pay. And if you're using an Apple device, even Apple Pay will show up as an option, and then you can go in and complete the purchase, right? Now, comes with 30-day no questions money back guarantee. Even if you buy a 7-day trial or whatever, try it out for yourself and see for yourself if it's worth it. If it's not, hey, no problems, no hard feelings. At least you gave it a shot, right? And again, the reason why I'm saying this is there's nothing out there for this price. Like when I was getting started, right? Like to build websites in the early days, we used to have a bunch of coders and developers. We used to have a CSS designer to design pages. Then we'd have, say, for example, people who would be integrators who'll integrate stuff, let's say with with an autoresponder system and blah, blah, blah. Now with AI, you don't need any of that stuff. You can do it in like 60 seconds to maybe a couple of minutes, right? And the other thing is, beyond that, if you think about it, the ability for you to modify things on the fly, the ability for you to change sections with AI by instructing it, is a game changer, because it'll give you speed, right? And if you agree with the fact that if you can get the project done, like meaning you finish the task at hand, then you agree with me that that'll be a game changer for you, rather than staring at a blank screen and not knowing what to do. That was the game changer here, right? And of course, at the end of the day, there's some bonuses like always. So this is probably the most important bonus, no matter what I'll give you, which is basically you're going to give you 4-week success training. And each training, by the way, and the training will start next week. In fact, we'll start it even earlier probably. Just watch out for your emails once you get it. It'll give you the links. It'll be on YouTube or Facebook group, interactive live, like what we have right now. We'll be answering all your questions. And it'll be specific to specific topics. One will be how do you generate an affiliate site with it to sell other products that you don't own. One will be how do you build your own agency website to showcase your services and stuff. One will be how do you sell your digital products. Let's say you are an author, you want to sell your books. How do you sell it? How do you link a buy button and take payments and stuff like that, right? And then the other thing will be all about how do you build an offline business, right? For say, for example, website for a pizza place or a restaurant, or let's say you want to build it for an accountant or whoever, right? It'll give you the ability to create those on the fly. That's the bonus. And all the replays will be available if you cannot attend live, okay? All of them. And you're also gonna get the social media bio page creator app. This is a standalone application. This is useful for like when you do social media content, even stuff we've created in the past days, social media, video content, image content, doesn't matter. We will give you the ability to click to create this, where you see in TikTok or Instagram, you can say link in bio, right? It'll go to this page right here. Let's just see, simple one, right? And there you can send this from here. You can send it to any website, right? This website you built here, the landing pages, stuff like that. And then you can generate, a revenue, because loading quickly is what matters here, right? So you're going to be able to leverage the social media traffic with this app. The third one is, of course, as I mentioned, unlimited traffic for your ClickSites. This is not going to be available for others, by the way. This one and the white label accounts will not be available for others later on who'll purchase. White label will be $29 a month to get access to, and also traffic will have limits to it. We're going to do that for other users. Now you'll be grandfathered and you don't have to worry about it. But other people will have to, because how can you sustain long term otherwise, right? But the way we want to do is we didn't spend any money on advertising for you to acquire you as a customer, which we appreciate a lot. So because of that, we're passing on the savings to you, so to speak, right? The goal is not to make a profit here, to give you the best value possible, okay? And as you can see here, the fourth one is the email marketing lead generation app. I'm keeping it secret because this application is being sold right now on the internet. It's being, it has its own member base and all that. The thing that is unique with this one is you can integrate it directly with ClickSites. The same team is behind it. Now, how this works is that we'll give you the application. All you have to do is insert your Amazon SES or Mailgun or SendGrid, whatever key. Amazon SES also has a free tier. You can use, I think, 30,000 emails per month for free. And then you can integrate this in, and then you start sending email marketing campaigns and integrate it with the systems that I've already showed you, right? And then finally, you're going to get this bonus. And all these are actually going to be sent within the next 24 hours or so. I will email you. You don't have to email me. I'll get access. You'll get access to it right away. And of course, the beauty here is that, once you get access to it, you get it right away. You can start using these bonuses. Now, niche dashboard is the other one. This is the last bonus. This one we recently updated. Now, the greatest benefit of this application, and my favorite benefit, is basically, I'll actually open this up here. Niche dashboard. Right. Let's go here. So this application, it's pretty awesome. So what it'll do is it'll give you all the niche markets, and we'll also give you, as you can see here, the scripts, the key pain points, right? These folks are facing, and we've added some new markets. These are markets that we know in the local business space that are doing extremely well, right? Like go here, you see here, right? Windshield repair. When did you see a person building a website for a windshield repair company? Oftentimes they're like dentists, chiropractor, lawyers. That's saturated in many cases, right? If you go here, right? Did you ever know that a private investigator also requires a website, right? So these markets are really, really, if you will, unsaturated, right? Not many people are actually, patent trademark attorney. Instead of going for just an attorney, go for a patent trademark, right? And then pawn shop. You see my point? So these are the low-hanging fruit niche markets. You can build it, and this is going to give you all the niches, and you're constantly adding new ones that we've seen our clients or ourselves do really well with it. So this is the other bonus. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to pass it on to Ali because you're seeing some questions. He's going to be answering it and also show some of the elements within it. And I'll also be checking your questions as well as we go along. So Ali, I'm going to unmute you. You can go ahead. If you see any common questions that are out there, you can go in. One thing I want to do before I pass it on to him, folks, is a couple of key questions that came in. As I mentioned before, was languages. We're adding more of them. So by tomorrow, I'll give you another update. It should be about 40 plus languages by tomorrow. Let you know which language there are and stuff like that. Right now, I think we support quite a bit too, but not 40, right? I'll tell you which ones, because some of you said Czech language was needed, or Swahili, and some other ones. We're looking into those. And then the other question was all about like the AI. I get it. But can I change and update elements within the AI system? Yes, using the AI rewrite feature for different sections, okay? This was the other common thing where like if you build a page, right, can I change the whole element, right? Like if I don't like it, can I change elements? Yes. So that's the beauty with this AI this assistant area. You can either build it or you can modify the entire sections, right? So you can select the text and modify it. You can select the entire area and change it to 1 or 2 bullet points. You can do all kinds of cool things. We'll talk about that today as well, because it's super, super powerful. That sets it apart from every other application out there. Even if you have other AI applications out there, the ability for you to completely recreate an entire section with just a bunch of prompts is a game changer. It speeds up the workflow instead of staring at a bunch of code. And the other thing is the code here is extremely clean code, meaning you're not obfuscating it or encrypting it and stuff. So even if, let's say, a section, like somebody was telling me this, I was blown away when they showed it. They were like, Paul, I really loved this element. I have my own website that I wanted to add this element. I'm not that good with design stuff. They literally copied this element and they pasted it into their own web designer, and it worked perfectly well because we give you that flexibility and ability, right? Which is really, really a game changer. Yeah, so I can answer. I'll also check the questions right now.
Hey everybody, well, hello. I have been in the background, you've probably seen on the screen. So I was monitoring a lot of questions. I mean, everybody, thanks again for everyone joining. There's been so many questions, and some of the common questions. First of all, can you make e-commerce style stores? Okay, first of all, this is it's not Shopify or anything like that. However, we do have various e-commerce style blocks where you can use it and you can place your payment link and any HTML code. So these are a couple of things that have popped up. So you can definitely create e-commerce style stores. Once you've got your own payment link, your own payment processor link, you can actually place that within the site on the page wherever you want. And more importantly, many of these sites have HTML embed codes that you can use and you can place, whether that's for your payment buttons, whether that's even for video. Another great question that came, when it comes to uploading your videos, is there a limit? So the limit is about 20 megabytes per video. However, there's a lot of free video compressors where you can take large video files and compress them. However, remember, you've got places like Vimeo, YouTube, Wistia that have embed code. So it's unlimited ability when it comes to having those videos. Okay, so what I'll do, let me just grab my screen. Let's have a look. Let's go into the interface. So let's see another kind of, I guess the other questions or the main parts of going in this in the dashboard is, let's have a check. Okay, so AI settings. Now this is important because this has popped up. There's two settings. Okay, so you can use either OpenAI or Google Gemini. Now both have a free plan, a free tier system. So we recommend either you can add either or. It's up to you. You can actually add both. Now, if you want to avoid any interruption, depending on your usage, if you're making a lot of websites like anything, you might hit a certain limit, but it's a good problem to have. It means you're making money. So I'm pretty sure if it came to it, you needed to put about $5 in, you can do so just to make sure everything's running. But they're the two keys there. And the common question is which one's better? To be honest, they're both OpenAI. One's Google, one's OpenAI. They both work amazingly well, and you can test them yourself. So it's just better once you go in, anyone that you're going to use, OpenAI or Google, select the link, and it will just redirect you. Very streamlined, very quick, easy process. Create new key, and that's it. Once you've created the key, let's say test key here, test key number 9. Okay, permissions is all, and secret key. That's it. Okay, I've got this key, come back into my dashboard, and I just put a name there. Let's just put 123, put the key, and that's it. Okay, that's all you have to do. You save it, and you'll see those keys there. Very simple process. That's all you have to do. Now, if I now jump into, let's go to, I guess, another thing that popped up today, integrations. Now, yes, we have a number of integrations that you can use when it comes to autoresponders, okay? Now, even though yours may not be highlighted here, it doesn't mean that you still can't use it, because many of the third-party apps have HTML embed codes that you can have when you create a campaign, and you'll simply come to your page. Okay, let's just go to, actually, I'll show you. So imagine if I was on Paul's team, I could come into the account, and I can see, okay, there's a page there. I go into the same account that he was in, and I can make those edits if I wanted to. So let's go to edit. And in terms of embed codes, because this popped up, so let's just imagine I want to put a code here. I just simply come to add, and you can see there's even more functions and different features I can add with a paragraph headline. This was a common one that come. Can you put different styles of headings? Yes, you can. Heading H1, H2, as you would expect. Different buttons, quotes, YouTube videos, icons. Now, if I go to more and I scroll down, you'll see we've got HTML. That's just the code block there, or JavaScript, and CSS. Okay, especially if you're more advanced and you want that particular part to have freedom and flexibility to do so, you can. So you've got the aspect of using the entire HTML code, which Paul showed you, which I'll show you in just a minute, or you can put these specific blocks on any item that you want. So just imagine if you've got e-commerce store, below that block you want to put a payment button or some kind of integration with a fulfillment service. There's nothing stopping you from selecting that, and then you've got the code block there. You come into the settings, and hey presto, this is specific to that code block that you've put in there. Okay. And alternatively, if you're maybe more advanced, you want to come to the HTML section, you can do so, and you have that flexibility of coming here. If you want to put tracking pixels, any kind of HTML code, maybe you've got some kind of. I guess another great one was that some people may want to add some kind of privacy to the page, maybe a special login. There's a lot of apps out there, third-party apps. They'll give you that embed code, so it locks a certain page unless you've got a password or key. Anything HTML related that you can get an embed code, you can come and you can put that onto your website. Okay. Next, if I come back to, let's say, the forms, so autoresponders, yes, you can put your autoresponder. We do have things such as webhooks. So if you've got integration with Zapier, the reason I mentioned this because somebody did ask today that they use a service called Taxdome, so for the tax purposes. So imagine this: you have the ability of collecting emails, okay, or information, or that lead generation purposes. Now you can have ClickSites AI store that information for you, and it will allow you to export that information so you can actually then upload it to your third-party service provider, whatever it may be. Or alternatively, you can actually have that integration specifically via your autoresponder. Now, in terms of the webhook, it will simulate the same typical action. If you once that lead pops into ClickSites AI, if you're using something like Zapier or Pabbly, once that lead kicks in, you can then define the action of what you want it to do. Maybe once that lead comes in, you want it to go to your autoresponder, and then from your autoresponder, it can go into your third-party CRM, your management system. Maybe once that lead comes in, it goes to, let's say, for example, it goes to some SMS contact. Whatever you want, you can do, creating simple web hooks. Okay, and this will be covered as well within the training. So there's a lot of advanced level stuff that you can do using ClickSites AI. That's a very important point. It's just because a lot of there are many sites out there, very limited, but with ClickSites AI, we've incorporated a lot for this. And another key thing, I know this might be very small to many of you, but somebody said, look, sometimes the screen is a bit bright, during the nighttime. Is there a way of changing the color? Okay, and there's two key things. The reason I mentioned that, because it just will make this more easy on your eye. If you go to this little cog tab, okay, I'm in another account. However, if let's get out this actually. I think I'm in a sub account. Let's go. Let's get out. I'll show you how quickly it is as well to jump around from different pages, okay? Go to pages. We'll jump straight back into a page. So you can see how quickly it is just to bounce around if you really need to use the site. So if I come to edit, let's go to, that's another key thing. So just remind me, everyone, I will come back to that. Just give it a moment. Oh, actually, whilst I'm on here, because this did pop up, SEO. This was mentioned as well previously, and from my understanding, there is when it comes to the artificial intelligence, the way it works in the background, it is tuned in to make sure the pages are optimized. That's a common question that's getting asked. Now, secondly, if you want to further go into the SEO settings, when we talk about the data, the title, how you want it to appear in the search engines, you can change the title, description, as you would expect, just to make sure it's more optimized for those page one rankings. Alongside that, you do have the ability, if you want to index or have those pages updated, and then you've got the ability to put favicon there. Okay, is everybody with me so far? Customization, somebody asked, can you customize the pages? Yes, you can. It doesn't matter what page you're on, you can actually change the colors. Okay, it's got the ability to change the colors in terms of that free aspect. So you can change the colors depending on your brand. Maybe you're working with a client, maybe they got a specific brand color that they're using. You could come here and you can actually enter that more specifically. Or if you don't want a block color, you can actually use different gradients. These are pre-style gradients. Okay, however, you still have the ability to customize those gradients. Just by simply coming to this little meter here, you can actually change things around. You can take away some colors. You can change it around, whatever it may be. So you've got that full flexibility as you would expect. Now, say, for example, this image here, if I wanted, Paul did show you that you can make those changes to those images. And as you would expect with the content, you can resize it. You can change the alignment. When it comes to the text, we've got different placement settings, how you want it. With the font, we've got these beautiful different variations of different fonts. But alongside that, I think this is another key thing here. We've got something called typography. Now, what typography will allow you to do is make immediate changes either to the specific section that you're on, or you can apply it to the entire page. Okay, instead of you spending time going to each section one by one, okay, let me change this text, or let me go to this subheadline here. No, come typography. We've got a nice drop down with different design styles, okay, different typography styles that you can choose from. Let's say if you wanted a bit of a display handwriting, let's just say an example. Select that, okay, this will just do the section if I do to the entire page. Once I select, can you see that changing? Okay, and that will apply it to the entire page as like so. Okay, it seems very simple. Please don't let this don't feel underwhelmed by it, because there's a lot of processes that are happening behind the scenes, but we've made this to be streamlined. It's very easy as possible to use, okay? It really is. And remember, at the moment, it is going to be a one fixed cost of the application ClickSites AI during this launch period. And there is the ability, if you can't afford the lump sum, it is going to be a 7-day free trial and then 2 payments over a period of 2 months. So there's no excuses for you not to jump in. Now, another great question came in: animations. Can you do animations? Yes, yes, and yes, you can do that indeed. So let's just say if I come now, come to this section here of the text. Let's say we come to this text. You know what? It's a bit boring. Can we animate this? Yes, simply come to animation tool here. And you can see there's a variety of different animations that you can apply to this. So in this sense here, this is just a nice number of preset animations. We've got zooming in and out. We've got some slide ability and we've got fading. So if I just simply select, I can actually apply that either to this particular section here, or I can do it the entire section. Now, there's actually more advanced levels of animations you can apply. So whether it's an element, the column, the row, the container, the overlay, background, box, section, whether somebody upon viewing, you can animate the scroll, the timeline. So you can play around as much as you want. You can actually animate it, whether for your own needs or your client. And remember, even if you create one site, let's say, for example, because this was another important part, somebody asked, can you do split testing? You could create one website, and you could clone that website, make some changes, and then you could actually do some split testing if you have like another third-party app for split testing. Take this 2 URLs and see which one's the best, which one's the most getting the most response. Okay, so you can do a lot of this stuff. So sections, if you haven't seen it already, we've got a huge number of different sections to choose from. If I simply select all categories, you're going to see we've got headers, sliders. Somebody actually did ask, have you got that, that dynamic element of creating animated sections? Maybe you've got some kind of video background. Can you do all of that stuff? Yes, yes, and yes. You can add sliders. We've got all these beautiful preset sliders. If I simply select, you can see that will automatically populate. And it'll actually, on the slider, you can come in, you can change all of those images, whether you want to put your own images or maybe you want to use the AI generated images, you can do. And you can see it's rotating automatically by itself. Okay, so I know there'll be a lot of questions as I'm going through. I'll just cover this and then hopefully I'll try to address the questions. So please don't feel that I'm ignoring you. I just want to cover this because there's a lot of people asking. Now, next, let's go to the animated section. I mean, animated section, you cannot go wrong with animated sections because nowadays we see a lot of, animations really do help when it comes to pattern interrupt. And the key thing with creating a website is you want to create a unique user experience. That's the key. You're trying to get the user to stay on your page as long as possible. And what makes your website different from everybody else's, right? So the way we can do that, the way we can interrupt someone's, their viewing pattern is by having these little animations that can occur that really they steal the attention or the eyeballs of the user. So let's just say, let's go to this. Let's see how this one looks. Select this one. And can you just see how that's animated? So this is me scrolling. And another great way, if you want to check how this is going to look in a live preview, instead of leaving this page, we can simply come here. We can actually change the device we want to have it appear on and check this out. That's how it's going to look as I'm scrolling. And that's amazing. It really is. So these dynamic animations go a very long way, and it's about trying to give, that next generation level feel. Next, let's have a look. There was another one. Have we got videos? Yes, we've got videos there. So say, for example, I want a beautiful video background. Can I add them? Yes, I can. Let's have a look. Okay. Oh, another key question that came up. See how I'm adding these sections? Somebody did ask, can you change sections? Can you move them around? Okay, so a lot of designers out there, if you're using them, unfortunately, you got to go get the HTML code or something. Sometimes they're static, you just can't move them. It's just a complete headache and a mess. With this, it's a one-click move. Okay, just one click, put it all the way to the top, and that's it. That's all you have to do. You can just rearrange it any way you want, and it will be fixed in that location. Okay. Next, another great question that came up: can you add these headers? Okay, so in order to add a header, simply come to basic. You can see navigation bar, navigation menu bar. You can see now it's been inserted and it's transparent. So I want to kind of change that around, go to the module settings. I can come in now. I can add a name, put any name I want. I can change how I want it to appear. Background color, let's go for a black or maybe some vibrant red so you can actually see that. And once I've done that, I have the ability, these are for more advanced users. I can change the width of it, so the dimension. Sub-menu user, I can add my own logo. Menu builder is going to be the most important part. So say, for example, if you want to create about us page, maybe a meeting page, anything specifically, you can. So in terms of this particular website, now we have one complete website. Now you do have the ability, because included when you go and secure access to ClickSites AI, or if you've already got this, you can go back to the dashboard, and within your workspace or the project that you're working in, the project space, you can create unlimited pages. And those pages can be created for each component. And then you'll just simply take the URL, which you know what? Let me show you right now how you do that. You'll take that URL and then you can come and link it with that particular part within the menu. And that's it. That's all you would have to do. So say, for example, here's a URL here. I'm just going to show you for demonstration purposes. And I would edit. Now, before I get there, let me show you how easy it would be to create a page. Simply come to create from scratch. So you can create download page, I don't know, opt-in pages, meeting schedule pages, pages you could embed codes on for maybe meeting schedule, maybe video training, maybe you have a download page, a thank you page, maybe individual review pages, maybe reviewing products, maybe you've got affiliate pages, product pages, sales pages. It's up to you. It's whatever you want to create, you can create. So let's say for this, let's say it was cosmetic dentistry, let's say dentist. Okay, just to make sure I link it with that, let's just say slug special offer. Okay, special offer or promotion. And I can put the workspace. So imagine if it's to the dentist, I link it with that particular project for that client, create, and that's it. Now I simply go into that page and I can actually use the AI assistant using the special command examples, and it can add a section. It can do whatever I want. If I want it to create certain sections for me, it can. As simply as that. Now, if I want to come in and make that download page, so what I would do, I would come, let's just say I've got a choice. I could just put a nice little header just to say, thank you or something like that as a download. Let's see, I put a full image. Oh, I could just put an image like this, and I could rearrange or retitle this as download now. If I wanted to, I could come to a content block. I would come and put a video, like a thank you video, like so. And then I could have that download button there. And then if I didn't like this top bit, I just remove it. Here you got a headline. If I wanted to add a sub headline, I could come and I could do, a different heading here. Or maybe I want to put a paragraph. So, put the audio up, put the exactly what they're going to get. Here, if I wanted to put the button specifically, I can have one button or two buttons. There we go. If I wanted to then rearrange that, I could come in here and I could rearrange it, download, or maybe tutorials, a payment link, whatever it is. Say for example, if I came and I want to make a review page, I could do so, put that affiliate link. If I came to the section, whether I wanted to put a shop, say for example, if I want to show my products, whether it's physical, digital, and I want to link those payment buttons, I can simply come here and I can choose whatever I wanted to. So let's say for this, say you're in clothes design, I would come here and I've got those two images. Plain page, could I change a background? Yeah, I could change a background. I could play around with the colors, whatever I want, just to make it more themed. Come to the buy now button and I will edit the button. I can have different templates to look at, whatever I liked. I could rearrange the titles for that. I can change how it, the color of it, some padding on it, the level of what happens when it hovers, whatever I want. So you get the gist of it. Secondly, then I can come to the link and I can put my payment link. And that could be to your third-party delivery service. You check out your client system. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. Or alternatively, if I wanted to, I can come to this little box, select add, and I can add that HTML there, right? Or I could come to this section, say, for example, sweater, and I would go to HTML, Control F, and I would find this is exactly where that box is. And I could embed a certain code, or maybe I've got a review video or something that comes from your third-party shop provider or payment gateway or delivery service, and I can add that into that specific box down there in order for it to be fully functioning. So you get the gist of it. It's got complete flexibility in terms of that. So coming back now, let's quickly have a look at the content blocks, because I know this was also requested. So you've got different style of buttons that you can use. So what's the difference? You may be asking, what's the difference between section and blocks? Now, sections will allow you to add immediately or insert sections into the website. So that's all you have to do is one click inserts, okay? And you've got different categories to actually choose from, whether it's articles, sliders, photos, maybe you've got photos there, maybe photo albums. So FAQs, I think that's going to be important, especially if you're a service provider, a logo list that's featured on pricing tables. That's going to be another important part. You can incorporate that into your services. You've got a profile, maybe you'll show your team about us. We've got the footer as well. You can add different versions of the footer. So everything you would expect. And remember, everything can be customized. There's no stopping you. Now, there's two things. When I mean customize, I mean you have the ability. Let's just say, for example, let's go ahead and add this, okay? Let's add this gentleman here. So you've got the ability. You can go in and change the text yourself. That's fine, okay? Or you can simply come to the AI redesign. So instead of me doing it, because you know what? Maybe I don't have the time right now. I want the AI to go do that for me. And just like that, not only will it do the redesign for you, I mean, I can keep changing it until I'm happy. So imagine, not only for your own self, maybe for your clients, you could create one website. And instead of you having to recreate the website from scratch, you go clone that particular website. And then you redesign not only the imagery, but also the copywriting element of it for a completely new client. So imagine you're looking for 5 dentists in the particular area, right? And you could essentially say, look, I've just worked for, your competition over there. I'm pretty sure I can help create your website as well. And you could create a bidding war. But we'll cover all of these strategies when it comes to the live training. But I just want to give you a little taster of the full fun, just exactly what this can do. So say, for example, now, one thing you'll probably notice, you'll say, yeah, but it says discover new possibilities and it's got some, placeholder text. And you're probably right. So what I'm going to do, say for this text, I come to my AI assistant. Okay, I select edit selected text, because with the assistant, there will be a tutorial on this anyway. General will essentially do the general pages or sections, and you can kind of designate what you're looking for because it's highlighted by the green bar here, like so. But for this specifically, I just want the AI assistant just to work on this text. So I'm going to select edit text. So I'll say, let's just say update this text to make it dentistry related. Okay, dentistry. Hopefully my spelling's right. And we'll have to give it a few moments because we're on this call as well. But look how quick that was. And you can see, look, check this out. How crazy was that? Okay, so if I come to this text now, actually, do you see what I was going to do? I was going to zoom in manually. I was going to go to the font size and zoom manually. But you know what? Today, I'm feeling a little bit lazy. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to say, okay, so increase font size, right? Did you see that? Very quick. I can keep pressing it and it'll keep doing it for me. I can ask it, increase the font size, change the color, add a background, add a border, whatever I want. Now, if you're more lazy than I might be, let's just say, for example, and I'm thinking, you know what? Sometimes when you've got so many options available, your mind kind of goes blank. You just don't know where to start, right? So what you do, simply come here, clear this, come to the section called Command Examples. In this examples of these commands, you can simply come down and you can come to, let's have a look. We're looking for content. Let's look for text formatting. Okay, great. Text formatting. You've got underline, clear alignment. You can do animations. You can add those animations. We've got things like content, set the content color to white, typography. We can, add a background image. So you get the gist of it. So let's say, for an example now, if I come now, let's come off this section here. If I go to the assistant and I say, hey, the assistant, and remember, let's just say you don't want to actually type anything. You do have the ability to use a microphone and dictate into the AI assistant, just to make your life a little bit more easier than it already has, right? Go to command examples. Let's say add a section showcasing our AI-powered innovation, okay? Incorporating image and add an enticing call to action. Let's see, okay? So we'll go ahead and we'll get the AI assistant start creating that out because it's going to be quite a big function there. And you can see now it's created this function, okay? It always created this section here, which is showcasing AI-powered innovations. Now you're probably thinking, but Ali, this has nothing to do with dentistry. And you're probably right. You're 100% right. So what do? I come to this entire section here. Okay, I can come to this section and I say, update, just like I did before, update this section to be dentistry related. dentistry related. I don't know why. Whenever you're on a call, somehow your spelling just goes out the window. So I do apologize if it does. So update this section to be dentistry related. Remember, the more specific you are, is the better results that you're going to get. But I'm just trying to, just show you, demonstrate very, very quickly how it's going to look. Okay. Now, did you see how quick, how instantly that was? Revolutionizing dental care. Experience the power of AI. Okay. Our AI-powered dental solutions are transforming patient care. Now, another key thing is, as I created it, as the AI created it for me, if I scroll up, here's the original. Now, why would the original be there? Say for in the instance that you're unhappy with it, guess what? You can come and you can go back to the original. So you have a choice. Now, alongside the original, you also have the ability. I know it might sound like it's such a simple tool, but you can undo and redo certain items. Okay. And now here's the key thing, because this was something that got mentioned and I completely missed this, so I do apologize. Now, for those that may work during the night, if you might be like Paul, because he doesn't sleep, well, he doesn't sleep never, but if you're somebody like Paul that maybe he wants to work during the night and maybe the screen or the UI is a little bit bright, simply come to this setting here, okay? Come to the editor. See this little tab here? You got 3 little dots. Check this out. If you go to settings, you can actually change the theme of it. So maybe it's a bit more better on your eyes during the nighttime, okay? Does that make sense? Is that because I know a lot of people mention that, and yes, we do have it. Now, here's another great thing, which is really interesting. If I come back to the 3 dots and I go to this little plugin here, it's telling me the word count and the characters used. Why is this important? Imagine now for your clients, yeah, you could set certain pricing structure depending on how much content you're adding in there, and you could tell them specifically how many characters, how many words are used, and depending on that, you could have packages depending on how much you're actually going to put into the site, whether the wording, article writers charge this, so there's nothing stopping you from doing exactly the same because you have specifics. You don't need to manually go and count every little character in there. You already have that information that they don't, and you can show them that. So just remember, if you ever do want to come and flip around the settings, you can do that. You can see different this you don't need to worry about too much, but you do have the ability to change the themes around. Okay, so it's completely up to you how you want to use that, so as you would expect. Now with this background image, can everyone see this image? If I actually, let me just remove this little video here. If I come back to this image now, as this is the header image, can you animate the images? Yes, you can animate images. And what we have with ClickSites AI, which is a very cool feature, and I'm going to open the live preview here just to make things easy. Instead of me jumping around to another tab, and which you can do, there's nothing wrong. You can do that. But if you're somebody that you want to make progress quickly, right? You want to analyze what you're doing on the fly as you're doing it. As I scroll, you can see how this is going to look on this device for being a desktop. If I add the quick Ken Burns effect, what's going to happen? There's a subtle, gradual animation as it's zooming in. Now, you may think this is a very subtle animation that, hey, well, what kind of effect is this? Now, as I mentioned before, especially when it comes to new type level website creation and pattern interrupt, these things go a very long way. This little subtle change could be the difference between how long a user actually stays on your website, or what we would call a bounce rate, believe it or not. So these things are very important. That's one of the reasons we incorporate these subtle little changes, because we want to make sure that we keep your visitors on your page and essentially have them to take a certain call of action, whatever you may dictate. Whether you want them to come on your page, give you their name and email address, maybe you want them to come and buy your products, maybe you want them to come and download something, or maybe you want to come and schedule a meeting, maybe you want to do a live video call on one of your pages. You can do all of that. Okay, so you've got unlimited flexibility, and remember, unlimited pages. So next, we've got parallax and scale. So as you go on the page, you'll see, let me get rid of the Ken Burns effect. So you'll see a slight movement. We've got visible on preview. Can you see that? Can everyone see what's just happened there? So this is another brilliant feature, because I think you've probably seen this before, and especially sometimes on sales pages as well. This is quite kind of cool. So this image now is actually static. It's locked. So let's scroll down. Can you see that? It's like the chair is going behind the rest of the section. Okay, so you could have this themed. It could, you can have products. It just enhances the overall feel of the page and the design when it comes. So forget the designers. You don't need a designer anymore. You've got the AI generator, and then we've got zoom on hover. Okay, so as you go on there, can you see that, everybody? As I put the mouse over, there will be a slight little zoom that goes, and then you got different ability here as well. And also with images, this, I guess this is going to be another important thing. So imagine I come to this image here. Let's go to this image. And sometimes you'll see on certain images, you can click and it'll pop up. You can do that also here. So you can actually have those images animated in the sense of once this image is here, you can have it a clickable link. So imagine you're doing a review video. Maybe you've got, an affiliate link, whatever it may be. Somebody can click that image and it will redirect them to either maybe you've got a video review page, maybe you've got a testimonial page, maybe you've got the, the product page. You can do all of that stuff. Okay, and we did mention this. You can actually do the resizing of the image to make sure it matches in theme. And if you've got OCD like me, then you want everything nice and congruent and everything nice and done nicely. Okay. Now, what I'll do, let me quickly add the question. Let me have a quick look at the question. So, what price? Okay, what price can you sell the white label? Now, this is a question that gets asked a lot. And honestly, what you could do if you really wanted to, you could go look at competitor apps, okay? But I genuinely believe if you go look at some of the competition that's out there, especially with website builders, nothing is in comparison to what you're seeing now with ClickSites AI. Why do I say that? Because many of these other, actually, you know what? Let me find a link, okay, for you. Let's do a little bit of research. I want you to come and do some research with me, yeah? Okay, and like Paul mentioned, this is about transparency now. This is about transparency. Let me share this tab now. So can everyone see my screen right now? Now, you've got sites, okay, that are, you've probably come across, you may have come across this, and you could do your own research. You can see the comparison. Remember, with ClickSites AI, it's a one-off at $167. If you don't want to pay $167 or your budget's not there just yet, you have the ability to get 7 days for free. Try it out, and then there's a 2-part payment plan. Okay. However, something like this, okay, we've got Website Inc. Look at this, one website at $39 per month, just one website. Now, with our plan, we're offering 500 custom domain names, 500 workspaces, and unlimited pages. Not to mention all the other functionality and features, including the white label accounts. Right? Does that make sense? I'm saving you time from doing that research. I'm showing you. The same thing here, $38 per month. Now, if you want to get a calculator out, go, by all means, if you're in front of your phone, go get the calculator out and go get $39 and times it by 12. Okay, so I'll get my calculator out right now. 39 times 12. And guess what? It's $468. Is everyone with me so far? So that's $468 per year just for one website. It doesn't make sense. Now, if I look at Teams, $79. I mean, we're giving you 10 team accounts, right? 10 team accounts. Okay. And here we've got agency, $500 per month. These are per month. So if you make a comparison with any of these, here we've got $38, $48, and they're limited. Remember, another key thing is that during this period of launch at this one fixed price, it doesn't matter how many people come to your website. We're not restricting you on clicks or traffic or the footfall that comes through your website. I want you to understand that. Many websites, and many of you have said this, hey, is there this, is there going to be some hidden terms and conditions that every year you're going to charge some hidden fee for an update or et cetera, et cetera? No. Wherever you're going to pay now, you're locked in. The rest is for us to maintain and manage when it comes to the server and the security. That's another key thing everyone's asking about. Are your pages secure? Yes. Everything is going to be secure and it's hosted, SLL, all these encryption scripts. You don't need to do it for every single page you create. That's already done for you. Okay. And then, I guess linking into that as well, WordPress, can you kind of use this for WordPress? Now, this is a HTML editor, okay? This is nothing to do with WordPress. And if anything, WordPress has many issues when it comes to security. You're probably aware of this. It's old tech. Yes, people use it. Yeah, they may enjoy it. But now, times are changing, unfortunately. You have to keep up. And we're using pages that are created by AI to help optimize with SEO and a whole different other functionality. You saw the ease and the flexibility of using. Now, if I scroll down, one custom domain name, $18. I'm just going to go to the lowest amount, $216 annually. Here we've got 468 annually. Okay, here we've got 25 bucks per month. And a lot of this stuff is just either one custom domain name. Wow, exciting. You're only giving me one domain name. What are you going to do with one domain name? And most of them don't even give you the commercial rights to actually use this for yourself with a white label. No one in the industry would literally give you away the white label licenses, okay? And you're getting 50 included that you can use. Now, coming back to the point of how much could you sell this for, in terms of the white label license, what would I do if it was me? I would charge a monthly fee. It can be $27, $37, $97 for somebody to use. Why would it would make sense? People are willing to pay that. If you go to any of these platforms now, undercut them, then put it for $27. You can actually make recurring income by using those licenses instead of selling them as a one-off. Sell a license to them, and then you can do maintenance and you can charge them a recurring amount. You'll make more money by doing so. But remember, we'll cover this all on the training. Okay, I don't want to get lost, but I just wanted to be transparent. Whenever we've done these calls, we're very transparent, showing you what's out there and the prices people are charging. Because I know if I don't show you, you're going to go do the research anyway. I'm trying to save you time here, and if most of you have done your research anyway, that's why you've jumped on board. It becomes a no-brainer. Let's have a look at some other questions. So, hosting, is it included? Yes, the hosting is included. Okay, so you've got an option now. Let me go back to the home screen. So you've got an option. Either when you create a workspace like so, let me actually walk you through that. Okay, so if we go to workspace right now, can you see add workspace? I can put the name. Anything that's indicated by the red asterisk is it's a necessity. You have to add this information. So you can put the name of the marketing team, or the name that's going to be designated for this, the company name, maybe for your client that you're working on, and then the subdomain name that you could put that could be related obviously to the company name. However you want it to appear in your domain name. Okay, and we'll obviously host that on ClickSites AI. So it'll be, just imagine if I put a domain name here, let's just say Ali, it would be ali.clicksitesai. Yeah, and then alternatively, if you have a custom domain name, maybe you have it, or maybe your client says, look, I've got a custom domain name. Can I add that? Yes, you can. Okay, you can add that there. And once you've done that, you would simply come into your DNS records and you can see all that information there. And we have a tutorial on there. Don't worry, everything's covered in the tutorial section. Now, another question somebody asked is that if I have a client, can I give them access to my ClickSites account, under the team user account? Ideally, I would suggest don't do that, because they would have access essentially to your entire account. They'll see what's going on. Now, yes, maybe on the roadmap, we can add a feature where we can actually give an ability for maybe a client to, a portal where they could actually come in and they could look, and it would be more restrictive. However, why would you give access and allow the customer to come in or the client to come in and make those changes? You should be charging, right? So you could say to the client, look, I'm more than happy to make those changes for you, but you can have them on a retainer. So they can pay you up to, $100 a month, $50 a month, or $500 a month. You dictate the terms, because when it comes to website creation and upkeeping and updating, you have to charge money. It's your time, right? You could go to any, website, a developer, anyone that creates websites, ask them. They will say the same thing. They're going to charge you for that. So there's no reason you cannot do that. Don't be afraid to talk about cost with a client. That's your right. It takes effort and energy. But just imagine if you got 5 clients or 10, let's say 10 clients all paying you $100 a month, then that's about $1,000, isn't it, in recurring? So I just want you to understand that. So with the team member, you just add them name, email, password, send it off to them. And then with the particular workspace, you could see, once I've created a workspace, if I came to pages now, I can organize the workspaces. Say for example, whether it's your team member, I come to this drop down here and I can only select the workspace that I'm working on that has those pages attributed to that. So let's say, for example, remember I saw this link special offer. I've made the main website here. I can say this is the main website. Okay. That's the main site that's been built and designed. And these additional pages, page 1 could be blog, about page, services page, blah, blah, blah. And then I take that link, I come back into the main page, and then I build out that menu. Alongside that, if you want to create a blog, yes, you can. You can create blogs. And using the Zapier function with webhooks, I'm pretty sure you can actually then have certain actions happen, especially when it comes to page. But we'll cover this on the training. So here we've got no menu right here. So just to kind of recap, come in here, make a menu, nice and easy. Let's see a nice color background. Let's go for a nice little pink. Again, I can change them. I'm not set by these presets here. I can do a nice light color, fixed dark. Let's go for these. There we go. And then I come to the menu builder. Let's just say I come to the about page and I add. Okay. And I can update. Now, another cool feature with this is, let's just say if I come down to meet our team, can you see this now? If I select it, let's just go to the settings here. This is section settings. If I go to more, it says add section ID. Okay, this will be covered in the tutorials as well. If I add ID, let's just say about, or let's just say team. Okay, I take that, and that's it. It's done now. Okay, I take that. I come back to my menu, the navigation bar for the module settings, and let's just say I come to the menu builder. Let's select here, display text, team. It could be team, me, us, etc., etc. Now I come to the link. Obviously, put the hashtag there just to make sure it links, and that's it. So what I do now, I simply select add. Okay, and now what I expect, let's see, hopefully it goes right. If I go to team and when I select, can you see that? Oh, actually, you won't be able to see that because I'm not showing the tab. You're right. So now you can see this is the page in preview mode. Now, if I select team, just like that, can you see that? It's rapidly moved to that particular section that I've told it to go to. And I can do that anywhere on the page. If I scroll down, about us page, where to find us, our location, a booking page, go get our download, our free ebook, a testimonial page, social media links. I can do whatever I want with that. So it's fully versatile like that, where I can change it around. Coming back to the menu, we've got different social ability here. And now another important thing, can you make sub menus? Yes, you can. So say, for example, let's go to team. I can come back to the about us page. Let's take the about page. All you do is drag and drop. Can you see that? Just like so. Come back here. Can you see that? Now under portfolio, it's team and about. And everything, even this color, you could come back in and with a sub menu, if you wanted to, you could change colors. Okay, like so. Can you see that? So you can make it color coordinated. If you've got those important brand colors for either you or your client and their company, you can actually set that all up.
Yeah, just a quick question here.
Sure.
So questions like this, like human bot or something like that, where let's say they want to add custom HTML code, right? How do they go about doing it? Because you already have the app. So like they can
Okay.
copy and paste it in the application, right?
Great question. So yes, you could simply come to any section. You've got obviously, we do have the HTML section here. You can actually add it anywhere in the page you want. Alternatively, if you wanted to come to a particular section, say I made a new section, doesn't matter where it is, but anywhere on the page, if you had it, simply
For
come
some
to
reason
the.
your screen is frozen.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, you're right. Okay, can everyone see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see now.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so that's a great question. Can you embed HTML? Yes, you've got two options. We've got the entire HTML page where you can come and put your link. So I don't know, maybe if it was in the header or footer, or if you wanted to be specific on where you wanted to embed, simply come to whatever section that you're on. And what you ideally would do, let's just say here, can you see there's a little plus button here? You could simply add it here, or you'll have a little plus button there. It doesn't matter. But let's say it's here. Simply, you've got HTML, but I'm just going to expand this so it's better clear. It's much more clear for you to view. If I scroll down now, you've got two abilities. You've got one that's going to be text here with code, or just blank. So you've got two blocks you can use from, both HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. All I'll do is come here, select it, and there you have your code block. Simply come to the little cog here, settings, and there you go. You would come and you would add that code into there. Alternatively, let me show you the other one as well. This one is hello world. So you could come in here, same principle, come to the settings, and there you go. You can add it in there. And what you could do, if you wanted to be a little bit more advanced, say you want to come back to this code block, I come into my HTML editor here, Control F, just always remember that it's much more easier. And it scroll down to that specific code block that was added. If you want to make those arrangements. And that's it. So just imagine, Even if you want, even if you didn't want to do all the HTML stuff, if you have a team member that maybe specializes in, the high level embed codes and stuff that only does the tech stuff, like so, let them come and do it. You don't need to do any of that stuff. So can you see, that's another good point there. In terms of section settings, when you name it, you'll see it pop up here. So you always know which section refers to whatever when you go to the menu and it links up. So let's have another look at some questions. So in the landing page says that you can have ebooks or course, so ClickSites. Is that possible? Yes, you can. So actually what I'll do, let's say, let's scroll down. Okay. Let's just go to this clean section here. So just imagine now you've got an option. If you wanted to do a shop, I want you to just visualize this now. Say these look like cabinets, but they're not cabinets. They're books. Okay. Let's just say they're books. Let me close this window actually. So if I come here, I'll demonstrate. Let's just put a book. So imagine you're selling an ebook now. Yeah. Let's see if we can find any ebooks here. Okay. Yeah. You got some books here. They look nice. Or maybe we want to create a book here from scratch, because we have the tools in place. Remember, another key thing is that whether it's the content or the images that are created by the AI, they are all copyright free. Okay, there's no copyright infringement. You don't have to go pay an additional license, go scour the internet, pay more extortionate fees for either copywriter or whatever it may be. Everything is already inclusive. That's a very important point. So you don't have to worry about having some license behind it. So let's just put this then for the time being, because there's some ebooks on there. Okay. So here we've got an image there, and we can make this a little bit longer. We'll keep it as a long one. So let's just keep it like that. Now, imagine this is the ebook. These are all ebooks, essentially. Okay, you could do that for each and every single one of them. Let's just put them for all books. Just imagine they're all different books that you have. And now what you would do, essentially, you would put the product name, the pricing, and all it would be, you would have your link to your delivery function, your carting system. They would ideally give you can have the payment link directly, or if you have an embed code, it would be the same principle. You could simply come here. Okay, you could add the little add button here, and you can put HTML, and you can put your code block there. Or if you have a carting system, maybe you've got Shopify or some other third-party app, they will essentially, sometimes you can create the whole store or the section for it, and it will give you the embed code. It's like a PayPal checkout button. You can actually have that button, and within that button, you would designate the thank you page, the delivery page, or maybe you have a membership site. You would give them that link for fulfillment, and that's it. So you can create as many pages as you want, whether it's for the selling of it, the delivery page, the thank you page, maybe you have a booking page, maybe an access page, so on and so forth. Hopefully that answers your question. Now, so yes, okay. I brought, so Reed saying, yeah, I brought this yesterday. Love all your products. Buy it the first day. So yes, the reason we say buy it the first day, because this will be subject to change in terms of the pricing, because it's a launch period. I'm pretty sure it'll revert, and Paul probably mentioned this too, probably a recurring amount. Right now, if you get this now, you're going to be locked in for the lowest price possible. There are two prices behind this. Number one, if you buy this as a one-off, it's $167 all inclusive. You get 500 custom domain names, 500 workspaces, and unlimited pages that you can create under those workspaces and those domains. Okay, alongside that, you are going to get 50 white label licenses to use. Now, if you can't, if your circumstances are such that you can't pay the one-off, which will give you about $11 saving as of now before the prices increase, then you can actually get a 7-day free trial, and then you'll pay around $87, if my memory serves me correctly. Yeah, $89 as a 2-part payment plan over the period of 2 months. Okay, that's very important to remember. It's not going to be after 1 week. It's essentially you'll get 67 days. Essentially, 67 days. Well, let's just say 2 months, because you don't know how many days are in the month, but you get 7 days anyway to test it out. And remember, our support, if you have any issues whatsoever, our support is there to make sure that we help you as best as we can to give you a great, enjoyable experience. And alongside that, if there's anything that you're stuck on, now we have tutorials. Yes, we do have tutorials. However, bear in mind, with the bonuses that we're giving, there is going to be live training that will cover all of the other questions you may have to really maximize the best and use out of ClickSites AI. Like Paul mentioned, the other day. Imagine you got a piece of technology that imagine you got alien technology now. Now that alien technology could make you gold, but if you don't have the instruction manual, if you don't understand how to use it correctly, you're not going to get the most out of it. And most people give up because they just don't understand it. So that's why it's important for us to give you that live training, so you can come join us live and ask those questions that you have that may be holding you back from getting the best and most out of this product. Alongside that, don't worry if you can't attend live, because there will be recordings that you can access anytime and you can walk through at your own pace. So I really appreciate everyone that's being patient right now, because I know there will be questions that many are asking, and I will try to go through them as best as I can. And if I'm explaining them, the reason I might be a little bit slower or a bit quicker, depending, because there will be other people that might not be as advanced as you. So I really appreciate your patience on there. So yes, I agree. Never give clients access, charge for it. 100%. They don't need access, but you can send them short videos, okay, like review videos or the link to it, and show them exactly the work you're doing, like a screen record, whatever it is, just to make sure that you have full access to it. And remember, you will have access to again, somebody, this was another question that popped up about storage, about website storage, and the way you got to look at it is, and Paul mentioned this as well, that you're going to have access once you publish. Okay, when you go ahead and publish, you will have access to the page, so you can actually download the file itself, the entire website. Once you've built it once, you can actually save that and you can keep that in your storage on your, that's with you forever. You could actually go open your Google Drive, make a specific folder for it, and you can go store it. You can come back to it anytime you want. You can actually put it on you can send it to the client as part of the package. Okay, you can give it to the client as part of your package as a means of security. Now, alongside that, there's nothing stopping you from learning how to then upload it to their server, but that could be an additional charge that you could incorporate. Okay. Now, alongside that, yes, you do have the ability here, just to recap this when it comes to SEO, because somebody did ask SEO. Yes, you can come and you can change and optimize the title of the page. This is going to be more important for those that really want to get a high page ranking, and how you want it to display in the search engines. Alongside that, you do have robot settings here, so you can index the pages and then follow it. But bearing in mind, remember, when these pages are built, they're going to be built using AI, both Open AI. You have the choice of using OpenAI, that's going to use in conjunction with, or Google Gemini. Both have free tier plans, but yeah, we recommend, depending on your usage, you can put $5 in there. However, because we're using OpenAI, I mean, it's a master of optimization. So that the way it's worked, or the technology work, it's going to make sure that the SEO, search engine optimization aspect, is going to be incorporated when building these pages.
I just want to
So
add a
let's
couple of
go.
points as well
Sure.
here, real quick, Ali, that I was seeing. I'm just sharing my screen here real quick. So question number one was, I think one of the questions that came in is like the AI designer, how easy or how fast it is for the images, right? So let me show you that. So here you see, this is what Sea Life, a website I built. So let's say you want to change this image, right? So Ali was showing you the stock images. So you can also use AI images. So you can go click select here, go to AI images, and now you can say marine life, right? So marine life underwater, right? And you can pick whatever you want, like whatever style you want. And then you can say something like HD or highly detailed or something, right? And then it'll generate that image of that marine life, that which you can use, like this one right here, right? Click use, and boom, it changed, right? Let me undo, let me show you. It was like this, now it's this, you see? And now what you can do is, of course, because every element is editable, you can delete this, and you can add elements here, you can add text here or whatever. And the other thing is, you see this right here, it says duplicate settings, you can change elements. And the beauty here, right, of every element is like, you can move an element up, you can, if you like it, you want to resize it, you can resize this this image, right? As you can see here in this area, right? This tab that comes up, you can change all these elements. You can move around and do all kinds of cool things, right? Like you see this, I made it smaller, for example, stuff like that, right? And you can eliminate some elements, like this one I don't like, make this bigger, right? And make that smaller. You get the idea, right? And then the other thing as well is like you can categorize this thing across the board. So the other thing, so this was another question, which is like, okay, I get it. That's powerful, right? This element here. Now, that's okay. I get it. But the other cool thing is, now I want to kind of have you think about the bigger picture, right? what can we do for these websites? You're saying I can sell the websites, Paul. That's all great, but like, what can I do? What can I sell it for? So I want you to understand, right? There's two types of web designers and developers out there. Okay, if you want to do it for as a client or agency or as as a service or whatever it might be. So the type of one is basically where you design it and they will say, well, you designed me for WordPress, you designed me for my, let's say, some back-end platform or whatever it is. That's a smaller market. The bigger market is more like, look, I need a website for my blah, blah, blah business. Can you get it out as soon as possible, right? And generally speaking, that was the question, right? What matters? Well, results matter more than anything else, right? And so the way I want you to do it, like if I go in here real quick, I'll show you my screen here. Let me quickly pull it up. So if I just typed in into this platform like Upwork, right? I just put an HTML web designer right now, right? So like they name it things like front end developer or whatever, but at the end of the day, it's an HTML, CSS, or that's the language, right? And saying this one right here, for example, look at how many jobs are here, right? Website design and development for my transportation recruitment firm, right? Look at this one right here, 5-page business website for a transportation recruitment firm, right? So these are the kind of things that are very common, how they're posted and stuff. And the reason why this is, I'm mentioning this is a lot of times you don't see, oh, what platform do you build it with? Oh, I need it on WordPress only. Most people like, I just need a website, right? And if you go in here again, medical website, right? Look at this one. My name is John. I'm the founder of Human Health. We're a startup telemedicine company. I need a website for the company as the guy I originally hired had to leave the project due to a government contract, right? I need an expedited website completed within 3 to 4 weeks. What if I email or message, in this particular case, John, and say, look, I can get it done in a day? That is a game changer. You see what I'm saying? And he's willing to even pay from $15 to $150 to get the job done, right? So that's what I'm trying to explain. So when you're trying to sell a website, nobody cares what platform it is, how it is. It's about like, hey, look, I need a job. I need the job done, right? Because the point is that I don't have the time to build it myself. I don't have the skills. And the third thing being that even if I could do all that, I want to focus on my business more, right? Look at this one. Bus sailing company is the other one. We're looking for a skilled website developer to assist us in building professional website for a bus sailing company. The website should be user friendly and proficient in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, when I show this stuff, like, what the heck is JavaScript? I don't know. I don't know what a script means for and what is JavaScript. Everything that I'll show right now, everything I've shown right now, is behind the scenes that, right? It's similar to like, for example, when you're going in and you're learning a new language, right? In the beginning, it's like, whoa, that word is so confusing. I don't even know. I've never heard. It's like rocket science, right? And then you understand, oh, okay, this word means hello in whatever language, right? You're like, oh, okay, I get it. It's not that difficult, right? The same concept applies here. The point of the matter is that we are building full-fledged high-level websites, use HTML, CSS, JavaScript, all these other mumbo-jumbo stuff, simply in just a few seconds, such that a person who's sitting and coding it, right, cannot compete with you. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it's simplified. You're fast, right? And this is the other thing. At any point, let's even assume, like, let's look at the reality, right? And this is what happens. People get afraid when we're going to teach you in the training on this aspect, right? Okay, you build a website. They're like, I want you to, do this really complicated thing where you need to understand, like, I'll show you this one. Let's say this one right here, right? Let's say I need you to understand this Tailwind CSS thing, right? Like Tailwind CSS. The point of the matter is, there's nothing really fancy about it. Even if you're stuck, the fact that you can just download, right? Every website, you can just download the code, or you can even check the code, right? Anybody, let's say you can't fix it, anybody with basic skills, right? In like maybe charging you maybe $20 or $30, they can basically edit this stuff because it's so clean. Like, even I'm not a coder and I understand. Look at this right here. It says color, RGB, this, meaning change the color to this color code and explore the wonders of the world, right? This is H2 means headline 2, right? Even I'm not even a designer or like a coder or something, even I understand, right? And somebody who knows that, it takes like a piece of cake. Like it takes them like 2 minutes to figure out, right? So that is the other benefit here, right? I've noticed it with other platforms out there, right? I know you see code like this, like, oh no, I don't know. This thing looks like rocket science. No, all I'm trying to say is that if the flexibility will allow anybody who has a little bit of expertise to solve it for you. So in other words, even if you get stuck, you see something like a word you never heard of, like Tailwind CSS, you can be rest assured you can go ahead and you can bid on these projects and get this person to, at the end of the day, pay you money for it, right? Because at the end of the day, you get access to the entire, you can download the entire website. You can go in and give it to somebody who has the coding knowledge. They'll spend maybe 30 minutes to add things, remove things, or whatever if you want to. Okay, we have that flexibility as well. That's why we give you portability, right? The ability to download stuff and take it elsewhere, right? And that alone is worth a lot for that exact reason. Because what happens, right? A lot of the projects have some complicated integrations or something like that. And with some of these platforms that are out there, I'm not going to name them, but you know them, right? All the ones out there, which are cloud providers, they don't allow you to download the websites you build. Because of that fact, at the end of the day, they're like, oh, look, I need Tailwind CSS. And you email them Tailwind CSS, they're like, we don't integrate with that. Just use our system, right? So the flexibility and adding on things is not possible. And you will lose a lot of jobs because of that, because people ironically are fixated on this aspect, right? We see this quite a bit with WordPress websites, right? A lot of WordPress websites have all these plugins and all that slow down the entire website, that and the security patches have to be constantly added in, that to the point where if you're not up to date even for like a day with these things and something breaks, right? It's not even easy to migrate that WordPress thing somewhere else, right? Because you're stuck to that platform, the ecosystem, so to speak, right? And that's the problem. And that is the reason why, if you noticed, a lot of the websites that are built these days are not WordPress sites. And nothing wrong with the platform. The problem is it gets you stuck into the ecosystem, right? You cannot do anything beyond that. And that's when you see any of these jobs, right? If you carefully notice it, right? Look at this, right? Something like front-end developer for marketplace project, right? They will say HTML, CSS, JavaScript required. They will say, well, UI, UX, meaning user interface or user experience, right? At the end of the day, what they're really saying, give me something beautiful, something that I can, beautifully showcase, right? And why I'm telling you this stuff is that at the end of the day, a lot of these people, they need speed, they need customization, and also the ability to build upon things, right? You know what I'm saying? Oftentimes, right, we see this all the time. Like if you have a website, right, like let's say a simple marine website or whatever, like a page or like this or whatever, the fact that somebody can come in and add on to it if you don't know how, and more importantly, the fact that anybody, including you, can download this website, right, and give it to an expert to modify or add things is huge, right? Similarly, like recently I was checking this stuff, right? Like any point in time, right? Any point in time, you can go in, right? And any element here, right? Like this one, whatever it might be, these are all blocks, right? You see this? You can duplicate them, increase them, move them up. You can even find the HTML of this, like this one right here, right? Now, what happens, right? Oftentimes, because the code is so smooth and so easy to read for an expert, right? I wouldn't even say expert. I'm like junior level person who's done even like some high school level coding, right? Can understand this stuff. The idea is that this is easy for somebody to build upon, even if you don't have the expertise. Because one of the things when it comes to selling websites or selling your services as an agency or consultant, people get the opportunity of a lifetime and they're like, I don't have the expertise, I'm sorry, and they give up, right? And they get left behind because of it. And I often say yes and figure things out as we go along. Easier said than done, right? I mean, how are you going to say yes if you don't know what Tailwind CSS means? I get it, I understand, I hear you, right? But even if you don't know what that is, somebody else does. You can still take the project, get paid for it, and just hire somebody for like an hour to look into your code and add a couple of points and still make the money, right? Flexibility means that. Customization means that, right? And that's where when we build it, we built it from the ground up. When we say team accounts, right? That's what we mean. Somebody can come in and add things, right? You can go into your account and then add a team member, whether it's another programmer or somebody else with basic knowledge, and they can come and make the modifications in like 30 minutes and you're good to go, right? This is what I mean. You don't have to have the expertise in something, and you don't have to say no to some things you're not familiar with. You can always have somebody else come in and do the stuff. That's what I do all the time, right? So when we're working with big projects, right? Like we're working with big projects where it's do or die, where like there's a lot of deadlines, right? And there's a lot of skill set. Oftentimes, right, what happens is we'll do 95% of the work, and then the last 5% we might get like an extra expert or consultant to help with, and that person will pay some little bit of money, maybe a few $100 for the 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours of their time, and they will fix that last 5%, and we're still finished it, because at the end of the day the client will say, okay, I'm good, I wanted this and I'm happy with it, right? I want you to understand, you don't have to be the only person who knows everything. What you need is to provide the solution in the end of the day, right? This is where people get fixated upon. They'll see stuff like this and they're like, oh, it's beyond my capacity, right? It's beyond my understanding. I don't know, like this I don't know anything about this stuff, it's too complicated, right? And that's what I'm trying to showcase here, right? You see, like here, right? Like this one right here. I'm seeking an experienced web designer to produce 3 web pages for my new business. Experience in SEO and social media marketing is required, right? What does social media marketing have anything to do with web design and SEO? You could argue, right? But the point I'm making is people don't know what they don't know, right? Well, they only want a result. They need somebody who wants a website design for their new business. They need a bunch of pages, in this case, 3 pages they need, right? And then they want that done and hand it over to them, right? At the end of the day. So, and at the end of the day, if you get the result, that's what matters. That's where AI comes into play, and it's a game changer, and it's going to be the game changer in the future. Meaning, ClickSites is this way right now. It's only going to get better with time, right? And we're going to keep seeing your feedback and improving it to focus on different aspects. But I'm trying to get home the point that this is not like for a fun thing that you're doing. This is actually built from the ground up to allow you to have different ways to generate a revenue stream with it. You can either build it as an agency for other businesses. You can build it for your own business, or your own, if you want to sell digital, physical, whatever products, or you want to have your own landing pages you want to build to collect opt-ins or leads or whatever, you can do that. Or alternatively, you want to even sell the website, the platform as your own with your own branding, meaning ClickSites branding, without you ever having to develop a software of your own. You have that capability too. Why is that the case? Somebody like this, right, might say, okay, I'm done. Thank you for the 3 web pages. Thank you for this website. I don't want to be stuck paying you every month, right? I don't, what if you go retire, or you're out of the business or whatever? Then what happens? What's going to happen is that they're going to say, give me the download capability so I can handle it myself. You can do that only with ClickSites, not the other platforms. They'll not allow you to download or store a backup of the website, right? And the second thing they're going to say is, I want to be able to modify it myself with my own team member, because, hey, we have a full-time person who can once in a while check and modify things. Well, if the code is clean, we like to say, what does that mean exactly? It means that it's modifiable, easy to see like this. It's not a bunch of like mumbo jumbo stuff, because it's much easier for somebody else to build on top of it, okay? Even if you tomorrow want to decide, okay, this stuff is good, I had 100 clients I managed, but it was good, I want to move on now. You can email those clients and say, hey, it was great, I want to move on to some other stuff that I have planned. I want to spend more time with my family, I want to do whatever. Or even an outsourcer you can hand it over to handle and maintain the stuff for you down the line. Super easy, because all they have to do in their end, they'll come, they'll check, okay, I see it. This person is saying our mission. I don't want to have mission. I'm saying our vision, right? They'll come, they'll change this. Somebody says change vision, mission to vision. They'll change it like this. For them, it's like bread and butter, right? They do this stuff all day long, and then they'll do it, and then they'll click OK, right? And then the mission will become vision, right? You get the point. So that's what I'm trying to say. Expandability, customization matters a lot more, right? So does that make sense? Like, folks, do you get it? Like, let me know in the chat box if you are understanding what I'm saying, because this was the biggest frustration I used to have for many years. Almost 3 years ago, people used to build me an AI website builder, Paul. And it's easy to build one. It's not so easy to build one keeping in mind the future, right? Keeping in mind that, hey, if you want to build a business around it, there's certain things you need, like workspace accounts, managing organizations and businesses within it, having custom domains and having as many as you want to point to them, in this case 500, having the ability to white label it, where you can change the logo of it and have sell it as your own for a higher ticket client in many cases, or even for the matter team accounts, right? A lot of businesses will have about 80% of businesses have about 10 or less employees, right? They might have three, four, five. You can have them add their own employees as well to collaborate. These are all little details. I mean, it sounds simple, but it makes a big difference. That way you don't get feeling that, okay, I got to learn a new platform, I don't know, I get afraid when it comes to doing this stuff because I'm not too skilled, or I didn't learn coding, or I don't know what HTML is and all that. Okay. And I want you to understand the key point at the highest level, right? Everybody started somewhere, right? Like it's like to say, oh, nobody hires anybody for anything is wrong, right? Somebody started somewhere, whether it's a junior level web developer or a web designer or whatever, a landing page designer, whatever it is. Everybody started with project one, right? And then they grew based on that. In this particular case, what will take a junior level person, say 1 week to do, you're doing it in probably 5 minutes, right? That matters. That speed will allow you the ability to kind of experiment and get your feet in. And once you get your foot in the door, it's just a momentum thing, right? You can keep growing and scaling up your business thereafter. And similarly, I just want you to also here, you see this, Rose, you're saying, I'm excited and scared at the same time, truthfully. 100%. I hear you, okay? Rose, I'll give you an example, right? So when I was getting started, one of the things was, okay, Google, right? Google was brand new those days. And then I figured out how to get rankings on Google for different keywords and stuff like that. My websites were not even as beautiful as these, like they were really ugly. And the thing that I realized is at the end of the day, what people want is traffic, right? Ultimately, people want traffic to a website. They don't care anything else because when traffic comes, they'll generate more leads, more revenue, more sales, whatever, right? And so what I did is I figured out a way to generate more websites, ugly websites. But at the end of the day, the more ugly websites I built, the more traffic they were getting from Google, right? So when I approach businesses, at that time I was only 17 years old. And when I was trying to get them to pay me money, oftentimes I changed my voice because I thought they'll not take me seriously because I was only 17 years old. And I'd act like I was a really older, more matured person, so to speak, right? And I was scared, just like you. Why would somebody take me seriously? And the funny thing I realized is everybody out there will pay money for results. They don't care, right? They don't care at the end of the day if this person is 17 years old, 71 years old, or this person knows the nitty gritty details of what they're talking about. They just want somebody to solve a problem, right? In this particular case, they want a website built. They want to have somebody come in, contact them, generate a lead, book an appointment, whatever the case is, right? And that's what we're focusing on. And this is the reason why, too, a lot of people are asking this question, is this a Shopify type of a platform or whatever? We don't want to compete against a Shopify, which is an e-commerce platform, right? This is more towards businesses, your everyday businesses. There are 30 million businesses in the United States. Right? This is for those, probably 90% of those businesses, right? These are businesses who might require a website for their brand, their business, their products, their services, right? Let's say a lawyer, a dentist, accountant, an author, right? A car repair company, car parts company. These companies just need a website to get people to go in, right? So I want you to understand that, okay? And you see that part where it says one-time payment, no upsells, no monthly fees, no hidden costs. That's there so that you don't have to. One of the biggest problems people have is they will come and they will see pricings like these, right? And I've seen this all the time, right? They'll see like this. $35.99 a year, $78, $163, and this is just for SSL certificate. But you see this, right? Like this, or worse, they will see the other one being like these, right? Nothing. I don't want to blame them. It's they have to do this business model. Ours is different. But the point is like here, right? $95 a month, right? For 5 businesses. Let's assume you did one business, okay? And you're trying to get that client to pay you because you're working with them. And now it's already been 2 months, right? You already paid, in this particular case, $190, right? 95 times 2, right? $190 you've already paid. And that client is about to pay you, but there's some process that's going on. Now, every time that $95 payment is coming due, you start dreading. You see what I'm saying? You're like, oh man, I don't know. And even I've seen in many cases where you'll have a couple of clients who'll pay you, and then you still have only 2 of those 5 that you used up. And then now the next billing comes, you're like, why am I paying for stuff I'm not using? See what I'm saying? Like you only built 1 or 2 websites, there's still 3 remaining, but you still get charged for the 5 year, right? $95 a month. And what happens oftentimes, and it breaks my heart actually, is that people are like this, right? Like imagine this is the momentum train, right? So it slowly goes up like so, and sometimes comes down and goes up. This is literally your life, right? Like you're trying to grow. This is how you grow, right? Oftentimes, right? They give up here, right? Or they give up here, or they give up here, right? Before they really take off. And why do they do that? It's because of these monthly payments, unfortunately, because of the fact that you feel like that's another extra thing I have to now pay, whether I'm making money or not. So that is the reason why when I say pricing, why we structure it this way is that reason, right? It's not so much to make a profit off of you because we'll make more money doing that. We'll sell it to lesser people. Like I could have sold it, this one right here, for say $297 a year, and we could have made almost as many sales, right? Make more money too doing it. That would have been about $29 a month, roughly, right? The problem is next year, let's say you even got some clients who made some money, but now you're still dreading the next bill that comes in. You know what I mean? And it removes that momentum that you want to work with. And that's what I'm trying to explain. I've seen situations where a lot of our customers would come in down the line and they'd be like, oh, I was busy with life. Now I'm excited about this AI website stuff. It took me a couple of months to sort out my other stuff that I had in life. Now I'm excited about it. Well, they just paid 167. Whether you come back 6 months later, 8 months later, whatever, you still have this technology. You still can use it, and you can still be rest assured that it's there. It's only going to get better because of the updates we're making, right? You don't just have to be in a situation where you cancel it and then they delete your website. Right? Like this is the worst part. Like you cancel the subscription, they'll delete your website. These folks will delete the website, and then after that, you have to start from scratch again. We don't do any of that stuff. You don't have to worry about all that, right? So that's the key thing I wanted to mention here when it comes to this pricing stuff, so you understand, right? Hope that is clear. So you guys were saying my audio was a little bit low, so I'll try to edit it. Ali, you have anything to say while I increase my thing?
Yeah, I think that's for some people. Maybe the audio issue is coming out fine. Any issues? If anyone has any difficulties, whatever it may be, support related, please don't hesitate to reach out to support@clicksites.ai. That could be any issues that you may be experiencing. Or another thing is that once you make a purchase, your user keys are typically sent out immediately. Now, for whatever reason, let's just say the delay, just first of all, please make sure you check your junk spam folder. Just give it up to about 15-20 minutes, worst case scenario. If for whatever reason it still doesn't come through, please don't hesitate just to reach out to support so we can get that resolved for you as soon as possible. So any issues, whatever it may be, please reach out to support@clicksites.ai. So the link is up there right now, so you can get this two ways you can make payment, either in $467, you'll save $11 by sticking with the full pay. However, if you want, you can try the 7 days for free, and then there will be two payments made over a period of 2 months, which will be $89. Okay, so there's no saving in that. However, if you're watching this now, then you're going to get in the lowest price possible. But let's just put it as this, by my sources, that there will be a price increase, highly likely at the end of this session. So just bear that in mind, that it will be subject to a price increase. So just something to bear in mind. Now, let's pull up my
So I just
page.
want to add a couple of
Yep.
points in regards to the AI image stuff. Let me just add one key point here. There was some question on this, like this one right here, folks. So you also get categories that you can do. You see this? This is basic here. You can click advanced, and then you see select style here. There's 3D, cartoon, painting, sketch, 70s vibe, watercolor, origami, surreal. Like if I put surreal, and then I can do, let's say, like a different style, right? It's a cold neon or whatever, and I can do the framing, like you want a close up, high angle, fisheye, and stuff like that, right? Like how do you want it to appear, right? First person, let's say fisheye, right? And then you can do when do you want it, right? And then I put one of these, and then you can do the same thing, and you'll see the difference in the stylization of the image, right? I know it sounds simple, but it could be very critical for you, where some client of yours is like, dude, or dudette, girl, guy, whatever, can you please do something that will match my website color theme? In this particular case, this is more purplish, right? It'll match. This is more like blue, right? So you can do the different color themes that will match that. So in this particular case, if I change it to red scale, because the website is more red in tonality, you will generate images on that. You see this? It's a little bit more red in nature, right? Compared to this one right here, you see? And same thing, like you can play around with it, right? And then let's say even first person, like even red scale, like you see this here. If I do low angle, what angle do you want it? Like if you want it first person, right? And these are just examples. You can add it into a prompt, but click on this. You can have like more first person viewpoint, right? There we go. See, it's very different. See, now you got that red scale. I don't want this. I'm gonna just put studio here and click create. So you see what I'm trying to explain. You can play around with the image generation across different. So this is, see, this is first person. This is actually where I can see the fish coming to me, right? You see what I'm saying? So you can play around with all this stuff across the play, right? And Shakur was saying, is it live? Yeah, we're live, Shakur, right? Obviously. Now, the other point is this one, right? Waiting for training. I have a few doubts about certain customization, which I feel is easy. Play around with it. When we come with a training, you'll enjoy it even further because you kind of know the basics at that point, right? And the other thing is, as well is most of the time, right? I'll give you a secret, okay, on how I learn stuff, okay? I don't claim myself the best learner, but I would say probably I've forgotten more than most people know about marketing and other stuff because I've been doing this stuff for the last 15 years, right? So this is how I learn. When you go to the tutorials page, this is a little suggestion. I mean, you can take it. It'll help you out, I think. So let's say we save this right now, right? So one of the things that people always worry about is the tutorial videos. Like you go in here, you go to tutorials here, right? So you say, it says here, getting started, right? And then chatbot editing and all that stuff, right? So what I do generally is I skim through the first set of training videos quickly, right? I understand, okay, this is how I do it. Then after that, once I skim through it and I understand it, I don't need to go and understand autoresponder integration right away, right? I don't need to do the AI assistant right away. I'll only do what makes sense to me. So the question was, can you show me, right? I think let me pull up that question here, right? So the question was, how do I add a CNAME, or like how do I point to my domain name, I believe was the question, right? Then if that was my question, right? That was my question. I will just go in straight to that training section here, right? You see what I'm saying? So I will just go in and I'll say how to set up a custom domain. I'll just only watch this video. You know what I mean? I'll only go in and only watch this video because that's so main pain point that I'm facing. Like I want to solve this, right? So that's why we split the tutorials into all these small chunks. So it's easy for you, because why I'm telling you this is that it's much more harder to do smaller videos than do one big video like this one and we cover so many topics, because here you can just go ahead to whatever it is later on that you want to get to. That's why we provide you the like even in this replays for these live streams, you get the replay up on YouTube or Facebook or wherever, right? To go and can fast forward to what point that was important for you to reference, okay? That's what the focus will be. And in the training, what we'll do is we'll go more in depth on a topic like this, let's say, right? Specifically, a topic like this will go in depth, answering your questions, looking at your campaigns, how to solve it for you, that kind of thing, right? That's the secret. That's how I can really get more productivity done, right? I get, like, say, for example, in 1 hour, I'd get more done than most people would get it in a week. Why? It's because of this. I'm not sitting and watching every single thing. I'll quickly jump to the part which makes the most sense, where I'm getting stuck, right? So to answer your question, I'm waiting for the training. The rather thing is experiment with the application. And let's say you want animations to be added. And you're like, that would be nice if I could add. Come to the tutorials and watch this thing. Add parallax and effects to the images or the sections. Come watch this. That will add the animations, right? Where you're scrolling down, it will pop up and go backwards or whatever you want to do animation-wise, right? So that is how I learn generally. I don't watch everything, because at the end of the day, I want to make sure that the main thing is being taught to. Even in a book, right? Like, so I'll give you an example. I'm reading this book right now, which is pretty interesting. This is Zappos, Delivering Happiness. That's why I try to actually give as much value to you folks as possible, right? To make sure, right? So in this particular book, actually, I put my screen here so that you folks can see me easier. So yeah, in this particular book, right? If I open this up, I'm just trying to tell you how we do it, even software, whether it's training, ebooks, or whatever. So here, you see this right here? There's chapters, right? So you see this chapters right here. I have in search for profit, you win some, you lose some, diversify, and then there's concentrate on your position or whatever. I don't read from start to finish. I will just go like to the exact chapter that will cover my actual solution to a problem I'm trying to solve. Does that make sense? So like I will like immediately, like let's say my point is like I want to learn about like basically how to build a brand, right? Let's say then there's in this book, there was like a platform for growth, brand, culture, and pipeline or whatever, right? Page number 130. I'll just go to the page number 130 right away. I will not even read the introduction of the book, right? Because that's what makes more sense to me. That's what the focus point is, right? That's why I'm trying to explain to you. Like when I go in and like when we go into the application, I'm focusing on exact stuff that makes the most sense. I don't need to wait for like an hour training. The training is reinforcing what I already will learn and to go into the details of some things which might require my attention, right? So that this way, you know, you'll learn faster, you go straight to the point. Because at the end of the day, the people who wrote the book, right, they or we did the tutorials, right? At the end of the day, we're giving you stuff in a way where every point will not be relevant to you, but what is relevant to you, you jump in right away, okay? Because this is how I do it. Like even, you know, when I'm dealing with web design elements, right? Like see, for example, like if you go in, like some of the jobs that get posted, right? So let's say this one right here, right? So let's say, for example, let me do this, right? Yeah, here. Website development for an online dollar store, right? So a lot of people are like reading every element, right? Like they're checking blah, blah, blah. My only point is I don't even read this stuff, proficiency and all that. My key point is what is the problem they're trying to solve, right? So let's look at it. They're looking at a visually appealing online dollar store. As an expert in web development, you'll be responsible for creating an engaging user experience, blah, 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 right? What my point would be is then I will ask them, right, in this particular case, give me some examples, right? What are some websites you want to actually do? I'll not even go and read and do all that. I'll just say, you're saying you want visually appealing store. I'll just copy and paste, right? And I'll say, give me what you mean by like this. Give me some examples. Then I'll just recreate it, right? You don't have to understand every little detail for everything, because at the end of the day, by the time you read it, already 30 other people have bid on this and stuff, right? And this is what happens quite a bit. Similarly, people get fixated on this aspect of, let's say here, desired skills, SEO optimization, mobile responsiveness, cross-browser compatibility. The, the thing is, people are like, what does this even mean? What does cross-browser compatibility even really mean? That's what people wonder. And I'm trying to tell you, these are all snazzy terms designed to confuse you, but in reality, most of the applications, especially ClickSites in this particular case, are cross-border compatible. You know what I mean by natively? Natively mobile responsive, right? Meaning every website you build are automatic, right? But people see, they're like, I've never done mobile responsiveness. I've never done cross-border compatibility, browser compatibility, so I don't even know. It's too complicated for me, and they give up, right? And why I'm trying to tell you this is in real world, it's all about really problem solving, right? What is the problem? What is the solution, right? And that's how it works. So when I'm seeing the good points, right? The training, of course, will be world class. You guys will and gals will love the training we have for you. But the thing is, I don't want you to be fixated on the training itself, because every training will be focused on one topic at hand, and we're going to be focused completely on that. So what I mean by that, one topic will be all about the white label feature. How can you sell the software with your own branding and generate a revenue, right? We're not going to talk about at that point in time nitty-gritty details about HTML, CSS, or design elements or stuff like that. It's all about like, where do we find the clients? What are they looking for? Where are they, right? And how much will they pay us? This is what the focus will be. So somebody will come in and you're like asking in that point in time, and somebody comes into that training and they're asking questions like, how do I add animations? How do I add a navigation menu? You should know that stuff already by then, right? You'll get the most value, right? Even regardless. Similarly, we're going to be talking about, like, one of the trainings will be all about the workspaces. How do you manage and sell websites as a service, right? Which is effectively here, what I just showed you as an example, right? Here, right? So this stuff right here. So basically, the question is, okay, in Upwork.com, somebody is willing to pay $12 to $26 an hour, right? Part-time, to build a website for whatever, their online dollar store, right? Or for that matter, right? You see this right here. Check this one right here, right? Cutting edge user-friendly website, searching for a gifted website designer, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about all this stuff. What does gifted web designer mean? What? It's not like you're born with this talent, right? Like you didn't grow up like becoming like, I'm going to design web pages when I'm 5 years old, right? So the point I'm making is, this is how people, I don't even read all this stuff. All I care about is integrate third-party resources. What does that mean? It means they want to integrate with their own systems, right? So I'll go into ClickSites and I'll be like, okay, these are the integrations tab. You see this right here? I'll just focus on that. Okay, it's done. I know how to do it. Okay, cool. And then even when you come to our training, you're going to be like, hey, one of my clients asked me about integrations, or this job I saw is asking about integrations. Can you explain that a little bit in detail? Then we can talk, right? It's a little bit more specialized in that topic, right? Similarly, let's go back here one more time here, right? Yeah, the website needs to be optimized for speed and efficiency, have responsive design, right? What does that mean exactly? Responsive design means it will work across all devices. We discussed that already, right? And then optimize for speed. What does that mean exactly? It means it's loading as quickly as possible, and it doesn't have all this mumbo jumbo stuff that works around it, right? What I mean by that is that if you go to a normal website, right, like any platform like a Shopify store or whatever, there's a lot of stuff that they have to load beforehand, like their plugins, WordPress, right? Plugins, extensions, and all this other stuff. So it slows down the website, no matter even if you put it in the most premium enterprise hosting, whatever they say. So this is optimized. That's what they're looking for. So if I go back here, remember I was trying to tell you, every website loads up as quickly as possible, right? So whether it's cosmetic dentistry or whatever we're building here, right? It's designed to load as quickly as possible, right? Every element here. So that's what they're really meaning. Oftentimes, though, I see when we're in training sessions, they're like, well, is this, so the question becomes, right? Like they're asking for speed and efficiency. Is it optimized? The answer should be yes, right? Obviously. And you should be able to say that confidently as well, right? That's all it really matters. Again, see this. Responsibilities, right? Collaborate with team to define website requirements and specifications. What does that mean? It's just they will have a bunch of people will be giving you, okay, can you put the image here and stuff, right? Can you change the image from this to this, that kind of thing, right? And look at this one right here, HTML, CSS, JavaScript skills, right? That for a person who's never even learned what JavaScript means could be confusing, but in reality, all it really is what we're already doing right now, right? Nothing really complicated there, nothing really fancy, right? So I'm trying to explain this to you because there is this idea of like the idea which is like I need to really know what I'm doing about every single little topic. I would rather say more so it's to do with if you will, understanding these snazzy terms mean nothing but problem solving, right? What is the problem? What are we trying to solve? If you understand that much, it simplifies the whole process, right? And even then, even if you never want to ever sell a website to a client, right? Even if you don't ever want to use that white label feature where you can put your own branding and sell it, even if you never know, having that opportunity could be a game changer for you, because let's do it this way, right? So you got this right now for $167, right? Like let's just say you got this right now here, whatever. So like let's say you're having a Thanksgiving dinner or whatever, and somebody just mentions that, hey, I've been trying to build a business right now, and I'm struggling to build a website for my business because every designer out there is charging me $800 per page or something. It's getting it's difficult. Then all you could do, because there's a white label account you have, go in to the application, right? Build your own little white label option, right? Build your own logo or whatever, put it up there, right? And go in here to the white label option, set it up, and then you can offer it to them. They can say, hey, there's this application I've used, right? Yeah, and you can buy it here. It's pretty cheap, whatever. And you made your money back. And even like in let's say you're going to a business conference or meeting your everyday people in your life, right? Your coworkers, people, your friends, whoever. You can use that right away because now okay, I don't need to ever even build a website. I can sell this application as my own. There are a lot of people who are interested in this topic, right? Of AI web design, correct? So the way I want you to understand it is that that's how you got to treat life, right? Like every opportunity comes, you just have to know you got to be ready with that opportunity. You got to know how to take advantage of it, right? And if you know it, you don't have to be an expert at every little detail, right? That's the reason why we're giving you all these options where when the opportunity comes, you can leverage these. Oftentimes, right? Like think of it this way, right? In if an athlete is there, right? Let's just discuss. So somebody learned a sport, say they learn something, then the next level is they'll play for their city, then their high school, and then they'll play for their country, and then they will try to even play for like a club or whatever. And the highest levels, they're playing with other international world-class players, right? That is generally the idea, right? And that's how they progress, right? In business, what are we doing? Our idea is to add more and more services and skill set to our existing portfolio of stuff, right? Because that way what happens is that as our skills increase, automatically our income also increases, right? Because more people will want to buy from us because it's all about the skill, correct? So that's how we elevate ourselves, right? So the question becomes, Paul, I already have AI video, for example, I'm doing, or other stuff that you have. Why an AI website designer, right? Well, it's because of the fact that just like how there's a mobile phone in everybody's hand, every business requires a website, right? If you accept that fact, then don't you agree with me that as new businesses or even old businesses, right, are coming in, a lot of these people will need a website, and then you can provide that as a service. A lot of the times, right, many businesses out there, they shut down and then they cancel everything and they disappear because the hosting is too expensive. Paying for a web designer is too expensive. I'm talking about small businesses, right? And when you offer a service where the pricing is really reasonable for them and stuff, they'll stick with you. And when they stick with you, it's just a matter of really leveraging it, right? And offering them more services, right? You can say, hey, you have a website built. I can offer social media where I can create videos for you, right? I can publish images in your Instagram account and stuff. And it's a natural progression, right? Every business will need all this stuff. It's not like they don't, right? So that's the reason why we set up the workspaces. That's the reason why we set up the team accounts. That's the reason why we have the white label option, because they're all not there to confuse you with too many features. It's like a critical thing where when the opportunity comes, you're ready to take it, right? Regardless, you don't have to do so. If you're interested in the white label, you don't need to be interested in workspaces, but know that it's available, right? Same thing applies. Like if you just want to sell your digital products or something, or you just want to build a landing page and generate leads for a business of yours, well, isn't it a good idea to still know what a Teams account is or workspaces and stuff? Because the opportunity comes, it'll be useful, right? So that is the basic idea here. Okay. Now, this is a really good point you brought, Reed. Okay, I can't stress this enough. So right now, what we are noticing in the economy that we are in right now, okay, is that businesses are still running, right? I mean, how are people gonna go and live their life every day, right? But people won't value right now. Okay, so people will be like, look, I've dealt with this in real life where I'm dealing with clients and stuff. One of my ideas is the same thing. They'll be like, look, I paid somebody $10,000 to build my whole website and stuff. This person charges me $50 an hour thereafter to make modifications. Business a little bit slow now, not as good as it was, say, 2021 or whatever. So now, what do I do? Because I can't keep paying $50 an hour to this person. What do I do, right? Oftentimes, this is the case with a lot of businesses. So then they doesn't mean that they're not interested with building a website, growing their brand, getting leads, right? So you can come in with a little bit more cheaper price point. Even you can say, look, I can build a website for $800, and thereafter, right, you just pay me a small fee, like say $29 a month or something, and I can maintain it for you. I can host it for you, some stuff like that. And that's a lot more easier sell in this market, right? And a lot of people will switch to you, right? It's not that difficult. And similarly, the same concept applies even in the scenario of like a business that is new, right? Let's say somebody's new, they're excited, they want to grow, they want to build a website and stuff. Speed is everything. People will pay more money for speed than it is for even in many cases flexibility or customization, right? So they'll be like, look, I need to get right now in the marketplace right away. I need to get my products and services out there. And then they'll be like, if you can do it in a day, that's worth a lot more to them than it takes 3 weeks or 4 weeks to do, right? And oftentimes the secret, I'll tell you, even when somebody codes like it takes me 3 to 4 weeks to design a website, a lot of the work actually is done in the research process of designing a website, right? A lot of the times, like if I go into like a web page, right? Like say cosmetic dentistry is my page, like what you see here, right? A lot of the actual work is done on understanding, right? On understanding what is the text to write here, what is the layout here. You get my point? A lot of the time is spent on this mundane research-based stuff than it is on other more important stuff if you think about it, right? Like imagine this, right? Like when if I go back here, right? So imagine this, right? Like so if you go into any of these pages that you see in the application and stuff like that, right? So you see the IT company or whatever it might be, right? A lot of the research actually and the work that is done for web design is actually like, okay, cosmetic dentistry, what are the text that I put in there? What is the images that I need to do to elicit a response? How do I, try to make the color theme really cool, right? 90% of the work for web design is actually that. Only 10% is actually the technical stuff. It kind of makes sense too, right? Intuitively, like you go to your random, dentist website or like accountant website. I mean, what services they offer? Why would you pick them over others, right? Where do I contact them? How do I contact them? And the value proposition. Simple, right? And most of the work for a web designer is only that, right? Really, than actually building a cool HTML coding or all this other stuff. Because the more coding they do, the more complicated it becomes, right? To edit and fix things later on. So that's why even us, when you're building applications, right, in the software or whatever, we try to eliminate than actually add more things, right? We try to simplify more than add things, because at the end of the day, tomorrow you say, look, Paul, I want you to, make this feature where like you put the tracking thing here, put the tracking thing also here, much easier to do, right? Than it is, for example, if you do it too cumbersome and too complicated, right? So I'm just trying to tell you how the real world works, right? It's just kind of interesting to know that, and it's really can simplify things for you. Okay, does that make sense? Like, I hope I'm not rambling here, because what I wanted to explain is you should never feel discouraged. Like, you go into a platform like Upwork or whatever, and you see these job posts here. You should never feel, right, I'm not good enough for this, right? It's just beyond my scope of capacity to be able to do this stuff. Every single one of these projects should be in your capacity to be able to do, right? Because at the end of the day, right, and at the end of the day, they want solutions. Like, here's another example, right? For Navis site redesign. For now, the design is approved, layout as well, okay? The requirement is to assemble and put it in our web hosting. Interesting, isn't it? So that means what they're saying is, design me a website and put it in my web hosting, right? Isn't that interesting? Like, a lot of website builders are like, oh, stuck with Wix or whatever. Here, this person is saying, give me the HTML, I'll put it in my hosting, which you can do, right? You can go download the HTML code, give it to that particular client, they're happy, because every person has different requirements, right? Different people use different systems, like somebody's paying, like, say, $500 a month in hosting. They don't want to like suddenly change it, right? Because they might have had like a 2-year commitment or contract with them or whatever, right? So because of that, they want that flexibility, right? Even like I mentioned all the time, not for profits, education-based services, healthcare, government, these kind of folks, they will always ask this question, which is our hosting. That's the reason why we're allowing you to download things, right? And make it as simple as possible, right? It sounds simplistic, but I just want you to understand it matters a lot in the end of the day. Little details like this, right? So understand this, right? And whenever you see the word Webflow, it's the same thing, HTML editing. That's all it really is at the end of the day. So you can bid on those as well, right? At the end of the day, right? And you can get those in and get those clients. Like, this is another case, copy a landing page redesign, right? And then redesign the HTML, give me the HTML. They gave you an example, and then they're done. And if you can do that in a minute or 5 minutes of your time, $100 is worth it, right? And gives you some structure to work with, right? And the way it works also is like, the momentum will not slow you down, it'll speed up things anyways, right? So hope that is clear. All right, so now how, like, the question is, what is the hosting cost per month? The hosting is included, okay, with this. So let's say, for example, you go in and get this, right? So let's say you get this, right? So the hosting is included with this, right? What you're asking for, basically. All right, so yeah, the hosting is included. You don't have to, or you can host it elsewhere. Up to you. You can download the page and stuff. There's that flexibility as well for you. Okay. How many domains may I have? So custom domains is 500 with this. So that means you can point to 500 domains with this plan or even this plan. Either way, it doesn't matter. You get 500. Okay. So let me write it down. Like you see this, right? 500 domains. Okay. 500. Okay. So you don't have to worry about it. And you can, if you want to upgrade thereafter, I mean, it'll give you to the break-even cost. We're not looking to make a profit. The idea is that it should be more than enough for 99% people, right? Either way. Is it WordPress based or another? We're not WordPress based. It's a custom platform similar to Wix or Go High Level, ClickFunnels, all these other kind of platforms. It's a custom thing. Why not WordPress? Well, as I mentioned, we've been hammering the point. We've used WordPress in the past too. The major problem with WordPress is security and also speed, right? Both that are like almost critical, like two brothers and sisters kind of thing, in a sense that you need security, meaning you should not get hacked or whatever, which is a risk with WordPress because if you don't update it to the latest version, you're hacked, right? And the second thing when it comes to the other part, which is speed, if you put a bunch of plugins, extensions, and stuff, the more of those they have, the more it becomes slow and slower to load, right? And that is the reason why we are kind of, for a platform like this, especially with AI and stuff, you want to make sure that those two are integrated as a part of it, right? So yeah, that's why it's a ground up system that was built in. So HTML, you can export the HTML and do whatever you want with it as well, and modify it later on with other platforms if you desire. But the beauty here is that you have that flexibility anyways. Okay. Now, the other question that I wanted to kind of drive home is this idea, right? So whether you get this or not, I would suggest it's the greatest deal out there right now for any AI website builder. We've looked around, right? And we didn't find any. In fact, the funniest thing, right? And I kind of will tell you this aspect of it. So when, before ClickSites was available, one of the things that we wanted to do is when I'm building a lot of pages for our own business and stuff like my team and I were building, one of the main things we needed for that was the ability, right, to be able to kind of customize some things and be able to do other elements out there. And we couldn't do it, right? Because like, imagine this, right? So if I can go and download any website, right? Like if I go into ClickSites or any one of these websites I have, I can download them, right? At any time I want and turn it offline and edit it with any other platform if I desire to do. The reason why that was important for me in some cases is I have some team members who work with only certain platforms that they're familiar with, right? Let's say Dreamweaver, Webflow, or whatever they desire. And so to have them learn a new software sometimes a little bit more time consuming. And so we were like, quickly, okay, we want to do in that particular instance, we wanted to have them edit it because they're more used to coding stuff. It was impossible to do with platforms that are out there like Wix or whatever, right? You name it, they're out there, right? And then the problem is because of that, we have to train our staff to be able to team to learn that new platform, right? Which is an extra month or something in many cases. Even it seems easy, but for a lot of those people, you're paying them a salary regardless, right? Whether they're working or learning. So we wanted something to download and we couldn't find it. And I was trying to tell, like, I even messaged a lot of these platforms out there saying, I'll even upgrade to the enterprise plan, like whatever it costs, right? Like, let me pay you more money. Can you add this feature? And they're like, we won't do it. And I was, why wouldn't you do it? Like, why wouldn't you allow us to download the website to be able to edit it ourselves later on, do whatever we want with it? They were like, oh, if you do that, you can cancel the subscription at any time. We don't make money every month. We will lock you in, and that's why we make our money. Because if you build 500 websites with us in 2-3 years, and now you can just download it and move on, well, you can just cancel that time. But on the other hand, 500 websites, if we lock you in, I mean, you'll keep paying even if you want to or not, right? And that's the problem out there. That's the situation we are dealing with across the web with every service out there. And I wanted to change that, right? And we have to. Somebody has to take the stand there in a way because it's frustrating, right? Like, so the way I'm trying to explain to you is, even though I told people I'll pay you hundreds, if not in some cases thousands of dollars a month, just allow me the flexibility to be able to work with this stuff and build on top of what I've already built, back it up, do whatever I want with it, they wouldn't allow it. So in other words, this right here, one of the frustrations that when we were working with ClickSites, we wanted it and we built it from the ground up to actually allow the download capability was that reason, because it should be the same for you. Everybody will deal with the same issue. It's not like I'm special or anything, right? The idea is that a year from now, like that client just says, look, I hired a web designer in my team. Can you just give me the backup of that website in a sense that we can go edit it in any platform we desire? Just give it to me. You can just export it in like a minute and give it to them and they're good to go. They don't have to deal with any extensions, any plugins. They don't have to deal with anything, right? That alone makes a big difference in simplicity, speed, efficiency, everything you can desire, right? Productivity, we can imagine, right? And that flexibility, a lot of platforms, even if they want to do it, will never do it because they want you to lock you in that subscription. They want you to, you should be shuddering like, oh man, if I can just cancel it, I can't. Because if I cancel, everything will get deleted. And now I have to start from scratch, right? And that's what they're counting on, right? They're counting on that fact from you. And that's the sad part of how things are these days, right? So this is the other reason why I'm trying to explain to you where just understand that in the real world, you may not face this issue today, but as you grow your business, it will 100% be a huge, huge issue Okay, in real life, that's how it works, right? And as I mentioned, some industries it's a requirement. Like you try to go to some of these healthcare or education based or not for profit industries, they will tell you, hey, we want the ability for you to give us the source code of that website. Give us that so that we know what's behind it. We don't want any external linkages or some other stuff where we get into issues down the line where, for security reasons or for efficiency reasons or whatever, optimization reasons, we don't want to be stuck with something which may not be supported anymore. One big problem, people were asking about WordPress, right? Biggest headache with WordPress. Trust me, I have thousands of websites, WordPress websites, because I've been building websites for so long now. One of the biggest, if not the biggest problem with WordPress is you use some plugin, it was free, so you thought, okay, that sounds cool, forms plugin or speed plugin or whatever, or extension, whatever it might be. And then after like a couple of years, that person who developed it decided, hey, I'm done. I want to move on to something else in my life. They stop updating it, right? And something breaks, something slows down your website. You have no clue what broke, why, right? And by the time you're trying to figure it out, you could be sitting there for months and you'll still be losing money at that point. And the second thing is, with this situation, you're relying on third parties, right? So tomorrow, if one of these not-for-profits, healthcare, government, whatever, these folks, they see that particular thing was not updated anymore, there's a security issue or whatever, it's a liability problem for them, right? Like they're stressed out about that fact. So that's why we want to make sure that we could easily integrate with WordPress. The problem is, why do it the wrong way, right? And the problem becomes like if you're trying to download these WordPress sites and that plugin or extension you're stuck with, which is a third party person, WordPress ain't gonna save you. That company will be like, look, it's a third party extension. We don't know who developed it. You go deal with them, right? And that's a big no-no for a lot of companies out there because now the site breaks. Are you responsible, the plugin developer or WordPress? They'll all say they're none of them are responsible. And that's the problem, okay? I just want to make sure you understand this, right? Because these are the reasons why we developed this from the ground up in the way we did. And, sometimes that may not be useful in terms of getting sales, right? Like, oh, we can say, oh, we integrate this, oh, we do that. Oh, you want this? We'll give it to you, take it. But at the end of the day, in real world, when you face issues, it's which I have dealt with, and it's painful. It's not fun, right? You have to stop everything in your business and deal with this problem. Like I've had issues where we've had WordPress websites where, for example, where there was a virus and Google, where we had Google rankings for certain keywords, they removed our rankings because that website was not secure, right? And then we lost all the traffic and you never got the ranking again on Google, right? These are the things that happens over a long period of time when you deal with it. That's why we dealt with the security first here, okay? And similarly, what I kind of wanted to explain is this other point, which is quite common as well, right? Is how do we really, basically use some of these features in the simplest way possible? Again, coming back to the point, you don't have to learn everything. Just go to the tutorials tab, right? You'll see it in this tutorials tab right here. And just skim through the first few training steps, right? And then after that, whatever is required, do it. What I would suggest is definitely first three, okay? Because they're first three important steps. Getting started, 2, 3, these will help you the most. After that, all the other stuff, very easy, straightforward for you to do it as needed. Like you go to the custom domain, go it when you need it, right? Setting up the white label, do it only when you need it, right? You see what I'm saying, right? So that is basically how I would structure it, okay? And then you can go from there. And so now a couple of things. The price of ClickSites is increasing, if not already is on its way to increase. So if you haven't already, get it right now. This is your last chance to get it for the lowest possible price. You come back later and say, Paul, can you give it for the same price? I can't, right? We've changed the price, it's done. We want to reward people who take fast action, okay? So you go to clicksites.ai/go. Make sure that you go while this is your last. Oh, it's actually 16 minutes from now. We're increasing the price, okay? So that means you have 16 minutes at least to try it out to get it for the lowest possible price. Even if it's a few dollars, right? I mean, why not save a few dollars? Might as well, right? You still got a 30 days, no questions, money back guarantee. You still have the ability for you to, try it out for 7 days if you want to, right? There's also that option for free. Get free trial, no hard feelings. And also you can be rest assured that even if you don't use it today, I mean, the application will only get better every day because we're making changes. Like for example, tomorrow as you wake up, right? We will be adding more languages support. Like that's what we're testing right now. So we're actually tripling or quadrupling our number of languages we support, right? So yeah, Ali, go ahead.
Just to add that, 30 languages have been added.
Oh, already added, eh? Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome. So how do we use it? Like, is it in the application now?
So
Let's see.
if you see my screen right now,
Yeah, I'll add
so
it.
when you
Go
come to
ahead.
the chat bot, let's have a look. You'll see from this drop down, you can see they've already been updated.
Wow.
So we've
Okay,
got,
I'll make a
so
note
all
here.
of
So,
those
folks, you
languages are
see
now
that
being
right there?
added.
So, in the chat box, step number one, you can do that. So, new languages added 40 plus. Okay, pretty awesome. I'll put that
So you've
note
got
here. So,
Chinese as
that's
well. That
that
was
part right
another
there.
thing that came simplified and traditional.
Oh,
So
that
you know
was
different
requested. Yeah,
dialect.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Czech is added. So I'm gonna message somebody who said Czech. I needed the Czech language, so I'll message
Yeah.
him right now. Awesome. Okay. Great. Awesome. 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 That's good to see. So because this is what we do, right? So again, I'm, Guy, I hope you're okay with this. But like this was our customer. He was like, Paul, I'll send this team to the info. I'm looking forward to the Czech language being added. Then I can really leverage this extraordinary invention. He just messaged me this morning. So I will tell him right now. Czech, good news. Czech language has been added. So we are listening to your feedback, folks. That's what I kind of wanted to explain this so you folks can understand. So that's awesome. That's great to see that it can build in these new languages now that were not there before. Isn't that great, folks? Let me know in the chat box. Like, we listened to your feedback and this is good because Guy was messaging this to me and I was feeling like, well, so many people might have wanted that, and that's good to see, right? Appreciate that. So yeah, you folks see, folks, I'm always on Facebook and available to you folks on YouTube and other places. So if you have feedback requests like this, and we'll let you know. Okay, is that cool? So that I just want to mention here. Again, I don't like to share private message, but just one key point that I was just talking to you this morning. Polish, is Polish available, Ali? Let's see.
Yes, it's
I'll
been
check
added.
it from here. Is added in, eh? Pretty
Yeah,
cool.
Polish is in there.
Awesome. So let me see. Let's just refresh the application. Let's see. I'm excited. Awesome. Let's see. Let's see what languages, right? So 40 plus should be added in right now. So let's see, workspace, whatever. Let's click. Okay, cool. And it's automatically added in, folks. You can just log back and log in, right? Whatever. And then you can see it. Let me see here. Polish. Oh, well, let's see here. ABC taxes. Awesome. Okay, see, here you go. So Polish. Yeah, Polish right here. Awesome. Right here. So we just added this update. Pretty cool, right? So is that exciting? Okay. So yeah, we're adding more of them. Yeah, Tamil is available. So you were asking this. Tamil is available. Yeah. Thai, I'm not sure. I have to check. Oh, Thai is available too. So you were asking for Thai. Yeah, Thai is available. You see this right here? THAI, Thai. Yeah. Thailand language is available. So, so these are like, yeah, absolutely. So this was one of the biggest requested things. We just added it now. It's updated in the application. That's great. Awesome. And it's awesome to see. Yeah, Ukrainian. Yes. You see this Ukrainian language here? Perfect. Right? You see this? It's available as well. Isn't that cool? And so yeah, awesome, right? So we are looking at it. So that's great. And you should be good. Yeah, of course. So you can now natively build it in these languages, which is a huge request. I hear you, right? And so it's been added. So we'll do the training. So we didn't even update the training yet on this. We're gonna update it after this live stream is done. Okay, isn't that cool? All right. So while you're at it, where was that countdown timer? Because I don't want to feel like I missed out there. Let's just so you folks can go to clicksites.ai/go, right? Okay, clicksites/go. How many more minutes? Because I don't want you guys to miss out on the discount. 11 more minutes, as I say, okay? So in 11 more minutes, we'll be raising the price for the first time, and not for the last time, by the way. It's gonna have every day we're gonna be raising the prices up. So even if, like I said, even if even if it's like a few bucks, still something you're saving for being here, right? And again, it comes with 30-day money back guarantee, whether it's today or tomorrow, whatever you buy, might as well save some money, right? So hope that makes sense. All right. And yeah, Marathi, I think, is also there. Great. All right. Hindi is available? Yeah, of course. Of course. Why not? All right. So basically 10 more minutes. So this is your chance. So I'll put up the link again, clicksites.ai/go. Go there right now before the price increases. this is it. This is it. Like, I don't want to put like it, but even I'm getting trepidation. I'd go buy it right now in 10 minutes if it might as well save some dollars, right? Like, why not, right? Why not? All right. So the other point I kind of wanted to address as well, which is quite, is quite important, right, folks, is, okay, so let's look at the platform itself, right? Like, so if you think about it, right, like let's go to here. I'll show you. Okay, we have the pricing table here, I guess. All right. So if you see here, right, these, imagine each one of these is like a different avenue for you to generate revenue, right? So imagine this, right? You can charge clients for domain, right? And also charge them for the websites that you build, right? For every page. So if you're charging per every page, you can make money on this aspect, which is in another, like how many other pages you charge them for, you build it. If workspaces means that every business is a separate system on its own, right? So it's not linked together. So it'll have its own folders, subdomains, and it'll have its own systems, right? So tomorrow, portability, right, is very easy. So let's say you want to download the whole website and back it up and send it to the client, they can do whatever, easy. Similarly, if you want to change the domain, right? Let's say the client here wants the domain to be changed, piece of cake, right? Because you can just go change the domain for that workspace, for that system. You see what I'm saying? Very easy. Team collaboration, whether it's you need freelancers or whoever, whether it is whoever, you need to ensure, like, you need somebody to collaborate with, right? That's included. That's another avenue stream for you to like outsource things, get somebody else. White label, that's another avenue, right? Because now what you can do is brand it, put your own branding to our application and sell the application as your own. So in other words, you're going to get 50 accounts that you can resell, meaning the software itself, not the websites, the software itself. You can list it and you can actually sell it to clients around the world. And the beauty is it'll be your branding. There'll be no reference back to the ClickSites platform, okay? Why is this important? Well, the last thing you want is you're selling the application and you're competing with us, right? Like ClickSites, whether it's pricing, features, whatever, it doesn't matter. You can price it whatever you want in terms of high end, right? Like you can price it $97 a month, $49 a month, or include it as a package, right? Doesn't matter. The point of the matter is that at the end of the day, it's going to allow you to generate more revenue, right, from it, because there's different clients buy for different reasons, right? And of course, right, the website chatbot now has 40 plus languages, right? You also have the ability, basically, as you can see here, right, webhooks, right? Basically, you can integrate with other systems. A lot of times, right? I was working with somebody in the healthcare industry. Can't tell their name, obviously, but and they were using something called like, which is specific to their industry, like a CRM system. Meaning, what I mean by CRM system is appointment booking and emails and all this other stuff, right? So because of the fact that they were using that own custom system, they said, I'll only work with you if you can integrate with that. Because of the fact that you can set it up with these systems out there, it's very easy to work with thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of different other applications and platforms, right? And of course, every website comes with SSL certificates. So what I would suggest is you can charge clients for SSL certificates separately. Even if, let's say, you charge them, let's say, an extra $5 a month for it, which is probably the going rate for a lot of places, then that's an extra added thing that you can offer. Or you can say, hey, pay me just once, I'll manage your SSL security and all that stuff, which is the HTTPS. You see that little lock on the top? You see this connection secured stuff? Well, that is what we mean by SSL certificates. That's required these days. Oftentimes people ask for SEO, what do I need? Well, number one, you need that SSL certificate. You don't get SSL, meaning HTTPS or secure website, forget about rankings on Google. It's almost irrelevant. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, that's the most required thing to do. Other stuff comes after that, right? This as well. Now, this is a good question. Can you, Rose asking, can you give an example of white label? What one would do with one? So they used one business name. Good question. Okay. So imagine this, Rose, right? Let's say, for example, you just found somebody who was interested in, let's say, who has a business. Let's just say they have a business, right? Let's say their business is a dentist business, like they're a dentist, they're a service provider. Maybe they're in one of these businesses. Let's go to any one of these random ones, right? Nutritionist, there are payroll services, there are a pawn shop, let's say, for example, let's see here, pest control. Let's say pest control, right? So let's say they're a pest control company, right? So oftentimes what will happen for these kind of companies, because they've been in business for so long, they might be second generation business, right? Or even first generation, but for a long period of time. They might say, hey, look, we already have a web designer we work with on a part-time basis, or they're working for us full-time, or our secretary manages our website, right? Like they have a secretary in house. She might be actually managing the website, right? Very common actually. A lot of businesses will have their secretary or like one or two of their employees managing their website technical stuff. So then they'll say, look, I like this part, but I don't want you to develop it. Is there a way? I see the concept of AI web design looks pretty cool. I want to use AI to speed up the productivity of my team, of my employees, whatever. So the secretary is Melissa. Melissa designs the websites, right? Because you gotta understand, right, Rose? So a lot of times, right, people build a website once, they spend that 2 months, whatever, and then they just kind of putting upkeep with it. They're adding pages as they get it, like they make some updates and stuff thereafter. So now what they will say is, okay, Melissa, right, who's our secretary, she designs stuff. We don't need another designer, right? A web developer. We're good. Then you can say, hey, we have the software that I have that is, you can even say it's your own, right? That I can give you access to at this price, right? Whatever price. And that will allow Melissa, who is your secretary or your employee, to be able to use AI to design pages in just a few minutes. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna go, they're saying, yes, that sounds cool. That's awesome. We see ChatGPT. We've heard about this AI stuff. Sounds good. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna go to white label like so. You see how I did white label app URL, like in this particular case was Sales Letter Pro. I will just put in your case, you'll put your own domain name. Maybe it's like, whatever, right? Let's say AISiteBuilder.com or something, right? I'm just making up some name, right? And then you can say, look, this is the app login, and you're gonna give it to them, and you can add users, right? You can go in here, you can add a user here. Let's say you're adding Melissa here, right? Who's the secretary or whoever, and then you'll sell them the software itself. Does that make sense? So that means every time they're logging in, they ain't going to app.clickscites.ai. They're going to app.whateverdomain.com, and you'll have your branding right here. You're going to have your logo here, your brand favicon here, or whatever, right? You see what I'm saying? So it'll have all this other stuff, right? So the stuff that I'm trying to explain to you here, right? So that allows you basically to sell it in that case, right? You cannot say, oh, okay, sorry about that, I thought you were interested. No, you'd rather say, hey, AI is the latest thing. Did you know that you can chat with AI now to design websites, to edit websites, to modify it? Would you be interested? And then a lot of people existing people who develop and manage websites will be happy to buy that with you, because they're already paying a subscription somewhere, right? Like they are paying these platforms out there, like Webflow, like Wix.com and stuff, a lot of money every month. So they're always interested in new stuff that they could save money on anyways, right? So you can cancel Wix.com, you can cancel other subscriptions, okay? Yeah, so you can sell it as monthly, yearly, whatever you want to do. Yeah, up to you. Yeah, you can give me 50 accounts, okay? So is that clear? I hope that is clear, Rose, okay? Does that make sense? Let me know in the chat box if that answers your question. As well, right? Hope that is clear. I see Norman. Hey, Norman, how's it going? Been a while. We're doing well. All right. So the question was, can I upload my own HTML website to your account? At this point, we don't, because there's so many different elements and security elements and stuff like that. However, what you could do is you can go to the Pages tab. So let's say, for example, this is your website, right? So there are elements within it, like when you edit it, you can take elements like your forms. Maybe you have an opt-in form. Maybe you had a design element like this. Because of the fact that we give you the code, you can paste that in, right? And you can bring some elements from your other designer into this, because at the end of the day, let's say you had a better structure here, you can try that, bringing some of those elements in. As long as your code is clean and the linkages are correct, should work, right? That's another option. And especially that works because the only complexity with web design, right? Let's look at it this way. The biggest complexity is mobile responsiveness, which is sorted here. Second complexity is scripts and applications, which would not work with anything. Like imagine you take a WordPress site and try to modify it into a Shopify site. Impossible, right? It's two different platforms. But if it is, say, a form or an opt-in form or a landing page which has certain images and stuff you want to bring, piece of cake, right? Can bring that in, okay? So that's clear, right? And then, and that's the other question right now. So now the other question is this one right here. So Chris, the question was, if we were to brand our own white label and sold it to others, how will they get support and training without working with ClickSites? Good question. So this is how we do generally, okay? So there's two components. So like if you, like, let me actually go there right now. Okay, so if you go back to home, so first of all, the question is, if I'm gonna go to white label and brand as my own, like so, okay, I put my own domain name here, so it's not gonna be ClickSites, it's gonna be whatever domain here, correct? Okay, understood. Now, if that is the case, okay, now how would they get support and training? So let's talk about support in two ways, okay? One is, let's say there's a bug, right? Let's say, for example, like somebody tried to build a page and something is broken, right? Like some element is broken. And by the way, the timer is 0, 0. So, so if you missed out, I guess the price has already increased. So, I mean, if maybe it is, our guys are changing behind the scenes, our team. So if you have it, get it right now. It should be gone up already or not. So this is your last chance. Okay. I'm just saying, but anyway, to answer your question, right? So, going back here, yeah, so there's two types of support. Number one is basically support style would be a bug in the software, right? Like something broke, something is not working as it should. Because this is a web-based cloud technology, if there's a bug, it means that it applies across all websites, right? You know what I mean? Across the platforms. So when we fix the bug, it will fix for you as well. You're here. So most of the questions for software when it comes to support is like, oh, there's a bug, oh, there's a feature that I wanted that's not there where it needs to be, right? For example. So generally the way you do is when we make an update, let's say for example, right, in our application, we added a new tab here, right? Like under the teams or something. It will go and apply here also. Does that make sense? Any updates that are made, any bugs we fix. So number one is that is a big time saver for comes to support, right? And because you don't have to deal with bugs, because we'll fix the bugs in our end, and then I'll update across all websites, all in this particular case, all your accounts, right? Basically, because if you fix something, it will apply for everybody, right? The second is training. So what we do for white label, and we're going to do that sometime next week, is for white label users, we generally do unbranded training. Okay, so it will not have ClickSites anywhere referenced. Okay, so it'll be available sometime next week. So the idea will be like it will be only up to here or something. You'll never have a logo or anything. It'll be all customized training, so nobody will ever know that it's linking back to ClickSites. Okay, for training. So that means you don't have to do the training. You just give them that unbranded training to the user, so it will not link back. Okay. The only real support you would deal with, honestly, would be billing related. Like somebody paid you and they were like, okay, can I, I'm having an issue with payment, or I'm having an issue with like cancellation of a subscription, or like they want to pay you more money, less money, whatever. That would be the most likely case. Does that answer your question? Because, unlike other platforms out there, other things when it comes to white label, because what is white label? Like you could say, for example, like you can white label a water bottle, right? Like, for example, let me show you. So this is a water bottle, right? Like I can put my brand name here. The problem though is, let's say if I'm white labeling this, right? And the production of this company now no longer has a cap that looks like this. They changed the cap, right? The problem becomes now that if that customer is like, I want this cap, like this old cap was better, you don't have control over it, right? That's also white label, right? Physical product. In software, generally speaking, we don't deal with that issue, because if the cap in this particular case has to be changed because it's not working properly, it will apply across all older products, newer products, everything, simply because of the fact that it's all web-based. Does that make sense? Because here, like if you think about it, right, if something is supposed to be added, like let's say for example, if I go into this SMTP settings here and there was a small bug and we fixed it here, it'll apply not just in your account but everybody, right? If there is like an addition we have to make, like remember, like today, perfect example would be like today, when we were live, we were adding that new language, right? Like so when somebody goes to create with AI and then they create it, remember we added the languages support, correct? Right, so remember we added it where like whatever you pick the topic here like so, and then you say and you added it whatever, right, and then you basically here this would be updated to every account, even your users' accounts. Does that make sense? So in other words, if I go back to this example I gave you, right, this was the thing. If it was a physical product, I cannot just add this in and say all the older users would get it, right? People who have it. Like, I mean, they have to buy this bottle again to get the same features I want. Here, it's not the same case, right? Because what's happening here is that it automatically updates. So now, if you say, look, the user is like, I want Polish, right? It's not in there. You can be like, oh, let me add it in. And then our team would have added that in, and that's updated across all accounts. It's your users' accounts, ClickSites user accounts and stuff. Does that make sense? Hope that is clear if I'm explaining it to you as clearly as possible. Because you have to understand, 90% of all support for software is mostly bugs or feature related, right? And that is not in your control anyways, right? You know what I mean? So we will update it and it'll automatically get updated across the board. Most of the support might be billing related or like payments related, that kind of thing, which you can handle anyways, right? And training will be basically, as I said, unbranded. It'll not link back to ClickSites. Okay, does that make sense? All right. So yeah, exactly. So when you do updates, they're global updates, 100%. All right. So thank you so much, Lloyd, for being in. Appreciate you. For those who are not in, this is the time to do so. Okay. Can you please show the AI prompt website generation? Yeah, we'll go through the process one more time. Yeah, just a sec. In just a second. Okay. Yeah, the translation feature would be a good add-on as well. Yes, yes, for being able to create websites in different languages for sure, right? And also, if you want to translate websites as well, I mentioned this yesterday as well. The application also can be translated. Okay, this is something that I kind of want to mention here real quick. So in this particular case, right? Let me just refresh this thing. Okay. In this particular case, right, I'm using a Microsoft Edge browser, whether it's Chrome or anything, because Microsoft Edge is based off of Chrome. Anyway, if you're going into this website, which is a car detailing website here, you see this? It built a website in another language. Now, in that particular case, right, it was, I believe, built, this is the thing, Czech. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this is Czech. So, Czech language. So if you see the app though, like here's the thing, app is still in English, basic. You see this? Typography, styles, everything is in English, even though you built it here. So what you could do, because of the fact that it's a web-based application, you can just tell your users, right? When you yourself, you can just go in, right-click, click on Translate Language, and then you translate it to whatever language. Let's say it's Czech, right? The whole application gets translated. Okay, watch this now. You see this? This is in Czech right now, right? I don't speak Czech, so I don't know what it means, right? You see this right here. See this? It's all in Czech now. You see this? That's also important, right? Because you want to have the person who, even if they don't speak the language, to be able to use this application. You see this right here? It makes it very global in that sense too. So if you don't like it, they can go back here and then go back to English. That's okay, right? Go back, boom. It goes back to clear, animate once, blah, 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 right? So that's the other cool benefit of being able to do this in these languages, right? So that's the other huge thing. Ali, are you seeing any other questions that you want to answer? Because I'm going to just check the questions here one more time. Oh, you're muted, yeah.
Yeah, I think another one, ADA and the compliance. I think it was mentioned before that is on the roadmap, especially when it comes to the ADA compliance part of it. So marketing tips, that is something that is already being added, and that will be updated because we understand how important it is for, especially when it comes to GDPR, depending where you are. So it's not in the software, but it's something that we will be adding and incorporating in the very near future. Can we? Yep. AI
yeah, one
prompt
sec.
between.
Yeah, I just
Yep.
want to add one quick thing. So the price has increased, folks. Okay. So we actually did a very small price increase for today because so many people were in this live call, but it'll only keep going up. So it's not a gimmick or anything like that. So if you go down here, scroll down, right? We raised the price up right here, $168, right? It's already gone up $1. We're going to keep doing another price increase every day or every few hours or so. And this also will be completely removed. Okay. So this one will also be gone soon. That free trial will not be available for everybody. So why I'm telling you this is, like, I told the team, hey, don't increase it too much just yet. I kind of messaged them because we were live and a lot of people were like trying to get in and they wanted to learn stuff. And I didn't get a chance to keep the timer and say, okay, it's ending now or whatever. But the next price increases might be even more higher. So you want to not miss out on it. And similarly, as I mentioned, this price also will keep going up, and we'll be removing this soon once we finish this early bird special completely. Okay, we're not going to have a trial option at all. This is because I want to, for those who are like, okay, I want to try it out. Let's see for myself if it's good or not. And also spread out the payments, right? Like, so that you get enough time. Then it's worth it, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, you give it a shot. No, you don't have to do anything, right? As well, right? And the other thing was, I kind of cut you off there, Ali. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. So, like Paul mentioned, the price you want to get in at the lowest possible. So, coming back, we've got LP
Yeah.
stamps.
So
Glad I
the
won.
the
Thank you so
quick
much.
question, sorry, was,
Yep.
can you have Ali build a website from scratch with AI? Remember that question before I got there, which was, can you please this one? Can you please show the AI prompt website generation from start to finish one more time?
Okay, so you want to see the chatbot in progress
Yes.
again? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
I'll
that's
give you
fine.
your screen. You can go ahead.
Sure. Okay, so especially if you're starting off for the very first time, I'll just show you very quickly. So we've got something called the AI settings. Okay, so ideally you can add these new keys. They're free tier systems, so you can actually sign up. It's completely free. And let's just start off with Google Gemini. It's a free tier anyway, so you're going to need this key. And in order to get it, all you simply do, you see the link here, select, and there's a tutorial on this as well. It'll take you probably about less than 3-4 minutes. You'll come here, create API key, and let's go for and create. There we go. Create API, and that's it. That key's done. You'd come back straight away. You come and paste that here. That's it. Okay, so it's a really simple process, very easy to use, and that's it. Once you've got that anyway ready, come to your workspace. You can create a workspace. Just imagine you have 500 workspaces, project spaces you can create either for personal or client projects. You would come here, create your workspace, create a name designated for that particular workspace. Then you've got a company name. Maybe you want to attribute that to your own company name, or you can attribute that to your client or whoever you may be dealing with. Like Paul mentioned, places like Freelancer, Upwork, whatever it may be, even Fiverr. If you are going to those places, you can find those customers and those companies. Subdomain name, just put anything there just to indicate, that could be a little bit branded. It's completely up to you, but it's a point of reference anyway. And then you can add your own custom domain name. Once you've done that, you will create this nice workspace. And then from that, you can come to pages. And once that's done, all you would have to do is simply select this button here. I mean, whether you're on the dashboard itself, there is a quick fire button here, so you can immediately start create site with AI, and then it will allow you then to select a particular workspace. Now, depending on what workspaces you've created, you can actually select the workspace from the drop-down menu. Okay, like so. So you've got a special workplace, whatever it is, you can create the name that you want for it. So it's just a great way of identifying it, because if you have a team account or team user, then you can assign, hey, look, let's just say I go, John, you're dealing with the dentist company, the dentist client, and the workspace is available for you. So any kind of websites or unlimited pages that you create will be designated for that particular workspace, instead of it being all unorganized and all over the place. It's just much more easier for you to come find and find. Okay, so straight away I got the AI chatbot that is going to have a nice conversation with me. It's going to ask me, hey, I'm your design partner. Let's create a professional, beautiful website for you. And it's asking me, what type of website am I looking to build? So now I've got select your business type, or I can actually manually type in anything that I want. So from this, I've got a nice drop down. So this is great in terms of this drop down. We've got accounting, acupuncture, art restoration, audio editing, audio production, bakery, barbershop, beauty, bike mechanic, boat detailing, bookkeeping, business consulting, cafe, car detailing. So so you got two ways of looking at this. Number one, it's going to make your life a lot easier, especially if your business is in there. Number two, maybe these are kind of niches or companies or industries that you haven't even thought of. So these companies are maybe industries that you can actually reach out to, whether local businesses, local clients, whether you go on the internet and you can actually do research about, this particular industry of, boat detailing. How many boat detailing websites are there out there? Maybe there are websites out there or companies that have websites and they're very outdated. So it's about you now. You can actually do a level of outreach and find clients by doing so. So I'm just giving you an idea how you can actually use it also for research purposes. Now, if I scroll down, let's just go to you got software development, taxi, solar repair. I mean, I can type in anything that I want. So let's just say Roblox. Okay, so Roblox. Roblox. Let's see. So Roblox. Let's see. Gaming. Let's just do gaming. It'll come under gaming. Okay. So Roblox. Those that have children, you'll probably know it's an app that their children use. So name of the business. Let's call it Gaming LLC. So you designate whatever name you want. And then once I enter that prompt, it's going to say, what is the name of your business? I put Gaming LLC. What do you want this site to be about? So I'm going to type in Roblox gaming. Okay, for kids. Okay, so you're not limited whether you got a kids YouTube channel, parental website. It doesn't matter. And then you can designate the kind of the language that you want, and you can see today I think we uploaded, or there's probably about more than 30 brand new 40 languages have been added into the multilingual language engine. Okay, so here let's just stick with English. Next you will see the prompt. It's going to go create a beautiful outline for us. It says, hey, look, Roblox gaming for kids sounds interesting. Let me think of some outline. Now it's giving me a suggestion. So what you're seeing now, okay, hopefully, actually, let me, before I continue, is everybody still awake? Could you just let me in the chat box? Otherwise, if you're falling asleep, then I'm going to have to make you get up and start dancing around, which I'm not going to, but just let me know in the chat box. Are you following? Just type a one so I know that you're engaged and you're paying attention. So then I'm not speaking to myself. So, and then I will, once I go through this, we'll go through some questions. So yes, okay. Jay, number one. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I just want to make sure that you're still with me. You haven't fallen asleep. So a nice, beautiful outline. Everything that you see here will allow the AI to construct, okay, an outline based on the information that we gave, what we wanted the topic to be about. Now, this outline, is it locked in? No, you can actually customize the outline, and you can actually add items to the outline, or you can actually remove components from the outline simply by going in. And let's just say Roblox game for kids. I could actually go in there. I could delete that, shorten that. The ultimate guide to Roblox game for kids. I could delete that. Let's just get rid of gallery. No, actually, let's leave gallery. Let's get rid of testimonials. Oh, I could add things. Maybe I've got a booking page. Maybe I've got a download page. Maybe I want to add something around, making a purchase, maybe a video, whatever it is. You can actually add that into that. Okay, so next, and then it's going to go off and it's going to start building this out. It's going to take maybe, depending on the what you're building and how big your outline is, but we'll see in a couple of minutes. Now, bearing in mind, you have to understand this very critical point. If you were doing this from scratch, I mean, the reason it took me probably a couple of minutes to go through those prompts because I'm explaining each part of the prompt. But when you become familiar with it, I mean, you can't go wrong going through a couple of prompts. Okay, all you have to do is follow those prompts, and it's a very simple process. Once you go through it, you could do that less than 30 seconds anyway. And then when you imagine now going from the process of doing this from scratch, this will take you days, unless you're going to do an all night, maybe 24 hours or something like that. But that's it if you're an expert coder when it comes to HTML and all of that stuff, right? But to build a website, I mean, it's taken me weeks. I mean, really building out a website, putting your links, this page, that page, etc., etc. So I'm pretty sure many of you will be able to relate, especially when it comes to coding. Now, I think I always say we're living in a society, I call it the Amazon Prime society, where we want things right now. So this is what it allows you to do. You can get it within a couple of minutes. It's essentially hands-free. So straight away, it's at 100%. Now, the next thing to do is just to go to select a theme. So as I come through this process, now I'm essentially identifying a pre-designed template. Now, all of these templates can be highly customized once you're in the editor. But the case for you now is that you don't need to worry about the sections or the blocks or the design elements or the font or the layout, because it's already done for you. However, if you want to go further, once you're inside and you select a template, you can edit and you can tailor make it. Remember, there's unlimited editing capabilities when it comes to ClickSites AI. So let's stick with the kind of gamey type software theme. Let's go and continue. And straight away, just like that, it will start building out my site. And bearing in mind, please, critical things, do make sure you remember, yes, the AI in the background is going to make sure that the content is working to be search engine optimized. Okay, that's one of the key things. The copywriting is done for you, and it's going to be congruent with the topic that you've assigned or you've selected. And thirdly, in terms of the imagery, you're not scouring the internet. You're not going looking for the right kind of images and making sure those images are the correct dimension and cropping, and you have the correct license, and then you're paying more money just to get, sometimes, I don't know if you've ever come across this, but a while back, let's say, for example, I'm building a website. I found a nice, amazing image. Perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Then I check the licensing fee and it's like $500. I'm not paying $500 for an image. It just doesn't make sense. All these images are created custom and they're copyright free. There's no infringements. So again, for you or your clients, you are protected. You have that level of protection. Now, just also key thing, as this site is getting built, remember when it comes to the encryption or the security seal, meaning when it comes to the domain and the protection of the website, it is already being applied. So each website, you don't have to go and get a security seal on it, or be worried about any level of protection of hosting. That is all covered and that is all incorporated inside every single site that is being built, and that's it. Okay, now what is the next process that I do? I think, yeah, lovely site, beautiful colors. I can simply go and edit. Now, once I'm inside the platform, let's just imagine now, for whatever reason, it's really late at night and I want to say, for example, I want to kind of work through the night. I come to the settings, I change around the color, and I think, it's more gamey type now, isn't it? I like this kind of interface here. So now I can have a quick little check how it's going to look on different devices. I think, okay, wow, I've got a nice desktop, a laptop. That's how it's going to look on the laptop. Okay, I've got an iPad, different positioning on the iPad, portrait, landscape. Then I've got the mobile. Obviously, for the mobile, it's going to be important. And then I start editing. So straight away, I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe I want to add a tab. So I go to sections. I go to the navigation bar and I think, okay, here's the navigation bar. I can't really see it. I need to customize it. I jump straight in. Let's add a nice background color. Let's have a look. Let's put a black. You're probably thinking, black. Do we do black? Possibly. Yes, we can. And we can do maybe some light text. But we can obviously now adjust that and you can see that there. So it's really giving that element straight away without me actually doing anything. So things like anything I can customize, I can obviously add a logo text, or I can put a logo link in there. So that logo essentially is a link, or I can just put a graphical design of the logo itself. So I've got a complete branding. Next, if I want, I can use the menu builder and I can rearrange the components of the menu. I can have a sub menu within the menu. I can add home if I got services page, maybe a product page, maybe a tutorial page, maybe a download page, maybe a gaming page, social media pages, anything that I want, I can customize as you would expect from a website builder. Now, moving on from that, next, what have I got? Anything when it comes to the graphics, I can go straight in the editor. Let's have a look at this graphic here. Yes, okay, it's beautiful graphic. If I want to change it, I can go and change around things with the AI generator. That's not a problem, as Paul demonstrated before. If I want to go and add sections, so let me revert. Let me show you quickly if I want, just to make sure nothing gets missed and is clear. I can go back to settings and I can put this back into the white mode. I can come back into the section setting now. And I can look at different things. So say, for example, let's have a look at, hey, maybe I want to add some kind of shop into my page. Maybe I want to, I don't know, maybe some gaming magazine or something of the similar. I could come here and let's just add this straight away. And straight away, you can see the second one has been added here. If I want, I can come and there's nothing stopping me from just coming to this page right here. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this page. I come into settings, obviously the editor here, and I can change into the background color. I can put the gradient on there, maybe match it a little bit similar to what we've done above, or make it a little bit different so it stands out. That's completely something I can do. I can actually edit any of this text. Okay, I can just go to the font settings here, like so, and I can change the fonts around. I can have something a little bit more bold if I want it like so. Okay, I'm not happy with that. I can slightly increase that. There's nothing stopping me from increasing that. Okay, look, the text now has gone to 2 lines. So I just do, so then I can just use the tool here just to drag that across, just to make that fit. Okay, so you've got that element of drag and drop and moving things around. I've got the buy now button. I'm thinking, you know what, I can't really see it. What should I do? Okay, I just come to the templates here and I put a nice bright yellow button. Let's go for that. There you go. And if I want, I can have it much bigger. I can change the text. I can, change the whether it's lower, upper space, underline, maybe the font of it, make it much bigger, maybe a bit of letter spacing, change style, the padding, the margin, the left. Okay, I can move things across. Wherever I want, I can change all of that around. Okay, just to make sure it's customized and tailored to my needs. Now, next, say for example, if I want to sell this, let's just say some kind of gaming guide or some kind of gaming related product related to this website, I'll just change this image around. Let's close this. So we'll change the image around. Okay, like so. I can just come here, change image. Okay, it's going to open up my computer. No, we don't want that. We just come here. And I've got the ability of using the media database that's already within ClickSites here. Remember, you have a whole library of imagery within the media, or I can use the AI image generator. So I've got the ability of actually using the AI image generator. There's a basic function that can just get things straight out the gate, whether it's square, horizontal, vertical, wide dimensions, or if I'm feeling a little bit saucy, then what I would do, I would go to the advanced level. And remember, another important thing I would mention is that when it comes even to the image generator, if you're doing images for clients, there's nothing stopping you from even adding this as an extra charge. That depending on what level of imagery are they looking for. Basic images, fine. Maybe if they want really advanced stuff. The reason I mentioned that why you would increase the charge, because it's taking you more time, because you have to be more specific in the details that you're looking to enter into the generator in order to get the desired image at the end of it. Okay, so with the images, you've got different styles. You've got photo, cartoon level, 3D, vector. So you can imagine unlimited images you can create in different styles. Okay, different colors, different framings, and different lightings. You don't need to worry about getting third-party apps or anything like that. This is all inclusive within the app. So let's just do gaming now. Let's just say gaming. Okay, let's just create gaming. Again, remember, it's up to you. If the more specific you are, the better the result or image you will get. So let's just go for simple gaming. Nice picture there. Let's go for something a bit more. Let's go to something square. And you can see I can keep creating and creating and creating. Oh, that's a very lovely one, actually. Let's go for that one. It's got a guy on a seat. Actually works very, very nice. And, you know, all of this text, just go back straight in the editor if I want. And these other things, obviously, I can change around. Now, if I'm a little bit lazy, I could just simply come to the AI assistant. I could come to this selected text here. Okay, go to edit selected text, and I could say, I don't know, let's just say change font, or let's say make font bold. Okay. Okay, so straight away it's made a font. Okay, so add a border. And you can see there's a slight border behind it. Can you see that? And then we've got the text here. It makes no sense. It's not congruent with the theme or the topic of the website. So let's go and let's say update this text to make it gaming related. Enter. So immerse yourself in the world of gaming with this high quality headset. So essentially you've got the gaming headset. Okay, so you know that's actually quite a good angle. If you wanted to do, it would give me the idea. Okay, is everyone with me so far? Now, if I want to go a little bit more on, I want a bit more inspiration. I've got the command prompts that I can use. I can add, sections, more components. Maybe I want to ask questions. Okay, so actually, this is a good segue into doing this. So let's do this. Okay, I don't think this has been demonstrated. I think this will be really cool to actually show. So let's get the AI assistant back up and running. So I go to the assistant, ask a question. Can you create 5 bullet points about why gaming is fun? Okay. Right. So here we have escape, immersion, and each one is essentially a different bullet point. Okay. Now, let's actually do this now. Let's just take this text. Let's go to edit and let's see, edit, create tweets using this.
Yeah, so Clickford, the bonuses will be sent in 24 hours, okay, to answer your question. I'll mail out. Just watch out for your email. If not, you can email our support team 24 hours from now, okay?
Can everyone see that? So I've taken, let's go back just to show you, demonstrate. So all of that stuff, I've taken it, and now you have tweets, okay? You can essentially use it for tweets. Now, let's just say, ask another question. Create a 250 word article on the benefits of gaming. So you can actually use it also to create articles, because you remember there is an AI that is linked with this. So depending on how big you want it to be, that's completely up to you. But can you see now how nicely organized this is beyond the pixels, the unexpected benefits of gaming? Okay. Is everyone with me? So let's have a look now. So imagine if you ever get stuck and you're thinking, you know what, I need a bit of help. Maybe I need to write a bit of content for my website. Maybe you want to create a download page, thank you page for the blog or for the About Us page. Hey, just get the AI assistant to do it for you. So now I come back to this section. Let's just say this one. Let's just say here, okay, this block here. Make a Facebook post using this. Okay, can you see that now? Right, there's a little link there, so it's giving me a link, so someone actually can click it and it'll direct them to whatever one, whether Facebook or whatever it may be. Okay, so let's see another one. Let's see what else we can say. Can you create 3 tweets based off this point? Okay. So this first tweet could be about anything really you want. Okay, example. And then what I would do, I could come back in them and I can make them more congruent to the theme. Okay, and remember, you have to be specific. Otherwise, it's like if you're going to give broad commands, then it will give you broad answers, right? So here you got the 3 tweets based off gaming. Tweet number 1, did you know gaming can? So it's done it for me, and it's giving me the hashtags, right? So it's a really powerful way, especially when it comes to having your own personal AI copywriter at your fingertips. And here we got all the pages that were created. If I really like this stuff, yes, I could take this information, I could make an ebook out of it, I could put it on the download page. If I'm not, if I want to kind of jazz up the page, I can make the page a little bit nicer, I can improve it, add the images, maybe add a content block. Let's just say I want to put an image there, I could put the image there. Maybe I've got more images I want to add, different levels of images, just to kind of spice it up. Maybe I want to put, about me page, who's the person developer behind it, and then I would want to maybe put a video there just to explain what I did. I would come to the video, then I can come and put the source in there. You get the gist of it. And especially with the sections, there's so many sections, and bearing in mind, if I did put the e-commerce style shop, these kind of sections here, okay, these blocks as well, I could come back to the sections and I can have a look at, let's have a look at pricing. And if I want, I could just come here and put that there down below. Okay. Or alternatively, if I come to content blocks, these are more pro design blocks, I'd come here to pricing here. And these ones would be more drag and drop, so I can place that exactly where I want. Or alternatively, if I wanted to, I could add that there, and then I would come edit the buttons, alter them. Either they open in a new window, or I can direct it within the same page. I can put view details. So imagine you've got a capability of creating unlimited pages. I could go and create separate pages individually that has the information about the product, and what's being sold. Especially it would be perfect if you're doing affiliate products, maybe getting products from Amazon, maybe you're selling things on Etsy or Alibaba, or maybe you've got a details page for your fulfillment of services that a client may want to know. Yeah, tell me more about your services, more about your packages. You could create individual pages for each and every single one of them. Okay. So what I'll do, let's go and have a look at some of the questions. Pretty cool. I'm sure we'll get them. Okay. So the link in order to go get is clicksites.ai/go. And the bonuses, you'll get them within 48 hours. So please be patient. And in order, where you would get the bonuses, you will be notified about them. But there is a link here that's bonuses. So it's not active yet, and that will become active within 48 hours. I just want to stress that. So the 2 payment plans there, 167. That should be updated. The price has gone up. Okay, just to confirm. So please, if you lock in now, the more you wait, the more it does jump up. And the second plan, there is a 7-day free trial, and there is a breakdown of that into 2 split payments. Okay. So in order to get that,
About the bonuses,
ClickSites.ai
folks, within 24 hours or so, you'll see an email from me. We're just putting them all together for you. Basically, as I mentioned, what are the bonuses? So let me just walk you through quickly. 4 weeks success training, similar to what you see right now, but more focused on specific topics, right? Like white label, how do you sell it? How do you make a revenue stream from it? Or second one could be, hey, I want to build websites for clients and sell on Upwork or Fiverr or some other marketplaces out there or locally. How do I do it? Where's the best place to find clients? And more importantly, what pricing do I do? What's the structure? How do you suggest? That will be the next the training coming up. We're going to be starting this training soon. We may even start it this week for all we know. We'll build every replay will be posted in the tutorials page of the applications. It's all in one place. And also it'll be interactive like this. You'll see your questions and answer them as we go along. The other thing as well is the social media bio page creators. This is a unique application and so on. It's not integrated into ClickSites simply because it's its own separate thing. This is where like you see that right in Instagram, TikTok, people post, hey, link in bio, link in bio. Why? Because they don't allow you to post links. So link in bio is this, where when they click on this link, it'll go to this quick page. They can opt into a list, come to a website that you build with ClickSites and that sort of thing. This is the other bonus. And of course, the big one is the unlimited traffic for ClickSites. This is already added into your accounts right now. You're manually doing it, so it's already in your accounts. New customers will purchase after this early bird deal is done will not get access to unlimited traffic. They'll have limits of 50,000 per month or something, visitors per month. And you don't have to. You're grandfathered in. Okay, very important. Similarly, the email marketing and lead generation application. So this one is for people, let's say you don't have a MailChimp account, a WebGetResponse, you don't have an autoresponder account, or your clients don't, right? Let's say, like say this, you can use this bonus to basically put Amazon SCS or like a Mailgun or SendGrid, one of these SMTP services. Pretty straightforward to do. They all have free tiers, meaning they have a free plan. Maybe they're paid plans too, but they also have a free plan to get started. So you can integrate them in and start sending emails, managing newsletters, sending campaigns, that sort of thing. This particular tool has been for almost 5 years, and that's why I cannot mention it a little bit because it does have thousands of users already. So I just want to be careful there for that reason. But you guys and gals will get it as a bonus. And of course, our niche dashboard application, which we recently updated with a lot of niches and markets and stuff. The beauty with this one, honestly, is the idea of of the ability to go and get the markets. Like I mentioned, people don't go to asbestos removal or pest control and stuff. They all go dentist, all go lawyers. And this is what you're trained by the gurus out there who all do the same stuff. And then thousands of people go do the same thing and start failing. And they're like, why am I failing? Well, because you're going into saturated markets, right? DJ services. Like we had a client recently, a customer like you, built a website for a DJ, right? Like because right now everybody's going into nightclubs and other places. A lot of demand for DJs around the world, so they need a website to position their services. And the DJ mentioned to them that nobody ever approached them ever. And that's the thing. There's nobody ever approached. You can price anything, right? It's in stuff like a race to the bottom with pricing, right? Which you don't want to do. So these are the bonuses. You'll be getting access to them within 24 hours from now. Maybe even sooner, okay? I'm just making sure that everybody who has access to them gets them and our team gets them in. Sometimes these days we're noticing emails are not going through. So Within 24 hours from now, you don't get access to it, you can email our support team there, support@clickscience.ai, and we'll tag it and we'll give you access to that. Okay. Actually, the price did increase. So I have to update the price now because this price did go up now to 168. It'll only keep going up more. So I kind of have to update it just so people don't say like, Paul, you're wrong. And this price also will go up, this 178 bucks as well. And the trial will be completely gone soon. So we're raising it every single day. Okay, so just make sure if you haven't already, grab it right away. Again, it's not fake scarcity or anything, because the idea is that it's gonna be a few bucks here and there, but the idea is you're getting still a good deal. And then once we finish this early bird special in a few days, probably by the time we know it'll finish, we will basically be removing this pricing style, and every single thing will be an add-on for new customers. You'll be grandfathered in, but others will not be. So white label will say $29 a month. You're getting it included. Workspaces will be a separate add-on or upgrade they have to buy in order to get them. You're getting it included for free. Team accounts will be a separate add-on or upgrade for them to buy. You're getting included for free. See what I'm saying, right? These are the things that we'll have to. We have no other choice. AI image generation thing will be a separate add-on for them, because you can generate unlimited AI images right now and tweak it and make changes to it, right? So that's the reason why I'm trying to explain to you. There's also one other cool feature that we're adding in. I'm going to explain that tomorrow probably, or day after. I'll let you know, which is to do with this idea of add-ons, right? Why it's included for you, which is the AI elements of design elements. I'll talk about that. It's a secret. It'll be blowing you away when you see it. That feature that's going to be coming up probably tomorrow or so. I'll let you know. But yeah, we're making all these updates, right? So the idea is that you get grandfathered in for this price, and I'll be shocked. I mean, literally shocked. Like, if you can find a better deal than this, it's actually, we're not making much profit, as I mentioned, off this. What the goal here is to get your feedback, make it the best possible tool, and then we'll be the number one tool. Then we can raise the price up to whatever, right? And we can get customers because we got your feedback and made it based on your feedback. And this is the thing I'm trying to explain. A lot of people don't understand this. See, if you go into the other tool I was mentioning, right? This is the durable.co. This is like an AI website builder. Like, I mean, you can go and you can go check out their main website or whatever, like generate your site, whatever, right? It generates the same AI websites, right? Like you see here. Anyway, so why I'm trying to explain this to you is this website was designed for mostly people for their own personal purposes, right? You build a website, it's cool. You want to use it for your own brand, business, whatever, right? It was not designed for agencies, consultants, freelancers, or people to do it for other businesses, right? That's why they only have a $95 a month plan with only 5 businesses, right? And no matter what, like if you tell them, hey, look, can I upgrade to a bigger plan because I want to add more clients into this? They'll say, okay, we'll pay $500 a month, but they'll say 50 businesses, not 500 like us. Why? It's because they didn't design this platform keeping that in mind, right? To restructure, rechange the entire system will mean that they'll have to change the pricing for this. It doesn't make any sense, right? That's how the world works, right? Because we built the whole thing ground up, keeping in mind that people will need a white label so they can resell the application as their own and keep 100% of the profit. We don't want any royalties or anything like that. Or they can manage multiple businesses. Not multiple, I mean 500 different businesses at once with unlimited pages and traffic. That means, in other words, it's built from the ground up, right? And features and stuff that we add will be keeping this in mind. Does that make sense? Like, for example, I'll explain to you. Like if you go into the ClickSites application, right? Like this is my ClickSites application. So let me just go back home, right? So like if you say, Paul, the white label account right now, okay? You have this setting here. When I go into like branding here, right? You're having this upload brand favicon, right? Can you remove this feature or whatever, right? Like whatever it might be, right? Can you remove this feature or make it optional or something? I don't know. I'm just saying, right? This, let's say you want to do this, right? This update you want us to make, or you want us to add another area here, right? If you ask me, I understand, because that's something that is relevant for white label. They might need it, right? You might need it. All right. Similar to workspaces. If you say, Paul, like in the workspace, right? Can you have the ability, and that's a feature we put in our roadmap, where, within each workspace, can you add team members or can you add some other things like that, right? I understand we can add that in because it was built in the ground up, keeping in mind. You go into one of these companies and nothing wrong with them. I don't blame them. It's just that they built it for the end user, right? Not an agency or consultant or a freelancer or whatever who will be building for other people, right? You ask them, they're like, what does a favicon mean? Honestly, they'll say, what do you mean, right? And similarly, they'll be like, okay, you ask them, hey, can you give me the ability to add team accounts for different workspaces? Like, meaning you're saying businesses, can each business have its own team accounts or ecosystem? They might say, well, it's only 5. Why would you need that feature if you only need it if you have 500 customers, right? I'm just saying this is the common thing in our industry. So why the goal here, people always ask, like, what's the goal? Like, what are the new feature updates? It'll be focused on that element, right? Making the white label better, making the accounts better, workspaces better, everything better, right? And that will only make it better and better. And later on, when we price it higher, right, people will pay money for it because it's the best at what it does, best in class, right? So that is the reason why I was trying to say, like, we'll take your feedback. You're getting it for the lowest possible price, which is ridiculous price that you see here, which already went up and will go up more every single day, every few hours. But the point is, it'll be the best application with your feedback and suggestions. We've done that, right? Like our, let's say our AI image generation tool, text to image, right? Artistically is going to come up with version 4, right? In about a week, I'll be announcing. I'm so excited about it. It's going to make it as good as Midjourney and other platforms out there, right? And that's going to be coming up in a week, and it's free for everybody who got in. And other people who are new users might have come in, they may have to pay extra for it or whatever. The point I'm making is now it becomes the best tool, and from day one, people who stuck with us and given us feature suggestions in our roadmap get to enjoy that for free. The 4th version, we've not charged a single penny, right? So what I'm saying, and same thing with Video Express, will have its version 2.0 coming up. Our team is working on that. So a lot of our projects, right, we've been updating to make it better and better based on your feedback, because we know what you folks want, right? And we've catered to that. So as we are iterating and make things better, like meaning we're improving things, the focus and the vision is almost the same, right? Like, so that way it becomes the best at what it does. Doesn't have to be good for everybody. Doesn't have to do everything great, right? It's not like a pen like this trying to be a toothbrush or something, right? It becomes the best pen possible for the use case, right? And has the ability for you to sell the pen on your own with your branding, has the ability for you to also build the best pen possible. So it'll also make your life easier to provide services, right? Writing services or whatever, right? I'm just giving an example, but the same concept, right? So we're trying to do that, make it better and better. And from the ground up, from scratch, make it possible, right? So that's the key thing that we're focusing on. And that'll also help you a lot, okay? Hope that makes sense, okay? And yeah, you can use it now. They're at 100%, right? And for the most part, it works now. Not the most part, it works. Everything that I mentioned is only going to mean like stuff which I haven't even discussed yet. New features, new additions and stuff, so that it'll become even better, right? Because see what happens, right? In our marketplace, unfortunately, there's 2 tiers, right? So you'll have like an enterprise grade tool, let's say some of these platforms out there, and then there'll be tools like a smaller business would do, like ours, right? Historically, what would happen is a smaller business would say, okay, these are the small limited features we might have, and then you have the enterprise tool which has more features, but you have to pay more money. What we are saying is, at what we do, we'll have the best features. It'll be, you juxtapose between both applications, you'll have the best of the best, right? And because of that fact, there's no way, like you'll compare, say, this price to what's out there. There's nothing else out there. Even if you desire to pay more money, there's nothing out there. See, that's the key thing, because from day one, we built keeping that in mind, right? So that's what I'm trying to say. And all the updates that we make for ClickSites will be free. We don't charge for version 2.0, 3.0, and all that kind of mumbo jumbo stuff. So if you ever felt, okay, AI websites is the future, which we know AI is the future, right? Then this is the only way for you to get it at the lowest price, greatest quality, and also keeping in mind the ability for you to have different revenue streams that you can build with it, right? Say, for example, selling websites as a service, selling the application itself with your own branding and logos and stuff. And on top of that, basically building it for your own personal purposes, for your own commercial purposes, for your own business and stuff like that too, right? So pretty powerful if you think about it, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me know in the chat box. I see now, I'm seeing a lot of people say that, right? Because it's very difficult, right, to be able to build something really high value that keeps getting updated and is top of its class for a long period of time, especially, right, without customer feedback. And that's why we need you as a customer, right? Because I might think that something might be good, but a lot of you folks, like, for example, we had such a big checklist. Number 1 feature request was languages. Give us more languages. Not supporting Czech. It's not supporting this, Polish, whatever. And so we dropped everything, focused on the languages, and it's now there in the application. You see what I'm saying? So that's the idea here. So we focus on what you want, not what I think is great, what you folks all collectively feel is the most important features, and we'll keep adding and making it better. And in a few months, it'll be so good, you'll be like, whoa, I didn't expect it to be this good. And for any competitor to come match us will be impossible because it will take them years because they have to completely redo their system, right? You know what I mean? Like, and it's difficult. It's not easy for them to do it. Okay, so hope that is clear. All right, Ali, you seeing any other questions from your end? I'll answer them via chat, yeah. And yes, we have some winners as well, folks, okay? Good point. Shukur was saying 2 winners to be given. So what we're going to do, because normally I would say just anybody who attended, now what we're going to, from the chat box, we'll pick 2 winners, okay? So we'll be asking some questions and randomly we'll pick some winners from the chat box just to give people who've been here with us some for a while now some benefit here. So all you have to do is show up today, okay? Doesn't matter. And we'll just pick from the comment section today, okay? Just to be fair to everybody. So Ali, if you're seeing any questions, you can keep posting. I'll announce the 2 winners from my end and I'll note them down. Yesterday was 8 winners. Today 2 more. We'll keep announcing more winners every day, okay? You're muted still, yeah.
So yeah, if anyone's got any questions, please make sure you add them. But I'll go through some of the questions that there's a list of. Can you make e-commerce sites using this? Now, ClickSites is a HTML editor, okay? Bearing that in mind, we do have various e-commerce style blocks that you can use, including sections, okay? And then you can very easily, using your third-party apps, whatever you may be using, whether you want to get your own custom payment links, you can actually embed those into the site. With those third-party apps, if they have an embed code, you can obviously get that code and you can embed that into the website using the HTML ability that's available. Okay, so that's number one. Is hosting included? Yes, the hosting is included. It's going to be on our secure servers. Each site that you create is going to be secure, with the SSL encryption. Okay, so security seal, everything gets applied. You don't need to worry about that. And also, you will get a subdomain name. So you can choose from the subdomain name, which we will provide you. However, if you do want to add your own custom domain name, you will have the ability to do so. And that will be, you will have the ability to apply that to 500. You can have 500 custom domain names. So you can choose, either you can have subdomain where you can run it through ClickSites AI, or if you want to add your own domain name, or maybe you've got a client or customer, you can get their domain name and you can set that up as well. So hopefully that answers your question. Now, even by hosting yourself, you do have the ability of, once you create the website, you can actually download the website as a HTML file. So it'll come in a zip folder with all the necessary files that you can use, you can save, and you can secure. You can, save that as your backup as well. On top, you can give that to the client or the customer, or you can upload that and place it on your own server or the customer client server, so they can host it themselves and make any edits that they want. That's completely up to them. Okay, next, language support. There's a whole list that we've gone through, and today there was another 30, 40 plus that have been added. Can you sell the websites? Yes, you can, because all the websites that you create are going to have commercial rights and licenses, including when you create the websites in terms of the content, even the images, they're all going to be copyright. There's no infringements whatsoever that, you give the client a website and then they get some kind of a strike or copyright, or they get sued. So that's not going to happen. You're secure and you're protected in that. Pricing, you can probably see on the screen right now. In terms of the full payment, if you make that, you'll make a saving. I believe now it should be $10. I know it's gone down, but these are that's fine. But it's $168. The price has slightly gone up. However, tomorrow, I can't promise you it's going to go up slightly like it did today. It might be a steep jump. So that's, if you like living on live from the edge, then that's great. You can, okay? Alongside that, if you can't afford or you don't have the financial means right now for the one-off payment, then you can actually get the 7-day trial, and then you get a 2-part payment plan that will be covered over a 2-month period. So you're protected anyway, even with the price, whether it's a one-time payment or the 7-day trial, or collectively you have that 30-day money back guarantee. So you've got nothing really holding you back in terms of, what, if this doesn't work. Once you get ClickSites here, once you go ahead right now and secure it, one key thing as one of the bonuses is getting that training, okay? Getting that level 1-to-1 training, or 1-to-many, more or less, with the live coaching, so you can attend, you can ask questions there and then. And just like these sessions we've been doing now, we'll stay for hours. We won't leave until, as many questions get answered, if not all of them. Okay. And then even with that training, you can watch it live or you can use the recordings. And I'm pretty sure we can take those recordings and we can make it nice and organized. Uh, in terms of membership sites, does it create membership sites? Now, ClickSites is a HTML editor, but it's not a membership site or doesn't have, uh, the management system, the learning management system, LMS, when it comes to it. However, you can still create pages, download pages, thank you pages, delivery pages, any other pages that you can think of. Now, if you have some kind of management system when it comes to membership sites, you could technically create pages. If they have any kind of embed code, then you can actually link that into these pages. So just to make that clear. However, things like this, maybe in the future, we can put it in the roadmap, we can consider it and take it from there. So can you make social media sites? So just explain what do you mean by social media sites. I mean, you could create a page and you could embed different, elements from YouTube videos. You can get those embed videos from YouTube. You can place it in there. You can get things from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. As long as there's a sharing capability, then yes, you could add that. Technically, you can make a news website, essentially. And the key thing is there might be some templates that you might have in your mind. Maybe I want a news style website. Please reach out to us, even if it's to support, and put your suggestions forward. And these are the things that we can add. Don't think, you know what, maybe there's this one thing missing that might be holding me back. Reach out, let us know, and that's something we can definitely consider. We can put on a roadmap and we can get these things added. However, as the application itself is now, you're not going to get better than that. Okay, especially you got the 500 custom domain names, you got 500 workspaces, you can create unlimited pages. And somebody said, "What happens when what happens when I reach 500 domains? What do I do? What do I do?" Now, as crazy as it sounds, I understand, because sometimes as humans we think of the worst case scenario, and we've created this. We're already thinking about this negative fantasy or this negative thing that hasn't even happened yet. And what it does, it tends to freeze us in our tracks from taking any action. Okay, it creates a block. So sometimes this could be a subconscious thing. Maybe something's happened in your life, or something's occurred that's made you think a particular way of always expecting the worst. Now, think of it like this: what happens if you do reach 500? It means that you're making money. It means that you're building out sites. So I would say reframe it and kind of redirect that attention to say, you know what, that's a very good problem to have. It means you're doing really well. And number two, sometimes if you focus on the biggest thing first, like imagine you're trying to climb a mountain and you look at the peak of the mountain, mentally, even on consciously, you're already feeling exhausted. Or it's such a big, it's a big task just to get there. And a lot of people will quit just before they've even taken the first step. So focus on, create milestones. Just create on one website at a time. That's the best way to explain it. Just focus on one website at a time. And the only way you're going to do that is by taking immediate action. That's the best way I can explain it. I know many of you are intelligent enough to understand that, but like many of us, yes, it does happen. Sometimes we have the old fear that creeps in. I know someone mentioned, I think it was Rose, I believe, did mention, there's elements of having fear coming. And that's why with one of the bonus, especially with the training, that's what we're here for, is to make sure that we can, take you by the hand and walk you through to remove those fears, that you have nothing. Like if you really logically think about it, there's actually no worries or concerns you have. Number one, if you think, if I'm going to be paying X amount, am I really be gonna, get it? What happens if I'm not happy with it? Well, you got a 30-day money back guarantee. Okay, number one. Number two, what's stopping you from getting in? You got a 7-day trial. If you don't want to pay your money up front, no problem. There's a 7-day trial. Next, you got a support desk that's there for you. And plus, especially with the full pay, you have priority support. So with the support, we want to make sure that it's just not about you using the application. It's about the customer experience as well. So if you've ever used support desk, you'll know that we've tried to aim to make sure that we really do deliver a high level of service when it comes to support. Otherwise, the support is a critical part of it all. Support, I would say, is just as important as the application, because it might be that one question or FAQ that a customer is stuck on, and because they don't have that level of support, they might just end up not using the application, even though they could have. So the support is very, very important, because you can not only educate, but you can actually explain things better. So the customer is really relieved that, hey, I didn't know it was that easy. Okay. So my IT guys, so you guys have really hit it out the park with this one. Rose says, thanks, Reed. Yes, Shakur says, just need a spark of confidence. Paul to me is a good coach and mentor. So just yeah, sometimes you know what, confidence. I'll be honest with you. Sometimes it has to come from yourself. Like you have to have these motivating factors. What is it? Why? What is the reason behind you doing it? Most people say, look, uh, you have finances, you got debts, you got your finances come into play, isn't it? You've got bills to pay. So you have to kind of put yourself under that pressure, essentially. Say, look, here's my expenses. This is how much I should be making every single month. These are my outgoings. How can I use ClickSites AI to create that level of funding where it clears my expenses? Now, when you get access to ClickSites AI and you get those white label accounts, just imagine if you can uh, re-engineer your expenses and work out how many licenses would you need to sell in order to make that monthly amount of money that you need, and then you could sell those white label licenses as a recurring income. Okay, so every single month, just imagine if you're selling each license as $100 per month. Okay, and even if you just sell 10 of them, that's $1,000 in your pocket. Now, you've got to say, is it achievable? Can I actually do it? And the answer is yes. You probably know, but it's going to take some level of action. You have to actually do some level of effort. But once you actually make that first sale and once you've got that money coming in, guess what? Then that weight will lift off your shoulder and you'll think, you know what? Okay, now I can actually implement more action because I now have the belief that it's possible. And that's where most people fail because they haven't made their first sale or they haven't got some level of result. So it affects their belief system and that's what stops them in their tracks. It kind of freezes them saying, oh, you know what? This is like everything else. Nothing really works for me. So just think about that aspect of making your life easier. It's an all made process of, recurring income. And we'll cover this in the live coaching calls as well. So Derek saying we will be creating more templates. And what if we want a template to recommend? Will anyone create one for us with any additional costs? Yes. So this is a great thing. So in order for the application to become even better, just like many of the softwares under Paul and Sid's suite, the feedback that we get is so critical and so important. That's the only way a business grows or an application improves is by taking the feedback from the customer. So if you have any templates or if you've got any ideas or niches or anything you think as a feature could be added to make this even better or something that you think would be key, then please don't hesitate to reach out, get in touch to the support desk and give us your suggestions. I say this, and it's not just the case I'm just saying it out of thin air, or, we just send it and we'll just put it somewhere on the desk. No, we'll make a note of it and it will be added at some point. I think Paul will release this on the roadmap. Okay, so it's really, really important that we take this very seriously, and I think all companies and businesses should do that because it's key is listening to the customer because it may be something that you mentioned, this one key thing that we didn't even consider that could actually really enhance the application and the whole experience for not only you, the customer, but everybody else, and even for the team. Okay, so you could, it's about working together to make this the best possible. So Omar says you guys are doing fantastic. Thank you very much. We've got Reed saying we can do baby steps, watch your training, create a website for yourself. So that's the key. I think this was mentioned before about tutorials and, have you got this? Have you got that? Like Paul mentioned, look, just once you jump in to the application itself, it's very intuitive, meaning even when I went in there and I was testing, I was, trying it out. Once you've got your API keys, which there's a walkthrough, very simple process to do. Once you're in there, building the website, it's only like 3 prompts. Once you've worked with the chatbot AI and you work through those 3 prompts, then it's a case of selecting a template. Then once you go in the editor, you just play around with different things, get familiar with, the basics of changing the font, the color, the background, the colors, the images, and that's it. And like anything else, I'm pretty sure if I said to you right now, do you drive? And say for example, some of you don't drive a car, and I say, oh, just jump in the car, and you have to take lessons. The more lessons you take, the better you become at a better driver. So just kind of think of it like that. You become more of an expert in it the more you use it. If you're not, obviously, like anything, if you're not going to use it or use it the first time, yes, it might be a little bit daunting. However, the interface was designed to be as simple as possible, right? So the more you use it, the more you become familiar with it. And then before you know it, you'll become experts in your own right. And without all the HTML coding, difficulty. So,
Yeah.
Rose.
Now is the time for the winner. Okay,
Okay, winners
right
there.
now it's
Okay,
the
let's
thing.
get some money out then.
So my team. So we're gonna that's 2 free copy winners. So whatever, whether you got in, didn't get in, doesn't matter. Just for attending and posting here, right? So my team just sent over the first winner. I had to find the comment because there's like thousands of comments just to see if this person even commented here and stuff. Finally, I found one. So congrats to our first winner for today. We have one more. Sonia Bentz. Sonia, you win a free copy. So whether you got in, didn't get in, whatever, effectively this becomes for free to you. I'll make your note. This will be the ninth winner because so I'll note it down here. Just note it down here. So Sonia Ben's free copy. I noted down here. We have one more winner. So what we'll do, folks, is we'll check the comments right now. Keep posting. Your odds of winning are higher if you're in the comments. My team will just pick it randomly and give me the winner. So yesterday's winners, as you know, like we had 8 yesterday. All these folks, which I'm getting in touch. My team already got in touch with you folks if you were one of them. And then we have one here. So one more. Let's see. Okay, so Ali, you can go ahead. As well. So Sonia, congrats. So my team and I will be getting in touch with you. You don't have to get in touch with us, okay? So it's from the comment section. So congrats to you. So one more. Okay, one more. Ali, you can go ahead with the question. So we'll see for another couple of minutes from the chat so that everybody has an equal chance. If nobody has ever commented, comment now. Just so that I can find it. I'm curious too. I don't know who the winner is. So if you haven't, if you're just being quiet, comment below, let us know you're here so that your odds of winning are higher because we're randomly picking from the comments. Okay. All right, Ali, any other questions you can keep answering in the meantime?
Yeah. So another question is that what makes ClickSite AI different from all the other apps? Now, every app will have some kind of function or feature like we saw earlier on. They'll have, it may have one key aspect of a feature. However, the way ClickSites was designed it was to incorporate many of the AI capabilities that you wouldn't find in just one product. So just imagine ClickSites AI is like an umbrella. Under that umbrella, it's got so many different AI capabilities. Like, say, for example, you got the AI content writer, you got the AI image generator, you got the AI editing assistant, you got the AI section redesigner, the rewriter, you got the ready design section. There's so much more. So there's so many different capabilities that this has that you won't find in other applications. And if you were to find them, they would be broken in pieces where you would end up having to pay a premium in order to unlock those features. Like we saw, there's so many of these other companies out there. However, even if you were to then buy from another company, you would only be limited to 1 to 5 websites unless you paid a much premium price up to, one of them was like $97 a month. And still, like Paul mentioned, I understand why they do it. They don't want to give you the HTML download or the website for you to download because it wouldn't make sense. You would just take that file and run off and you would do it yourself. You wouldn't need them anymore. But the way they will make money is by making sure you retain as a monthly customer. So in the same sense, on their model, you should also try to think, can I apply the same kind of pricing strategy or model if I'm selling to my white label sub users? Okay. So just think of it like that. You can make a recurring income, make that passive income that will free up your time and money to either invest back into your business or into your family, whatever it is, to fund your lifestyle and your expenses. So take it quite seriously, because somebody did mention less than $168 for your own business, essentially your own software as a service. That's what it is. That's exactly what you're getting. You're getting like a business in a box here. And this is advanced level stuff that you wouldn't find anywhere else. And it wouldn't be people, other businesses, they wouldn't go around and give you 50 licenses. You would have to buy, you would have to buy it for a premium like $500 to $1,000. And normally that's what the pricing would be. But for here, you're going to get locked in for $168 as of today, subject to change tomorrow and then the day after. Alternatively, you have a 7-day trial and you can make 2 payments over a 2-month period. Now, in order for you to go secure that now, you just have to go to clicksites.ai/go. Any issues, if you need any guidance, any help to kind of be directed in the right way, or maybe you've got a payment issue, maybe your card's not working and you're worried about the price going up and you're not being locked in that particular price, even though you're trying, you've got an issue with the bank, reach out, let us know that you've tried, but you've got a banking issue, you've got to go fix that. So then at least we're aware of it, we can make a note of it, so we can actually lock you in for whatever price it was for that particular date. Okay, and SSL certificates, these will be applied every time you make a website, anytime you create a site, they will be applied indeed to your sites. Every site individually, not, you don't need to worry about, do I have to manually go add it? You don't need to do any of that stuff, okay? That will be covered for you. Okay. Now, tutorials, yes, there's a complete list of tutorials that are available for you to go through, and they're going to be really easy tutorials for you to follow through. But like I mentioned before, very intuitive, very easy. You'll understand how to do it straight away as you get out of the gate. Now, on top of that, yes, there's going to be live training calls that will actually go through more of the function features and advanced strategies, how you can use this for yourself, personal reasons, and how can you actually make this money even if you're selling to clients and customers. Okay, whether you're using freelancer sites or maybe you're going to Fiverr or you're looking for local businesses and so on and so forth. So can I collect leads, and is there element of email integration? Yes, there is. Within the app itself, you do have a number of different autoresponders you can actually collect using an API. Alongside that, it does really cover all autoresponders or any other third party, because it has the HTML capability for you to take, and you can embed those codes directly into the website. So it doesn't matter if you're doing scheduling meetings, scheduling calls, maybe booking forms, maybe surveys, maybe you have video embed codes you can actually do. Maybe you want to do certain restrictions of the page. If you've got that capability from your third party, you can definitely do that. Because I remember I built a page once. And I went to a third party, and it allowed me to add a piece of code that would allow me to lock the page. So in order for you to actually visit the website, you would have to enter secret passcode or digit in order to reveal the content of the page. So maybe if I have time, I'll try to have a look at that, because that probably would be a great feature as well. I think at some point, if a client wanted to review a page, or you want to send it to a client, or a secret download page or something like that. Okay. So let's have a look. Someone saying passive income is my jam. So LP stamps, and yes, 100%. This is not a generic website builder. Let's have a look. This is not a generic website builder. These are premium level websites. Remember, it's a HTML builder. This is next level generation, incorporating levels of AI, artificial intelligence, with OpenAI and Google, the Google Gemini AI tool. Remember, Google, such a huge advanced level of infrastructure. So imagine how many people are using ChatGPT and all different levels of OpenAI, and all of those inputs that are coming, those commands for individual using these. I mean, we're talking about tens of millions of people. It's a very advanced level solution. So when it comes to building your website, it knows exactly what you're looking for. Ideally, that's what it's looking for. It's very highly intelligent. So forget about a copywriter. You can go, if you got a copywriter, I'm just going to tell him, sorry, I no longer need you. If you got a designer, hey, I don't really need you. I've got an AI content generator. So this will save you a lot of money, and collectively in the long run, you can actually re-filter that money that you're saving into things that really count to build your business. Because a lot of people are barely making ends meet, and they're spending more money on expenses of maybe you've got an image creator, maybe some kind of image generator. You've got third party one. I've got to go pay licenses for different images. Maybe you've got a copyright. You're paying X amount of money just to create you 500 articles. There's all these other things that you are paying for that's just taken away from you actually spending in your business. Now, even with the email integration aspect, with one of the bonus being autoresponder, that I think that will be covered anyway. So we're trying to give things that you're actually going to use, opposed to just swamping you with bonuses that actually don't do anything. And you've probably seen this before in the industry, where people are giving you 30 bonuses, and they're not congruent whatsoever. There will be no use to you whatsoever. So we really wanted to make sure they're tailor-made and congruent to the ClickSites AI itself. So love the community and the products. If I create a site and download and sell it, does it use up an SSL? That's a great question. I mean, when you create it, and essentially if you're going to give it to someone, then that would probably have to then be for that end user to upload to their own server and apply a certificate. However, that is something I can definitely make sure I can find out and confirm. Okay. But if you're using it on our own site, everything's protected with the seal. But third party, if someone's going to use it on their own hosting, that's something I would imagine they have to make sure that they're secure, because you don't know their what server they're using, what level of security do they have, so on and so forth. However, I guess a great thing, if you are going to be selling it to somebody else, maybe you could provide an additional service that you can actually have it uploaded on their own server and protected and sealed up. Okay, so you can pay an additional premium to providing that service. That would be a great upsell that you should. Okay, as a business owner, if you are providing a website, then these additional packages you can offer. Look, I can upload it, put it on your server. I get the domain name, do all the connections for you, and even upkeep of it on a monthly basis. You can put them on a retainer of $50 or maybe $500, depending on the size of the business and how much money or budget that they have to actually spend on this, right? So hopefully, Rose, that answers your question. But please bear in mind, with the training, we'll probably go more in depth about this. So we've got Anthony saying, I virtually own all your products, Paul. This is another home run. Thank you very much. The author is saying this is a transformative offering. Tamira saying, thank you, Paul. Great app. So if you're still on the fence, I don't know what you're waiting for. You are secure with a 7-day free trial, but forget the free trial. It's 30 days protection anyway. You've got 30-day money back guarantee. So, and probably very soon you'll see us on live calls like you're seeing now. I mean, who does that? Right? We've been on here for some time. So we're trying to answer your questions as best as possible. Someone who did ask, is this a live call? Yes, it is right now. So this saves time. So these are some great points to make. This saves time, cost, and reduces complexity by avoiding separate services added together. So exactly. So imagine you've got one umbrella, and under the umbrella, you've got all these multiple different components that will save you the headache and time and frustration of running around to different service providers just to bring them all into one. So this is kind of, it blankets all of that and it brings it all together for you. Whether it's the AI content copywriter, the AI image generator, the AI assistant, the ability of doing the HTML editor in-house, all of these different aspects. You have even the preset, when it comes to the sections and the design blocks, people don't normally give this stuff away because it takes a lot to, even for us to go get a designer, and then with the designer you have to go get it coded, and you've got to make a series of them, then you've got to put them all in a list, you've got to then get them all coded and there's a lot of expenses behind that. And just remember, with the hosting, we do cover the hosting, and from our side, well, not my side but Paul's pocket, they spend around $50,000 per month to make sure everything's hosted correctly. So if you're ever worried, hey, what happens in a couple of months if your hosting goes down, or is it going to be up for a year? No. If you've ever got any other products from Paul and Sid, they have been around for a many great number of years, and their products are still standing and they're protected. And that's why, that's why you're probably here right now, because you understand, their reputation. So it's very, very important reputation, and you have to be very, very cautious. You have to guard it with your life. It's very important. It's a two-way relationship. If you have any other questions, please let me know. Does this site support WordPress? No, it doesn't. Remember this, WordPress is very old. This is an advanced level HTML website editor without all the complications and code. Okay. Now, unlike WordPress, as you know, I've been in there. You've got to go in. You've got to remove, Hello World. You've got to get, Hello Dolly. These little plugins. I still remember, these little pretty links you would have to go, and then every other day it says, hey, look, you've got a plugin update. The moment I went and done a plugin update, it kind of messed up the whole aspect of the widget and all of that stuff. So, and plus with WordPress, you do have vulnerabilities with security. But with ClickSites, you won't have that issue. It's safeguarded. It's very lightweight and secure, and incredibly fast across all devices, and it's fully responsive. That's another key thing. So it's got that seamless capability across all devices, as you would expect, right? And you have that ability within the editor itself to actually see how it's going to look on different devices within the preview mode. Alongside that, yes, you can actually change what device, whether it's a desktop, whether it's a laptop, iPad, mobile device, as you would expect. And even within some devices, you have the capability with ClickSites AI that if you choose that you want to show a particular image or a part in one device opposed to another device, you can actually hide images or pieces of content. So that may be useful for maybe you want to show one piece of item onto a desktop opposed to a mobile, and vice versa. Okay, or maybe you want to do a bit of split test and see which one performs better, etc., etc. So you have a lot of thought has been gone behind this. So if you have any other questions, please let me know.
Yeah, let me announce the other winner. Yeah,
Sure.
so team sent that over to me. This is our second winner. Again, basically to find the comment, because there's so many comments pouring in, sometimes it's a little bit difficult. Go check our Facebook group, check our YouTube and everything, right? Anyway, so the team sent this winner. Congrats to, I'll pull up the comment. The only one I could find, because so many comments keep posting. Congrats to Reed Sawyer. Congrats to you. You win a free copy. So either you got in, didn't get in, whatever. Effectively, this becomes free. Actually, let me type in your name so I don't forget. So Reed, we are gonna get in touch with you, and then you also win a free copy. Okay, that's the two winners. So we're gonna be giving more in our other live events. For today, it's 2. That gives our total winners to almost more than 10, right now. So yeah, this congrats to Sonia and Reed, our two winners today. I'm making a note. I'll tell my team to get in touch with you. So Reed, watch out for an email from my team and I shortly. Sonia, you too. Okay, watch out. So you guys won something worth at least a couple of $100, right? So it's worth your whiles for being in these live events. I keep saying, right? You get to learn a lot and you get to earn a lot, I guess. It's a lot of fun as well to be here, right? So yeah, so congrats to Reed, congrats to Sonia, two winners. And basically, the more you commented, you had a better chance of winning as well. So congrats, all you folks are saying congrats. By the way, folks, okay, so just want to mention, we have more winners we keep picking from our Facebook group as well as our other events and stuff. It's just to keep things fun. But ultimately, you see, the idea is that everyone is a winner, right? Ultimately, for coming in here and everything. And again, as a final point I wanted to make, while Ali will probably want to answer some other questions as well, while people who join in late and stuff, is the idea is, folks, okay, AI is the future and the present. A lot of trillions of dollars are being invested right now. Just to put it in perspective, right? NVIDIA, right, the GPU processor company, went up in value by $2 trillion, okay, with a T. The funny thing we have in Canada here, the joke is that $2 trillion is more than the entire, all the companies in Canada combined. And we have a huge oil industry and all that kind of stuff. So imagine just one company in the AI space, just one, NVIDIA, is worth more than the entire Canadian economy, so to speak, of all companies combined. That's how much, and that's in 2 years, right? That value went up a year and a half since ChatGPT got released, right? Now you tell me, if that's $2 trillion, that is almost on par with Apple, right? With the phones. So if you accept the fact that mobile phones, right, ones we have in our hands right now, was a revolutionary thing that changed the game forever, don't you agree with me? After the mobile phone, right, this is AI is the greatest thing since, right? Now some people will move on to other things, some gurus, right? But what I want to dedicate my life into is this, because we have a team on it and working every day. We're learning new things and we're implementing it across all our suite of applications, right? So because if we make an AI image better in one application, the other application like ClickSites would benefit in the image generation part because the technology could be implemented there, right? Similarly, you make a good update, let's say, for example, in AI video, that would help you in other aspects because the same technology and some resources we use could be applied in ClickSites. How? Well, let's say we used video compression, right? We can apply the same in website compression, images, and all this other stuff that will actually save us costs, yes, but help you get higher search engine rankings now because sites will load faster, for example, right? I'm just giving you examples. So the idea that I'm trying to explain here is that if you accept that fact that this is the future, don't you agree with me that at least you want to dabble your feet into it because you are just in that wave that is going up. Even if you make some mistakes along the way, you just need one home run, right? One thing to click and you're good to go, right? And the way I like to look at it is, just like how in life, right, when the computer was brand new, if you were in the personal computer revolution like Microsoft and Apple was, well, that was one revolution, right? People who are even in a small way involved in it, they completely changed their lives forever, right? Then later on, we had the internet revolution in the late 1990s, early 2000s, right? People said it was a bubble, it was a boom thing or whatever. And then internet paved the way for every invention, .com and everything, right? Paved the way for a company like Google, right? Search engine optimization. People like me benefited from that substantially because how would you get started with something with no capital, no connections, nothing? Well, you needed an edge. You got to be in the first few people to do it, right? Then before it gets saturated. So Google was a revolution. Then because of that fact, when Google was realizing, I'll give you an example, search, they realized that, hey, people want to search for images, people want to search for videos. So Google forced broadband providers, right, internet providers to improve their infrastructure to provide faster internet. Well, when the faster internet came in, what happened? Social media, right? It brought across the next revolution, which is social media like Facebook and Instagram and MySpace and all these other platforms that we take for granted today, right? And the funny thing is, when that happened, the next stage was, hey, can we provide the same level of internet on the phone, right? That introduced the iPhone and the smartphones, right? And so people who are involved with the smartphone, with the mobile applications or mobile responsive websites, whatever you did, mobile games, whatever, you had a distribution channel, what we like to call it, or like the growth channel, right? Or meaning you had an unfair advantage over your competition, right? So now let's talk about AI, right? Like what's happening now. So we know already that majority of the world is familiar with AI for text generation, image generation, right? And they started using it. Before, imagine, for me personally, I had to create a video or find an image. I had to go to a stock website, search for it. I cannot create it. Like, it didn't exist before, it exists now, which is even more powerful than finding one that's already existed and that's not as good as I think it should be, right? Imagine the same thing with websites now, right? What's going to happen is the technology will only get better and better. You'll keep getting all the updates. But the key thing that I'm mentioning here is what was taking 1 week is going to take 1 day or 1 hour or 10 minutes, right? Even faster and faster. What is that going to happen? Make those who will be in that old way of doing things, right? This is going to be like those people who said, oh, mobile is old news. I'm only going to focus on desktop, right? or they missed out. Similarly, those who are like, okay, this AI stuff, okay, it's all great, but how does that benefit me? The funny thing is, these are the ways it's benefiting the most, right? You like to say robots are not in your supermarkets right now, or robots are not like building houses right now, although there's some research going in. Robots, the AI is building websites really well, generating images really well, all the creative stuff, writing text really well. And that means effectively, think of it this way, the old way of building websites will die, whether people like it or not. The people who are using coding to build websites, they'll only be good for complex niche use cases, not for the mass market, everyday websites, right? Same thing with images, same thing with videos, same thing with social media, what we like to see, right? And I see this often where like, oh, AI sites might not rank high because of AI content. How will Google block it when they themselves, the integration we have with ClickSites is Google Gemini, their own AI platform. You tell me, how will Google block their own content that they want you to pay money or they want you to use? You see what I'm saying? Like, Google wants you to do this stuff because they will get left behind. Microsoft will eat their lunch. OpenAI will eat their lunch. There's Mistral, then there's Claude, and all these other platforms. So they want to be competitive, correct? So understand that same thing with YouTube, right? I say this all the time. At the end of the day, when it's AI video, you will have a situation where the next generation growing up for the next 5-7 years, right? Every trend has 5 to 7 years of boom time, right, so to speak, or anybody can be around it and still do really well. So then what's going to happen? AI video, same thing. YouTube doesn't have any problem with AI content. What they have a problem is quality of content, right? How much of it is engaging? Does it solve a problem? Does it answer questions people have, right? So I want you to get that part of it clear so that these are not applications which are cool that you should have and then you forget about 6 months from now. I want you to treat this as like this is the future, all right? 6 months from now, I would say 3 years from now, I will be shocked if like every AI, every tool, like every website builder doesn't have an AI component being majority of the workload that the website design will do. And we are talking about it today, right? So in 3 years time, this is going to be even better than it is by far, right? And you were the first few people to get it, which means you'll get a competitive advantage over everybody else because everybody else out there is just thinking, oh, a website design takes 3 to 4 weeks, right? Suddenly somebody comes and says, I can do it in a day or a couple of hours or a few minutes. Well, that is an edge that you will get for the next couple of years, right? And like that's something that no amount of money, no amount of connections, no amount of creativity can change, right? Some trends are there to be done, right? Similarly, I remember when the mobile phone got released, everybody's like, Facebook will die. I remember really well because I was involved in advertising. I was one of the first few advertisers on Facebook in the early days. And they were like, advertising as we know it, Facebook will go bankrupt, right? All Mark Zuckerberg did to make Facebook really big at that time, I remember, was just said, okay, I'll create a mobile app for Facebook and Instagram, right? He bought Instagram later. And that's it. It changed the trajectory for Facebook. It was the same social media platform, put it up on a mobile device, right? So what I'm saying is same website, just making AI do it. It's the same concept. It allows you to do things you couldn't do before. It opens up new opportunities that were not existing before. And it's just I'm looking at so many, like all the smartest people in the world are working in this field right now. So what that means is that it'll only become mainstream, right? And that means effectively those who are involved today, they'll get a head start over everybody else. It's a fact, right? Like I remember, and looking back, I just want you to understand, like everything in life is based on looking back, right? They say history rhymes, may not repeat, but rhymes, right? I remember when Google rankings were easy, right? You could just put up a Google ranking and then you could put up a website, do some things, and then you could get rankings like a piece of cake. Now it's so hard, almost impossible now. But let's say you do, right? you could just put up a site, you go to rankings. I would build up like 100 websites. Now that I know, I would have done thousands of websites because I didn't know that wave would last and it was so easy. I thought it was normal that everybody would do. Similarly, with this AI website tool, you should be building hundreds of sites, thousands of sites even, right? Because you should understand that it's so easy. It takes 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That was not possible a year ago, a few months ago, even, you could argue. So that means effectively you will look back 3 years from now and say, why didn't I build thousands of websites? I could have done it, right? I should have, right? That would have given me an edge. I could have gone for the stars, right? Basically, right? Reached very high. So it's all relative, right? Same concept applies here too. So just understand that, okay? And that will give you some clarity on why you should put some invest your time, because they say, right, whatever you focus on grows, right? So if you focus on AI like I am doing, at least be a part of it. And it doesn't cost you much money anyways, right? To be part of it. In the end, I'm just telling you, the idea is that you just need one home run to click and it'll all fall into place. All the puzzle will fit. You should be good to go, right? So understand that. So is that clear? Let me know in the chat box if that is clear, because I want you folks to understand that this, whether no matter what the gurus, these so-called gurus will just move on to the next big thing, whatever they'll see. They'll be like, oh, you'll see a virtual reality. Wear these goggles, and not the case. Like I've studied it carefully. Like 30 million users, right? Use around the world, use these goggles, right? From Facebook, Meta, and even Apple. Like just AI tools is billions of people. See the difference, right? So when you accept that fact, I mean, it's just a question of putting ourselves out there, and you follow our training and stuff like that. You can just completely make a mess of things, but still you get one home run. It should be good to go, right? Is that clear? All right, perfect. And that's the thing I can do. So Ali, if you have any last pressing questions, you can answer them. We will be doing our training coming up too, as I mentioned, folks. It might even be as soon as this week. So watch out for our emails. So that's going to be focused on giving you value, okay? So that you can actually use this tool in different ways to generate revenue streams and stuff like that, and also learn some stuff that you didn't think about before. Open your eyes up, so to speak, right? So Ali, you can answer some questions. I will answer via chat, all right? While we're at it.
Okay. So question here, where's it gone? Question, does the 50 white label accounts get 500 domains to build on? No. So by default, the sub user will get 10 custom domain names. Okay. So they get 10 workspaces, 10 custom domain names, and 50 websites in total. Okay. Let's see. I see the value. Thank you so much. Can you explain about the key name? So let me know if you have any other questions, and I'll be more than happy to let you know, or we can go through it together. Where's my page gone? So here's the application. Let's pull up the application as well. Let's have a quick look. Okay. All right, let's close that. Let's move things around. So I guess some of the other tools that you've got are the analytical tools. So you can imagine with a website, you can actually see, how much traffic essentially you're getting. You can see total views, the total users, the average session duration. So just if you remember what I mentioned about bounce rate. So how long is somebody coming on your page before they disappear, before basically they bounce? Right? And how much time are they spending? So this information is critical, because imagine if you're using it, you can actually improve and enhance your website, and you can make those tweaks, and you can see obviously the source, where it's coming from, on the day, so on and so forth. So session by devices, etc., etc. So alongside that, let's have a quick look. What else have we got here? If I go to workspaces, just to recap, when it comes to setting up your domain name, if I just went back to edit workspace, I would just come back here, put custom domain name, and then you would link it to your DNS record. There's a tutorial on this, so don't worry and don't think that you're going to be stuck. And then pages, as you can imagine, you can build any type of page. So here we are, that Roblox page right here. And very quickly, let's just go. If I want to create a page to link in with that site, I could just go create a page from scratch. Or have I? Yeah, let's just do one from scratch. So let's just create something really quickly, just to give you a quick demonstration. Let's just call it create from scratch. And in the meantime, if you have any questions, please let me know. Let's say let's see, products, workspace, special workplace, create. And remember, you had 500 workspaces to deal from. Straight away, you've got a nice canvas to work from. John Smith, would it be possible to convert a WordPress site into HTML? That you would have to double check, but it's better sometimes just start from scratch. You've seen how simple and easy and fast it is, so there's no stopping you from doing that. So let's have a look. We design, we develop, and we get it done. So straight away, let's just go and delete that. Okay, you're thinking, okay, let's start from scratch, come into the section, basic header, maybe something I want to start with. Do I want a full image, maybe a slight image? It's completely up to me. But before I get that, if I go basic, let's add a navigation bar. Let's add a particular color. Let's just go for anything right now. So let's put some light text there. Like so. As an example. Next, let's go for section. Maybe I want a slider at the top. Do I want a header? Let's put this there. Straight away, if I don't want these buttons, I can delete them. So now I've got a nice bit of text here. And if I want just underneath, I could add a video. And there we have a nice video. But if I don't want this video, let's go and remove that. And let's go back. Let's have a look. Let's go to more. And we've got a bit more, it's a bit more thorough now. We've got so much more choice, because what I wanted to add was this particular video, so a YouTube video. And once I click the video, I can change the source. And then down below, what I want to do, if I go just down below the video, let's have a look. Okay, let's select the video. Underneath, let's put maybe a button. Should we put a button there? Yeah, I can put a button there. Let's talk, whatever it may be. Let's put these buttons there. And another good thing is, if I just select this underneath, there's nothing stopping you from putting social links, and then you can realign them. So can you see how simple it is? And especially with a page, if I come back now, I go to the editing tool, I can change the background, anything that I want. Okay, with this, let's put a gradient there. Okay, background color, there you go. Change things around, maybe on a gradient, put something a bit more colorful. Come back to the text here. I can make that a little bit bold. Maybe I want to change the alignment, or maybe I want this to be a gradient color. Okay, so you can play on all of those things, and plus with the text, if I want, I can do all of that stuff here, like so. Change it around, any kind of text, font sizes, and you are good to go. So then once you go ahead, if you wanted to publish, you could put the pathway how you want it to look, and then you can see this is the page it would look like. Okay, so it would be available. That would be essentially the live page. So if I go back, let's go back, publish. If I went to this, open a new tab, you won't be able to see this. However, if I share this instead, you can see very quickly, I haven't done the alignment and stuff, but you can see how quickly I've created that page. Okay. So if I don't like something, say, for example, if I came back and I'm like, this color little here, this gradient, I don't like it, I clear it. Simply like that. I could come back now, reload. Oh, I need to save it. So let's share this instead. So see, I came back and I altered things around. I could come back to this button here. Let's go to this button here. Let's center it now. And I've got social media links. Maybe I don't want them because they're affected. I could add them at the bottom. Go ahead and save it. And go ahead and publish. Let's open a new tab to review. Remember, I can actually check this in the preview mode, but I just want to come and check it here. So let's share this tab instead. And hey presto. So you can imagine how quickly it is to create these pages. You've got the menu here as well. If I want, I don't have to have. I can have a download page, thank you page, video tutorial pages. Maybe you've got product delivery pages. Maybe you've got training. Maybe you want to create a course, and on that course you can have that there. Your payment links, product reviews, affiliate products, physical product, whatever it may be, you can actually do using ClickSites AI. So come back. So if you haven't already, It is clicksites.ai/go. So how do you import a HTML site in the system? So you can't import HTML into the system, a site, but you can import or you can edit the HTML code for the page that you build, just like so. Okay, you've got two options. You can come to this HTML editor here, or alternatively up here you'll see there's another icon with the same process essentially. Or if you want to go a little bit more advanced and just put a block there, you could come here and press add, simply select one of them from here. So let's see, if I go basic, you can see there's a bit of code there. Now you've got the code block, edit code, and you can see there's the code that you could enter. Okay, or the other method is you can add this one here. Okay, you got hello world, enter, and you got an empty code block. So you got both to choose from. So hopefully that makes sense. And yep, I guess we've done quite a lot of time today. So let me know if you have any questions. Everyone who is remotely interested in it. Okay, so I'll answer a couple of questions here, and then I think we're going to wrap this up. So let me just double check. Okay, so everyone who's even remotely interested in this business, get this offer. Tremendous value. I haven't found anything like this offer before. So I'm late to the party. That's Adrian. I'm late to the party, but I'm loving all of this. So thank you very much. Are there any landing pages, Swedish page templates, or you create from scratch? So that's a good question. That's something definitely we can consider and look at. We can put in the roadmap. At the moment, you would ideally create them from scratch, but that's definitely something we can look at. So will the account be able to create a team to work together? So yes, under the account, when you're actually in the tab, let me actually show you. So under team accounts, here you can actually have multiple users and they can have access to all of the pages and workspaces. So you can have multiple people in the application at a given time. So you can have up to 5 people signed in as well from your account. Okay, so looking forward to the training. I love it. Okay. So does it mean I get 500 domains from ClickSites? I do now have 40 domains. May I transfer them to ClickSites? So yeah, you're gonna have to clarify, but you'll have 500 now in total. Okay, you'll get the additional amount, but in total should be 500. Okay, and any issues, any confusion, please reach out to support, and they'll be more than happy to clarify as well. So will this be able to integrate to go high level? I'm not sure of that. Just if you reach out to support, they will definitely let you know. But as long as there's an embed code, you can actually put the embed code in there and get an action. So, yep, templates would be a great help. Yeah, 100%. Can you find out if your website is ranking for SEO? I'm pretty sure you can get SEO tools out. There's a lot of free ones, so you can run the website through and you can see if you need to optimize anything, and you can update those. So yeah, got the ball. Okay, so last and not least, clicksites.ai/go. Remember, right now you're going to get it for the price. Let's see if we can get this up for you right now. Actually, yeah, let me get this up for you right now so you can actually see. So let's share this tab instead. So right now, bearing in mind, you've got the full pay option here. It's a one single payment of $167. It's $167. But remember, you're getting everything included. And remember, this is very important because this was mentioned. There are no upsells. There's no upsells. You're not going to be hounded by a million different upsells. So everything is inclusive within this bracket of $167, and that will also apply for the 7-day trial. The difference is with the 7-day trial, you will be paying just probably an extra $10. Okay, but with the 7-day free trial, you do get 2 payments over. 2 payments will be made over $89 over a period of 2 months. That will total $178 opposed to the $167. But remember, these will be subject to change. Okay, subject to change. Okay, and I'm pretty sure the team will be updating this as the price has probably gone up already on that. Okay, so please make sure you go. You'll see you get 500 custom domain names, 500 workspaces, unlimited websites you can create, 10 team collab accounts, 50 white label accounts you can use. You get the AI chatbot, the writer, the advanced designer, the generator, the redesigner, the editor. It's got the drag and drop editor. the ready-made templates, the ready-made sections. You got the custom domain or subdomain names. You got the webhooks, Pabbly, Zapier. You got the secure, fast web hosting, the integration for autoresponder. You can host with us, or you can actually have the downloadable HTML that you can actually secure yourself. You can save it, keep it to yourself, sell it to your clients, and upload it to your own servers. You got the free SSL, the security seals for all of your domain names, not just the one that will be applied automatically when you create. And you got the client, and then obviously you got the white label aspects as well, and you can rebrand and sell with your own logo. So that's both of them are going to be a one set price. Okay, a 30-day money back guarantee, and it's going to be compatible with multiple different devices, whether it's Windows, Mac, and Chrome. Okay, and there's a variety of different ways you can pay, whether it's Visa, MasterCard, American Express, PayPal, and you're covered by that 30-day money back guarantee. And as you go through this page, it's got so many beautiful illustrations of the application itself, and you probably from this call as well, you've seen all the different functions. And there's some key features here that are getting shown there as well, and you can see some of the level that it does. So a very beautiful website that will just illustrate what you've already seen on this page, and many of you have jumped in. If you haven't already, I don't know what you're waiting for, but you can go right now to clicksites.ai/go. And even if the price is a little bit more for you to pay right now in the lump sum, then you do have that 7-day free trial, and you can pay $89. Now, if you're considering with the team accounts, yes, you can. If you really think about it, you can get friends and family involved, cousin, relatives. If you buy it and you think, I want to get my kids involved and get them part of the team, you can. You can give them a team account. You can get everybody involved, whether to help build businesses and manage your agency, or maybe you want to split the payment. Hey, consider it, okay, just to get on board, because remember, it's going to be something that the price will increase, and it's going to be something that you wish you would have had a lot sooner and quicker. Okay, so KK saying, I think I'm convinced. This is amazing. Just joined the Facebook group. So how private is the information? It's very private. You use your own domain name. They won't see. Once especially with the white label, you can rebrand it, and they won't see any kind of branding whatsoever. Alternatively, if you use your custom domain name, then the name won't be shown, because obviously it's just the website. Okay. Or alternatively, you can create a screen record or a graphic of the site and send them that. Just if that gives you a little bit more, reduced concern. So any other questions, then kindly please do make sure you submit them to support, and we'll be more than happy to address them. But remember, we have training coming up that will be announced, that will be sent via email, and then we'll cover this stuff more in depth. I think it will be more structured, in a sense, and more organized, so you know exactly what days, what's happening on what day, exactly what training is going to be happening, where you can come join in, and you can ask the questions that you may be having. So at least give a few days and try this out, go through, start building websites. And I'm pretty sure what's great about it is when you do start creating websites, if you come across anything you're quite unsure of, or maybe just make a note. And then when you come on the call, at least you've got a list of different questions you may have, or things that you're interested about in terms of features or functions that you may want added. So hopefully that answers your question. So apart from that, go right now to clicksites.ai/go. Okay, you can make that payment today, whether it's a one-off, okay, $168, or you can go for the 7-day free trial, and you'll have those 2 payments. Okay. So the question: can you create videos with human power? Yes, you can, and you can add them to your sites. Okay, I think this was a question I've seen and answer. Can you integrate? Yes, you can. So if you go human power existing customer, that's something that you can integrate and use. Remember, you got the ability with the HTML editor. You can embed those codes, whether it's HTML or CSS or a JS JavaScript. So we've got John, Mr. Smith. Thank you very much thank you both for your time today. Really valuable training too. Thank you very much. We've got Clifford. So do I write in English and switch to a different language? No. So what you could do, Clifford, if you went into the editor or the chatbot and you create a website in any other language, then you could simply come back to the page and you can have it translated. So you could work writing in English when it could be Arabic, for example, or Scottish. Not Scottish. I don't think that's a language. That's English, right? But say, for example, Czech. So you can have it translated. So let's have a look. Let's go in and let me show you. So say, for example, I've got this one in English. So just imagine this was some other foreign language. So video hosting. Yes, the video hosting is included, and upload per video you can upload is 20 megabytes per video. Bearing in mind, if you have a larger video, you know there's a lot of video compressors out there that you can compress the video into a much smaller video. But alongside that, as long as you got YouTube or any third-party video provider, they normally give you an embed code, so you're kind of unlimited in that sense. So coming back here, let me just show Clifford this. So you would come here, you could actually translate into a different language. Imagine it was different language. And let's say then you would go to choose another language. Let's pretend I then wanted to translate it into something else like Bulgarian. So translate. Okay. And then you can see now, if I was from Bulgarian, I was using this, for example, and vice versa, I can now start editing it in that language. And then once I've done with that, I can revert back to the language of your choice so you understand. Now, let's go back. So if I want to go back, I'll just simply come back to, let's have a look, translate. Detect language, choose, and we want to go back to English. Okay. Now let's have a look. Next switch, hopefully. Oh yes. Okay, yes, you're right. My screen's not getting shared. So yes, you're right. So I'll do that once again. That's not a problem. So imagine this site right now is in a foreign language. It doesn't matter what it is. Just imagine it's some foreign language that we're displaying right now. If I right click, can you see it says translate to English? Let's go here. Oh, it won't show. It's not showing you on your side. So I think what I'll do, the workaround, it's not going to show you this part of the screen. So let me actually stop the screen. Let me present on the tab. Hold on. So you can actually see what I was looking at. Let's do the entire screen. Let's have a look. So hopefully you can see this now. Add to the stage. So now you can see this screen. If I come here anywhere on the window and I simply select translate here. So imagine it was a different language. I could translate it to any language I want. Translate to English. Okay, let's go back. Ah, yes. So I don't know if it's not popping up, but normally when you do translate to English, hey, can you see now? Now it's popped up here. Detect language. So it will detect your language, and then you could change it to another language, and you got all these lists of different languages. So just imagine. Let's go back. So go back to translate to English. That will pop up. Hit the three little dots. Come here. Let's just do it in Arabic. Translate. And there you have your site in Arabic. So imagine it was vice versa. If I was, if it was in Arabic originally, I would put in English, and I then can come and edit it, and then I could revert it essentially, because it would be Arabic anyway. It would revert back to that language, but you could actually edit it like so. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so let's go and add one more screen. Okay, so coming back now, let's go to this site here. Let's go here. Okay, coming back to this section here now. Okay, so another good question that was asked, if I can find it. I'm sure it's here somewhere. Let's have a look. So please bear with me. Got a million different windows open. Aha. Okay, so a great question was asked about the limits of the white label. Please explain what the limits of the white label and the sub account. So, in terms of the white label, let me just okay. So, in terms of the white label, you will essentially have the ability to rebrand and sell with your own logo. You'll get the portal there. You get some done for you materials. You'll get the you will get 50 licenses. Sorry, okay. You'll get 50 licenses that you can sell for your own, and whether it's a single payment or recurring payment, you can dictate those terms that you can use. Okay, you can't give the full rights over to your customer. Now, having said that, so if you sold a license, what would that user get? The sub user, they would essentially not get exactly what you get. They would get 10 workspaces, they would get 10 custom domain names, and they would get 50 websites in total, and they can actually download the HTML. Okay. And They won't get the hosting for that, but they will get all the other features listed on the entire sales page. So the 50 white label accounts are only for the customer. So if you purchased it, okay, you can't just pass it over to the sub users. So hopefully that answers your question. Okay. So yeah, Travel says I've just made my first page. Congratulations. So Ben, the solar guy, look, the fish and chip website is something we create from scratch. You can go in and create the same website, okay? Okay, you can just type in fish and chips website. You can type in doner kebabs. You can type in, burgers, hot dogs. I played around with it and I thought, let me try to make some crazy stuff. Okay. So apart from that, everybody, it's been a pleasure. And make sure if you have any other questions, then please do, you can share with support. And then we will have those live training sessions will be coming. And on top of that, the bonuses, you'll be notified about the bonuses. They will be made available within the 48 hours. Okay. In terms of the pricing now, you are locked in for the price right now as a one-time payment, or you have the 7-day option that will be subject to change. So you can go secure that right now. And there's more information on the page. You'll be seeing this anyway, backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. Here's some great stuff, ways you can actually use this. You can use this as a freelance website, sell custom website, subscription service, affiliate marketing, ad revenue, resell the license, sell digital products. What others? You don't need designers. You don't need development. Well, development costs are going to be non-existent, aren't they? Free stock, build and SEO tools. There's ongoing updates and developments. No maintenance fees, free templates, no hosting, automated content creation, no monthly cost. I mean, the list goes on, and you can see some of the stuff that you can do as well with it. It's more comprehensive, especially with the mobile responsiveness of the site. Mm-hmm. Yes, so the 7-day free trial is this option here. You'll have 2 payment sections. This one is for the one-time price, and this one will be this for the split payment. Okay. Any issues? If you have any issues with your payment, then please make sure you reach out to support. Say, for example, you have some issue, maybe a banking issue, and you're worried about the price going up, and you want to make us aware that yes, you've tried to pay, but you have to contact your bank. Then please don't hesitate to reach out to support. Okay. So, okay, everybody, apart from that, then we will conclude. Hopefully you've enjoyed today's session. Please let me know in the chat box any positive feedback if you enjoyed the session today, and have you had fun. And we'll close out from there then. So please let me know. Don't be too harsh. So yeah, still streaming live. I think it's only I've been twice. Yeah, I probably have, but you probably didn't realize. Very good. Thanks. Okay, I see it now. Thanks. Okay, so yeah, we've got so many people on. Just just a lot of girls and guys on this. So just put in the chat box if you're here, because we are going to be concluding now. It'd be nice. Just put a comment there. Say that you had an awesome time. So the feedback's always fantastic. It's great for the team that we know that it's obviously it's not only me. It's Paul, and there's many people behind the scene that are helping out to make sure, helping to really try to give you this this experience. Okay. Thanks loads for the session. Great. Any other questions? Please let me know in the chat box, and they will get answered, whether it's now or later, and then we will conclude. So thanks for the session. So apart from that, everybody, thank you very much for your time. I'm pretty sure I will probably speak to a lot of you soon, especially with the training coming up. And then we will take it from there. So I'm more excited about you using the application, actually using it and seeing the results that you get from it, and making your first sale, or maybe it's going to be more than your first sale, or you'll make, just getting out there and getting results. So thank you to Paul, Sid, the team, everybody involved, and administrators, and every single one of you for actually turning up and paying attention and being in tune, because obviously those that are serious about taking action are the ones that actually turn up and they stay. So fantastic. So yes, we'll be using it. Yeah, you can build the sites in different languages using, we've added another additional 30 plus languages today. So I think there's 40 plus in total, if not more. Okay, so apart from that, everybody, take care then. And okay, what I'll do, I'll wait for a couple of questions. So bonuses again, the list is quite extensive. So there are a couple of bonuses But what we'll do, the email will go, not email, but it will be, yeah, I'm pretty sure you'll be contacted anyway with a breakdown of the bonuses, and you'll be able to access them within 48 hours. Okay. But the main thing right now, until those bonuses come, make sure you jump into the app and make sure you use it and get the most out of it. Okay. So Dirk's asked a very good question. So what is 500 domains? What does it mean? So you have the ability of creating pages within ClickSites AI itself without, just imagine the web address of where somebody would go to online. Say, for example, if you went to www.google.com. Now, ClickSites essentially is the same. So it will be ClickSitesAI.com. Let's just say for an example. But what you have the ability now to do, instead of using ClickSitesAI.com as a subdomain name, you can actually have your own custom domain name, meaning you can go purchase your own domain name. Say, for example, Dirk Alimaya at ClickSites.com, whatever it is, it could be mywebsitebuilder.com. You can go purchase your own domain name, your web address like google.com, and then you can insert it within ClickSites AI. And those pages that you create can be named those specific domain names that you create. So you can have up to 500 of your own domain names that you can actually add. So Dan, a directory site, you'd have to explain a little bit more what kind of directory site. As long as you got some kind of third-party app embed ability, then yes, you can. So we've got richest domains. Yes, would prefer my own domain as I have a ton of them. Yes, 100%. So yes, Dirk says yes. With the CNAME, yes, there's a training on it. So it shows you how you can point your domain name privately and the CNAME, how you redirect the ClickSites and how, in terms of propagating and things like that. And once you've set it up, you can create projects under that domain name, or maybe you've got a particular workspace, a project space that you want to create just assigned to that domain name. Will this be able to use a Groover? I'm pretty sure as long as it's got a HTML embed code, right, or with the white label with the SMTP, then it shouldn't be a problem as long as you've got that code. Okay. Can I build the site in English and then move to Spanish, for example? So that's a really good question. Now, first of all, you could create the site first in Spanish because it has the multilingual engine, and then you can use, the translation element of the browser to kind of work on it in English, if that makes sense. But remember, you can make as many websites as you want in whatever language. So you can make multiple websites in different languages. So we are going to conclude in about 60 seconds, because that will mean we hit the 5-hour mark. And I'm pretty sure you want to go make your dinner, maybe, depending where you are in the world, or you want to go get a nice cup of coffee, which I'm probably going to have to do as well. Oh, a site search. That is something. That's a good question. That's something I can definitely find out. We can add it as a suggestion when it comes to adding a site search. Cancel emails and needing customer. Yes. Okay. So apart from that, everybody, any other questions, make sure you put it in the chat box. And after we end the stream anyway, they can be answered. Or if you really want, please, I urge you, go hit support as well. If you have any feature suggestions, any questions that you may have that you think are really important for you moving forward. Okay. So apart from that, everyone, take care and shall see you in another video. So if a site is the lead, would you get another site? So there's no reason for the site to get... Oh, okay. So that's a good question. So say, for example, if you got 500 domain names, you could delete one and then you'll go... So if you had 500 domain names, used one, you'll be at 499. But if you delete that domain name, then it will revert back to 500. The same with pages. If you had X amount of pages that you could use and you didn't need them anymore, you deleted them, then it would put back that total of your pages or whatever is available. Okay. Yes, comments will be available and we can monitor them later on. So apart from that, everybody, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate every single one of you turning up. If you haven't already, make sure you go to clicksites.ai/go and you will have the ability to go lock this in right now. You've got a 7-day free trial, or you can have this as a one-off cost, okay? And you can get started immediately. So apart from that, I shall speak to you very soon, okay? Take care. Bye-bye.